Bheor Cleanta na Pasti and Chapin Shaw. As a tema actus na Bliana Shaw na Shaw E ma age. August to say, I'm do a country Gomahian Pasti, Augustini Ogo Goel Aichoki on our Sohe. Bakordagak Pastia Awahu Goel Mas or who, August Takiak Doku and our Goras Edgehas. Janan and Reinu are one Akadul a Wallarch, Jultu Akadul ata on. Dil Ian Age Egg and Taste Eistraha, a Goras Edgehas nu Amshaha cum Shahak. An Age Koju la Pasti and Age Amshu, Scaran She Ed. Jerter la Koj Pasti, Ta Liv, August la Pasti Ella, Ta Shiv Ora. Fu Sala Wagon Shade and One Skull. Curter Bariak Brewer Pasti, August Aid Jake Mlena, no a Hain Vlean Jeg Dish. Be an imni or Pasti san Am Rivantage Deistraha, August Curran na Torhi imni or Hu Fosta, Gaharaha or Pasti, O Culry Fui V one Taistia. Ni Vian Jerry lesh an imnishan or Lan na Torhi. Lan and she Koj war Pasti or Faun Amlenta, Eg bunch Fuina Vian Winning, August a gull again or a Muir Flancha, August an Jarku ata Oku or an Olam. As Lear on Taija and Dohara Yanis and Renu or one Agadul. Krajan Trumlock Moore na Munchuri, Goal Chunahar Jultak Egg and Taste Eistrahar or Viewer Flancha na Basti. August Majerter Lin Gerhari Orin, August Mudge Og, Chan Shaf Wiener Vian Vas, August Wien Efakt a Yanfas Mudge. Matamaj Darira Fui Viewer Flancha na Basti a Cosinch. Kaifer and Renu are one Akadul a Cur or Kalanish for Yeru here Hal.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the last number of weeks, we've had considerable mention in the press about waits in our emergency departments, with those totalling the median waiting time being about 13 hours, 36 minutes. And in Causeway, in the month of January, the longest waiting time being over 19 hours for handovers from the ambulance to the ED. The list for first-time consultant appointments in Northern Ireland has now reached 540,000 people waiting many years. There has been, and we need to recognise, the progress in relation to scopes and some reduction in long-term waits, but our cancer waiting lists are the longest in the United Kingdom, with the worst outcomes in the whole of the United Kingdom. And only 6% of women referred for breast cancer investigations will see a consultant within the 14-day target. It therefore came as a considerable surprise to me that the Minister should then prioritise the pay of chief executives of the Trust. And the public will be perplexed that the Minister has chosen to do this, particularly in light of the fact that the Minister still has not fulfilled his promise of the real living wage to domiciliary care workers. And that, I think, is the huge contrast in this particular issue. The salaries that were signed off by the Minister will see those on the lowest rung of this executive pay scale exceeding £100,000 per year, with those on the highest rung at almost £250,000 per year. These salaries will dwarf the salary of our Prime Minister, First Ministers, judges and senior clinicians, and it really raises serious questions, particularly when we're in a situation when the morale of frontline staff in hospitals is so low and people are working so hard to make sure that our health service functions. I think most galling of all will be the fact that some of those who will get this pay rise and this automatic pay increase right up to 2029 will be those who are responsible for the debacle of the Children's Maternity Hospital and the fact that we will now wait possibly 4.5 years before this building can be entered or used in any substantial way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Before I call the next speaker, I'd like to welcome the Honourable Donna Skelly, Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of Ontario. And we've had the privilege of having Donna over yesterday and today. And I trust that you'll have a really good time here in Northern Ireland, and that it'll be, more importantly, a very useful time in terms of meeting our First and Deputy First Minister, Economy Minister and others, and that we will develop a good relationship with yourselves, which will develop into benefits for the Northern Ireland community. So thank you very much for your visit, Donna. We now move on, and I call Connie Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to press for urgent action to protect our coastal communities from the impacts of climate change, including the erosion of our seawalls and increased frequency of flooding. The need for robust measures was brought into sharp focus again last week when extreme weather conditions deteriorated and partially collapsed Donaghadee seawall along the parade, where the shorefront meets critical infrastructure, including the A2 road. This posed an immediate risk to both public safety and essential infrastructure in the surrounding area, with the potential of strong floods threatening homes and causing local businesses to close. As we know, sea levels are rising worldwide, leaving coastal towns and villages at risk during times of high tides and storm surges. There have been clear warnings issued by the community with a sustained evidence base, as collated in 2024 report, An Iconic Harbour Under Threat. This report was done by Donaghadee Sailing Club and Donaghadee Community Development Association. It highlighted that when considering the harbour's design and the impacts of climate change, action must be taken to prevent further hazardous disruption. This report was published as a foreboding tale 2 years ago, and its predictions are now manifesting at an even greater and quicker scale than imagined. To quote the report done by DCDA and Donaghadee Sailing Club, while some politicians continue to voice doubts over climate change and its potential impact, there is now a substantial body of research material from central government, statutory agencies and academia which should leave the reader in no doubt that the threat is real and that action must be taken now before more costly interventions are required at a later stage. And acting on that is exactly what my colleagues and I have been doing. My council colleagues in Ards and North Down have been pressing our local council to take action. There is a pressing need for strategic coastal protection measures, but the scale of the required works extends beyond the council's available resources, despite their ownership of the harbour. This is a predicament other coastal communities across Northern Ireland too find themselves in. The Department for Infrastructure, the department responsible for flood risk management, and assisting councils on how to bring forward local development plan proposals that take account of climate change adaptation, must step up to the plate here. I've submitted a series of questions to the Infrastructure Minister asking what steps are being taken, both in the short and long term, to plan for the impacts of climate change, future major weather events, and when the seawall in Donaghadee will be repaired. We need immediate intervention to protect the coastline in Donaghadee, and we need to look to the future. I'm heartened by the progress the Environment Minister, Andrew Muir, has made on this, but we're still the only part of these islands without a climate adaptation programme. We cannot afford for our coastal defences to fail. There is too much at risk. Thank you.
Call John Burrs.
Speaker, I wanted to pay tribute to a fallen former colleague who died this time 13 years ago on duty in Londonderry, Philippa Reynolds, who was on patrol in the dead of night when most of us are asleep, including myself, when her car was T-boned by a stolen car driven by a career criminal, Shane Frean. Philippa was killed, we believe, instantly. I had a painful duty of bringing Philippa's family in to see her remains in Altnagelvin Hospital. And I have to say, Philippa was a beautiful human being and a brilliant police officer. And after her death, it became clear that that vivacious photograph that was released of Philippa changed a lot of perceptions of the police in a city in 2013 that still had a very ambivalent relationship towards the police. And so many people contacted us to say that they no longer saw the police as behind armoured glass, armoured cars, body armour, but as human beings. And in that sense, Philippa's legacy is a very powerful one. Her family still feel profound grief. I've stayed in touch with them of late. And it is worth noting that when headlines move on, when there's been a crime, it is easy to forget the profound grief that victims feel. They mourn Philippa every day. They tragically lost another daughter just last year to cancer. But what struck me with Philippa's family was in the days after her death, they spoke to the media. And her father, who had served before in the Royal Ulster Constabulary, told the world's media that he had brought Philippa up to treat everyone the same, and that he was proud when she went out in uniform like he did, she left politics and people's religion behind. So I just want to pay tribute to Philippa. She's never forgotten, she's always remembered. She's a wonderful human being, and it's important that those who do serve never forget those who served and never came home after their shift. Thank you.
So, Tool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm often standing up to hold the executive to account and be quite strong and angry about poor performance, but I'm today going to celebrate amazing performance by two schools, one of which is in my constituency, the other one is outside my constituency in East Belfast, very close to here, but has many of my constituents and indeed their children attending it. Two amazing victories, one by Aquinas Grammar School in the McLaren Cup last Thursday night at the Dub, and another amazing victory by the Our Lady and St Patrick girls, who beat St Mary's Marifelt in the Ulster ladies. It's an extraordinary couple of performances by two great schools, and is testimony to huge effort by the coaching staff, the players, the whole school communities who got behind them to support them, but also it's a testament to the growth of Gaelic games in South and East Belfast. We have two of the fastest growing clubs in South East Belfast, Breda and Cardiff. We also have St Bridget's, another very fast growing and successful club. Players from all those clubs were represented in both teams' victories, as were East Belfast GAA, which has set itself up in the last 5 or 6 years and has been an extraordinary cross-community success. It has brought people from all backgrounds and indeed all parts of the world into the GAA in East Belfast. They have, with resilience and optimism, built something new in that part of the city. Hugely proud of Aquinas and hugely proud of the girls at Our Lady and St Pat's. Testament, as I said, to the growth of Gaelic games in the south and east of the city, but also to two great schools and their ability to deliver hugely positive outcomes for those two sports teams. But these will be memories for the entire school communities. One final point in parenthesis: I remember my own school, going back a long way, my school days, more than 20 years ago, won the McLaren Cup, and the final was at what was then Casement Park. Several years before Casement Park was, more than a decade before Casement Park was disused. Wouldn't it be great if schools in Belfast and indeed further afield in this province were able to go and have schools cup final matches, McCrory Cup finals, McLaren Cup finals at Casement Park, and enjoy that stadium atmosphere in a newly rebuilt Casement Park? So in celebrating the amazing success of Aquinas and Our Lady and St Pat's, let me also say, I want to see future schools from across Belfast lift GAA trophies in a newly rebuilt Casement Park, and I hope that happens sooner rather than later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Linda Dillon.
I've got Can Corlia, and I raise today to mark two important awareness days that occur over the next month: International Epilepsy Day, which is tomorrow, the 10th of February, and World Encephalitis Day on the 22nd of February, both of which shine a light on neurological conditions that remain widely misunderstood but have devastating lifelong impacts on individuals and on their families. Encephalitis is an inflammation of the brain. It is uncommon, but it is extremely serious and can be life-threatening. It requires urgent hospital treatment, yet early symptoms can often be mistaken for flu-like illness, confusion, seizures, changes in behaviour or difficulty moving. Most commonly, encephalitis is caused by viruses such as herpes simplex and measles, mumps and rubella. And this again highlights the need for the vaccination process of our young people. Epilepsy affects thousands of people across our society and is one of the most common serious neurological conditions. It is not just about seizures, it impacts education, employment, independence, mental health and family life. Many people living with epilepsy face stigma, poor understanding and real barriers to accessing specialist neurology services, timely diagnosis and appropriate treatment. For children and young people in particular, inconsistent support can have lifelong consequences affecting their development, learning and social inclusion. Early recognition and rapid treatment are crucial in saving lives and reducing long-term brain injury. Too many families speak of delayed diagnosis and lack of awareness, even among our healthcare professionals. That is why World Encephalitis Day and International Epilepsy Day are so important to improve the understanding of the signs and symptoms. Encephalitis can lead to long-term cognitive, emotional and physical challenges. Some people recover well, but others are left with permanent brain injury, changes in personality, complex behavioural needs and conditions such as epilepsy. In some cases, viral encephalitis is a known cause of Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, a severe and life-limiting condition, a form of epilepsy characterised by multiple seizure types, cognitive impairment and developmental delay. These are not conditions that end when the hospital stay ends. They are lifelong journeys that require consistent neurological care, mental health support, rehabilitation services and support for families and carers. Raising awareness saves lives, but awareness must be matched by properly resourced services, early intervention and long-term support for those living with the consequences of brain injury and epilepsy. So today I call on the Health Minister to listen to those individuals, to listen to their families and invest in neurological services so that no one affected by encephalitis or epilepsy is left to navigate a complex and under-resourced system.
Leanne Forsyth.
Speaker, last Tuesday morning, the 3rd of February 2026, 11-year-old John Dill tragically died in a road traffic accident near his home just outside Kilkeel. Our entire community are devastated and remain numb in shock, none more so than his loving family. And my deep condolences and prayers are with them, with Teresa, Wesley, Lisa, Stephen, Penny, Katie, Holly, Ellie, Brooklyn, James, Joanne and Roxy, the wider family circle, his friends and all who knew and who loved him. John was an amazing little boy who lived his very best life in Kilkeel with his bright blonde hair and his big blue eyes. Twinkling every day, he brought fun and joy to every person he met. He loved his family, the farm with his daddy, playing with his friends, and he was a bundle of energy. I had the pleasure of John entering my life as he went through Kilkeel Nursery School and Kilkeel Primary School alongside my son. He was his dearly loved friend. John was kind, he was loving, he was so smart, thoughtful, funny and charming, a much beloved friend in the P7 class. As they looked forward to starting high school together this September, the many trips planned for their final term, they are devastated, as is the whole school family, and they all did him so proud at the funeral on Friday. A huge void has been left, and it is hard to understand why for any of this. It has touched the hearts of parents and of families right across Northern Ireland. The loss of a child is beyond measure. Tragedy can strike at any time. John was an angel in his too short time on earth, and is an angel now in heaven, looking down on those he loved. But it is his family who miss him the most, and I pray for them, and I ask that everyone does. Pray that they find some comfort in each other as they navigate their journey of grief, and in knowing the amazing life that they had with John. John's family are a credit to him, especially his sister Katie, who is now campaigning for changes to help stop others going through some of their pain, and I support them on this and hope others in the House can. But Mr. Speaker, as we pray for this family and the Mourne community, I just put on record, in his short time John made such an impact, left so many marks on the hearts of many people, and I want to put on record in this assembly my thanks for the precious life of little John Dool, always immensely loved, will always be remembered, now safe in the arms of Jesus.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I'd like to start with just acknowledging what Diane has just said. That was really tough, and sincere condolences on the passing of John. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express deep concern about the HMRC's plans to remove the 10% wear and tear allowance for childminders as part of the move to making tax digital. Childminders do not simply provide childcare. They play a vital role and formative role in the lives of children. For many, a childminder is the most important adult, one of the most important adults in their early years. Children are cared for in a home-from-home environment and are often embraced as part of the family. And I know from my own experience, when I dropped my kids off to our childminder, they weren't just being minded, they were being cared for and loved and developed. Families should have the option of childminding where that best suits their circumstances. This is particularly true for parents of children with additional needs, where continuity, flexibility and a calm home setting can make all the difference. I recently spoke with a childminder in Lisburn who described real anger and distress at these proposed changes, not only because of the financial impact, but because they reflect how poorly the childminding profession is understood and valued. Childminding is being treated as if it were equivalent to other forms of self-employment, when clearly it is not. A childminder's home is their workplace, and their work is vital for families. This is a sector already under intense pressure. The number of registered childminders in Northern Ireland has been falling year on year. Rising costs, increased regulation and workforce burnout are already pushing people out. Removing this allowance risks being the final straw for many dedicated professionals. The wear and tear allowance recognises a simple reality. Childminders use their homes every day as working environments. Furniture, flooring, toys, equipment and household items experience constant and unavoidable wear. Removing this deduction will reduce incomes overnight and make childminding financially unsustainable for many. What is particularly alarming is the absence of any meaningful impact assessment for Northern Ireland. There has been no proper assessment of the impact of the sustainability of the sector or in the affordability and availability of childcare for families. At a time when we all acknowledge a childcare crisis, it makes no sense to introduce tax changes that actively drive trusted, experienced childminders out of the system. I urge HMRC to pause these plans and engage properly with childminders and the devolved administrations. Locally, I call on the Education and Finance Ministers to make strong and urgent representations on behalf of Northern Ireland's childminders before we lose even more people from a profession our children and families simply can't afford to lose.
Maigat Cancolia rise today to mark the first official visit of Uachtaráin na hÉireann, Catherine Conley, to the north, a momentous occasion of pride and of significance across our society. And Uachtaráin campaigned for her presidency on the basis that the office of President is one for all the people of Ireland, and that she would use her role to be a leader for communities across our country. A landslide victory in her election was a message of positive and progressive vision, vindicated this. The President committed in word and deed that she intends to lead from the front to represent the voices of all Irish citizens. I had the pleasure of welcoming her to a number of functions in Derry. She met with business and civic leaders in our Guildhall before meeting with the families of those murdered and injured on Bloody Sunday. The President spoke with compassion, with understanding and with an appreciation of what the Bloody Sunday families have endured, as well as their role in inspiring others to stand up and to demand truth and justice. President Conley also visited the Siege Museum, recognising that for many from a traditionally unionist background, this represents a significant space. Her visit symbolised the inclusion and mutual respect which must be afforded to all communities. Every person I spoke with talked of An Tuachtaráin's humility, how she took time to listen, and a real sense of pride and confidence in her leadership. Catherine Conley pledged to be a president for all. Her visit to the north reflects this. She carried out her leadership in a dignified manner with her characteristic decorum. Our society would be a much better place if more people showed the same dignity and respect as Catherine Conley. In stark contrast to the President's positive and strong leadership, we had the belligerent attitude of the DUP, in particular of the East Derry MP Gregory Campbell, which reflects not only a disrespect towards our President, but to the wider nationalist community, and indeed to all those who hold an Irish identity. But it holds a deep disrespect to those who stray outside the DUP's very narrow worldview. These attitudes do not reflect the majority of citizens in the North, and Catherine Conley, our President, will be very welcome to return to Derry, to Belfast and to any other part of our country.
Al Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, just a short few words on what we learned last week of a global shortage of supply of some prescription drugs. Some of those drugs are everyday items such as aspirin, used to prevent stroke and heart attacks, and common painkillers. Worryingly, we were also told that this shortage could affect more than 100 common drugs and could last until at least the summer, which directly impacts patients' ability to access the treatments they depend on every single day. Pharmacies are now having to consider rationing supplies to keep patients going. The outworking of this could and will put pressure on patients with chronic conditions and people dependent on regular prescriptions, and will add very real risks. Given that this will place added pressure on pharmacies and GP surgeries, it is vital that the Department of Health here work closely and urgently with its counterparts on the mainland to ensure that this part of the UK can continue to access vital prescription drugs. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we owe every effort to the most vulnerable, the elderly and those with long-term conditions who depend on regular drug treatments. It is these people who today are incredibly worried at the prospect at their next visit of their local pharmacy. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Paul Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to raise concerns around the continued delay of the delivery of the new school build for Forge Integrated Primary School. Forge Integrated has been seeking a suitable new site for a permanent base for over a decade now, and the parents, pupils and staff have done everything they can to push this forward and have shown remarkable patience, but continuing shifting timelines and delays have caused understandable frustration for them and the wider school community in South Belfast. However, despite some progress since 2018, the project does not seem to have moved forward as it should have. The proposed site on the former Knockbreeder High School site was meant to be the answer to these delays, and what has followed since then has been extensive pre-application engagement with statutory bodies, the school community and others, and they have done so in good faith. However, after these 3 years of pre-application discussions and the full planning application being submitted in 2025, there does seem to be delays on the part of the Department for Infrastructure. Now, Mr. Speaker, the key issue seems to be road safety, and I understand that given the new location for the school. However, I have yet to see any real efforts to try and move this forward, and many within the school think that the goalposts keep shifting. So I do want to pay tribute to the school and the Integrated Education Fund on keeping this on the agenda, and I do recognise that the Infrastructure Minister says that she does support the development of the site, but we as South Belfast representatives and those who support this new scheme are still waiting for firm answers in terms of the next steps, and I would urge the Infrastructure Minister to engage with her officials to get the answers that the school and the Planning Department so greatly need at this time. Thank you.
Normally at this point I would be telling Mr Burrows, who's the next speaker, that he'd only have 1 minute to speak. However, the next item on the agenda is a statement from the Minister. Unfortunately, that statement didn't come out until 12:18 in the Business Office, so we can't hear it for 30 minutes to allow members to have their opportunity to read it, albeit it's a short statement, but nonetheless that protocol exists. And that's what we will observe. So I'm going to continue member statements until we're exhausted, or we are at 12:50. So, Mr Burrows. My apologies. Dan Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to place firmly on the record the deep frustration, disappointment and growing sense of unfairness felt by many of my constituents following the announcement on Friday of the withdrawal of the £6.6 million from the A4 Southern Bypass project. This bypass was not an optional or speculative proposal. It was a cornerstone project within the Mid-South West Growth Deal, developed precisely to address long-standing deficits in infrastructure, connectivity and investment in the west of Northern Ireland. The Growth Deal was sold to local communities, councils and businesses as a genuine opportunity to rebalance our economy, to stimulate sustainable growth and to ensure that regions outside our main urban centres were not left behind once again. The removal of this funding now seriously undermines that premise. The practical consequences of this decision are profound. The A4 already experiences chronic congestion with frequent delays affecting commuters, hauliers, emergency services and local supply chains. Tourism, which is a vital part of the economy of Fermanagh, is also impacted as unreliable access acts as a deterrent to visitors and investors alike. The bypass was designed to relieve these pressures and unlock further development. By withdrawing this funding, the Executive is not simply delaying a road project, it is stalling economic momentum and eroding confidence amongst those who were encouraged to believe that regional balance was more than just a slogan. It raises a legitimate and uncomfortable question. Would such a decision have been taken so readily had this scheme been located in a predominantly urban area? Or are rural communities once again expected to accept second-best infrastructure and diminished opportunity? That perception, whether intended or not, risks deepening mistrust and disengagement with central decision-making. Infrastructure investment is not just roads and bridges. It is signalling where growth is expected to occur and where people are encouraged to live, work and invest. Removing support for a project of this scale sends precisely the wrong message to communities in Enniskillen and across Fermanagh who already face challenges related to distance, connectivity and access to services. Therefore, I would ask the Minister for Finance whether he, along with his colleague, the Minister for the Economy, here present today, have fully considered the long-term economic, social and regional consequences of this decision and what steps they now intend to take to reassure my constituents that the sustainability of their local economy, their connectivity and their future development prospects remain a genuine priority for this Executive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is now more than 2 years since the restoration of this Assembly and indeed the return of the Executive. 2 years of promises, 2 years of announcements, 2 years of carefully staged press conferences about delivery, reform and transformation. And yet, in all of that time, the Sinn Féin DUP-led Executive has failed to bring forward a single meaningful piece of primary legislation to improve the lives of the people we represent. Let us reflect on how extraordinary that situation is. The parties who claim to be legislators have, in reality, chosen not to legislate. The institutions were restored amid great public expectation with commitments to action and urgency. Instead, what we have witnessed is drift, delay and dysfunction at the very heart of government here. Rather than doing the serious work of lawmaking, ministers have filled the void with a constant stream of non-binding motions. Motions that change nothing, motions that fix nothing, motions designed for headlines, not for hospitals, homes or hard-pressed families. And when we examine the record of this mandate, the picture becomes even more stark. After 2 full years of restored government, the total time spent on actual legislation in this Assembly amounts to mere minutes. How embarrassing. Minutes of legislative business in 2 years of supposed delivery. That is not just inadequate, it is an abdication of responsibility on the part of the Executive, because legislation is not optional in government. It is the central mechanism by which ministers deliver reform, protect citizens and shape the future. Without it, there is no meaningful progress or action, only rhetoric. And we know how this story usually ends. As the mandate approaches its conclusion, urgency will suddenly be discovered. Bills will be rushed in at the 11th hour, scrutiny compressed, committees pressured, stakeholders sidelined, all so that ministers can claim in the dying days of this mandate that something, anything, has been delivered. That is not good governance. It is not transparency. And it is not respectful to this House or to the people we serve collectively. The reality is simple and stark. 2 years on from restoration, public services remain under immense strain. Waiting lists remain unacceptable. Families continue to struggle with the cost of living. And there's still no serious legislative programme coming forward from this executive. So the public are rightly entitled to ask a very basic question. What is the executive actually doing with the time that they have been given? Because government is not measured in press releases. It is measured in progress, not rhetoric, but in results. And non-binding motions brought forward by government parties is absolutely shameful, given that it has no meaningful end. After 2 years, the real story of this executive is absolute failure.
Thank you for your grace here this morning. PSNI officer data breach in 2023 was deeply concerning and is still causing massive distress to those affected and, of course, their families. This breach has just added an additional level of threat to all police officers who still need to utilise the utmost vigilance because of an evil and sophisticated terrorist threat. There must be robust safeguards in place across all parts of the justice system to ensure that lessons have been learned and that officers' safety is never inadvertently compromised. We in this chamber, the public, and the serving and retired police officers need to be assured that appropriate procedures are being followed and that any necessary changes are made to prevent a recurrence. This has cost the tax and ratepayers some $119 million. But think of the cost of an officer and their families having to move home, move area and move station. Upset and upheaval, the constant looking over the shoulder, always being careful. And that's the police officer and the 10-year-old son or daughter. It's up to the Justice Minister to make sure that we all have confidence in the justice system, police officers and the public alike, and this House in particular. So I call on the Justice Minister to reinstate and inject confidence into the justice system once again, a justice system that is probably at its lowest ebb with regards to confidence. That's on the Justice Minister. The buck stops with the Justice Minister, no one else. Thank you.
Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, for the past few months I've been contacted by people right across the north and a large number of people in my own constituency of West Belfast about the issue of the housing executive maintenance fees. These leaseholders, people who bought their flats or their maisonettes from the housing executive, feel utterly let down by that organisation, to put it mildly. They thought their new homes would give them security and stability, but they've got anything but that. And instead they're being hit with bills of £4,000, £5,000 and in some cases higher than that. Residents in Rathcoole as well, Deputy Speaker, have been handed with an eye-watering bill of almost £50,000 for remedial works to their building. They've been locked out of their homes for 3 years while this work is taking place. The lack of transparency and engagement has been absolutely shocking and disgraceful, and I'm calling today on the Communities Minister to intervene in this issue. Many people, Deputy Speaker, had no idea what they were signing up for, and it wasn't explained to them when they purchased their homes from the housing executive. They pay a monthly service charge for the homes with very little in return, and still they're being landed with bills of thousands and thousands of pounds, which working class families cannot afford. They don't have that lying about for work they didn't agree to or sign off on. And when leaseholders try to engage with the housing executive to raise objections, what happens, Deputy Speaker? They're offered a payment plan. They're told effectively to pay up and shut up. The housing executive itself admitted in writing that there is no opportunity for residents to influence works to their own homes. That's not engagement or consultation, that's a dictatorship by any definition. And there's questions, huge questions here about why there is such a cloak of secrecy. For the avoidance of doubt, Deputy Speaker, many of these buildings are old and genuinely do need essential maintenance and service, but some of this work is completely unnecessary, including replacing perfectly functional railings with rusted ones, replacing stone steps with steel steps that get slippery every time it rains, and painting homes really bright colours when people don't request it. People suspect that contractors are raking it in here for work that's not needed, and in some cases highly questionable quality. And this essentially, Deputy Speaker, is what privatisation looks like. The outsourcing of maintenance work by the Housing Executive has been an unmitigated disaster for residents and workers alike. The solution is simple. The Housing Executive should meaningfully engage with these leaseholders before any works take place. And all maintenance work should be brought back in-house, give workers well-paid, secure jobs they can take pride in, and stop the gravy train for private contractors profiting from our communities while ordinary people are left with bills they can't afford to pay. Thank you.
Philip McGuigan. February marks February marks Heart Month, and this year the theme is Walking for Hearts. Simple message, but an important one, reminding us that small everyday actions can play a big role in protecting our own heart health. But if you look at the statistics, the reality is that the general heart health here for the North, for a large number of our population, isn't good. For decades, diagnosis, treatment, alongside major medical advances and research led by organisations such as the British Heart Foundation, have helped to dramatically reduce deaths from cardiovascular disease. But we are stalling, and in some cases we are beginning to reverse. More than 230,000 people here are living with a cardiovascular condition. Heart and circulatory disease accounts for nearly 1/4 of all deaths here in the North every year. That's 4,400 lives lost annually, or 12 deaths every single day. Around 20,000 people have been diagnosed with heart failure by their GP. What makes this even more concerning is that for many of these deaths, they are preventable, and with the right care, many people can live long, active and fulfilling lives after diagnosis. The risk factors across our population are stark. 30% of adults live with obesity. Around 1 in 8 adults here still smoke. 300,000 people have been diagnosed with high blood pressure, a condition linked to more than half of all heart attacks and strokes in the North. And almost half of adults do not meet recommended physical activity levels. Heart disease doesn't discriminate. It affects people of all ages, families and communities, often without warning. I have to be honest, when I was reading these statistics, I was quite shocked. And what shocked me even more than the statistics was that despite these statistics, which are shocking, and the challenges associated with them, that there is currently no heart disease action plan or strategy in place here in the North. The most recent framework dates back to 2014, now more than a decade old and no longer fit for today's pressures, today's science or today's opportunities for prevention and treatment. So there's a clear gap in terms of policy and one that must be addressed. So as we mark Heart Month, it is vital that we all look after our own heart health, but it is equally vital that as an Assembly we show leadership by prioritising prevention, supporting research and ensuring our health service is properly equipped to meet the growing challenge of heart disease. Lives depend on it.
Stephen Dunn.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to welcome the £7.85 million Winter Recovery Road Fund that it was announced last week, given the ongoing crisis that is on our roads. And hopefully the Infrastructure Minister did listen to our urgent oral question last week, albeit only for 30 minutes. But certainly the warnings have been very, very clear about the state of our roads now for over a decade. We have had of a very limited service from the Department. The warnings have been very clear from across the public in every corner of Northern Ireland, and also from the sector. The roads construction sector, the groups like the Mineral Products Association have been very clear, stressing the need for action after years of neglect, which we have seen particularly in the most recent years. Almost 50,000 potholes were recorded within the last 3 months alone, and the public and us as MLAs simply do not want wet sticking plasters to sort out this crisis. The Department needs to look seriously at reprofiling its budget to prioritise what matters. It has to get more proactive rather than simply reactive. And the proof will be in the pudding on this, but it certainly is welcome that money has been found and will be invested into our roads network and we will be looking on, monitoring that very closely, and certainly the public deserve it, given the impact that the condition of our roads have been in, with our many roads filled with wheel-wrecking potholes and many families facing compensation and costly repair bills as a result of the neglect from this particular infrastructure minister, which we have seen in recent times. So the long-term sustainable funding needs to be looked at to properly fix our roads and put in place a proper road maintenance programme, and also to ensure that our roads and safety, public safety, is the #1 priority. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. McNulty.
I rise to give praise to the two teams who played in yesterday's Danske Bank Macquarie Cup final in front of 10,000 fans at the Boxit Athletic Grounds in Armagh. The Abbey took on St Pat's Academy, and the players from 33 different clubs put on an exhibition of skill, of teamwork, of athleticism, determination, mental toughness. A brilliant advertisement for Gaelic football. It was a game of two halves, which fittingly ended in a draw. Those young players, who will all be back in class today, alongside their coaches and management teams, will face off again in the athletic grounds, the Box Athletic Grounds, under Friday night lights. This Friday, so our lips are wetted in anticipation of another brilliant contest. I say to each of those players, Moi Hu, be very, very proud, because you've done your teachers proud, you've done your coaches proud, you've done your schools proud, you've done your clubs proud, you've done your families proud, but most importantly, you've done yourselves proud. Well done, lads. Looking forward to another great contest on Friday night.
Thank you. That concludes members' statement. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Economy that she wishes to make a statement. Before calling the Minister to make her statement, I would remind her that Standing Order 18A2 requires her to make a written copy of it available to members at least half an hour before delivering it in the Chamber. The Minister has failed today to meet this requirement, which is why we had extra time for member statements. Therefore, in accordance with Standing Order 18A2, I would ask her to state the reason for this prior to making the statement. Members, before we do that, I remind you that you should be concise in asking your question. This is not an opportunity for debate. There should be no long introductions. Minister.
And firstly, can I apologise that members didn't receive the statement on time. It was an administrative error, so apologies for that. With your permission, Mr Speaker, I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 regarding a meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in Trade and Business Development sectoral format. This meeting was held in Armagh on the 28th of January 2026. Minister Gordon Lyons MLA and I represented the Executive. The Irish Government was represented by Peter Burke TD, Minister for Enterprise, Tourism and Employment, who chaired the meeting. This statement has been agreed with Minister Lyons, and I am making it on behalf of us both. Ministers welcomed the overall achievements of Intertrade Ireland since the previous sectoral meeting in April 2025, including exceeding its target of over 55,000 businesses benefiting from trade supports by the end of October 2025. The NSMC acknowledged the contribution that Intertrade Ireland has made for small and medium-sized companies through its trade and development programmes, such as the launch of the Trade Missions at Home programme, which supported 40 businesses. The NSMC noted the ongoing achievement of Intertrade Ireland's innovation and entrepreneurship schemes, such as a 20% increase in applications for Innovation Boost in 2025 and support for University College Dublin and Queen's University Belfast through the Synergy programme to create a formal cluster framework focused on oncology and allied digital health sectors. The North-South Ministerial Council commended the work of Intertrade Ireland alongside Enterprise Ireland and Invest NI in hosting the 28th TCI Global Conference in Dublin in October 2025, bringing together over 230 delegates from more than 25 countries, including world-leading cluster experts, policymakers and business leaders. Ministers noted at the plenary meetings in June and October 2025, the Council had agreed relevant NSMC sectors should continue to consider how agreed collaborative approaches can contribute to economic growth. The NSMC noted the work of Intertrade Ireland to support economic growth in both jurisdictions, including through driving cross-border collaboration, supporting SMEs and innovation, and facilitating trade and market access. The Council agreed that officials and Intertrade Ireland will continue to collaborate on these matters, and an update will be provided to the next meeting in this sector. The NSMC approved the Intertrade Ireland 2026 business plan and recommended the budget /grant provision. The Council also approved the Intertrade Ireland 2026-28 corporate plan. Ministers noted Intertrade Ireland's annual report and accounts for 2024 are currently being finalised and will be brought to the next meeting for noting. The Ministers welcomed the presentations from 2 businesses on the benefits of Intertrade Ireland programme of supports. They also welcomed a presentation on how Intertrade Ireland's Synergy programme is supporting University College Dublin and Queen's University Belfast to create a formal cluster framework on oncology and allied digital health sectors. The NSMC noted the work being done by Intertrade Ireland in running successful programmes of support for small businesses. The Council approved a number of appointments to the boards of Intertrade Ireland and the Locks Agency. The Council agreed to hold its next NSMC Trade and Business Development meeting in spring 2026. I commend the statement to the Assembly and welcome any questions.
Sure, thank you. First question of the Opposition. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Minister, thank you for your statement. I believe it's really light on content and politics as well. As you state, Intertrade Ireland are exceeding its target with over 55,000 businesses benefiting. But there's no analysis of why. So we get data on outcomes, but we don't know the impact. For example, it's a meaningless statement insofar as we don't know the value added to the economy. We don't know how many jobs have been created. We don't know the regional or jurisdictional distribution of such investments and such benefits. The value added and data is so important. These statements keep on coming to the House and they're absolutely meaningless.
Minister, if you can find a question there, do you want to attempt to answer?
Thank you, Lascan Corlia, and I will endeavour to ensure that the member is furnished with some of the information that she has referred to. We received a presentation from Intertrade Ireland at the NSMC, and I will see if that's available for sharing. I should also say that we had the opportunity to hear from businesses who had received support from Intertrade Ireland on the direct impact that has had on them and their business, and it's very clear that this support is really effective in terms of helping businesses to grow, to take on new workers. Both of the businesses that presented to the NSMC spoke very highly of how the programmes had helped them to focus on growing their businesses. I've also had the opportunity over the course of the past year to attend one of the Trade Mission at Home programmes and see the type of support that is provided to businesses, and it is clear that it is really beneficial in opening up opportunities and new markets for them. So I am very clear on the benefits of the support that businesses are getting from Intertrade Ireland, and I'm happy to furnish the member with some additional information.
Arna Cullen.
Lascan Corlia. Minister, can you provide any details or any update on the women's entrepreneurship programmes that might have been part of the NSMC arrangements? Thank you.
And I thank the member for her question, because this is one of the important new programmes that Intertrade Ireland is supporting through the Shared Ireland Enterprise Scheme, and it is equipping women with new opportunities in terms of business support. So there was a recent boost to the women's entrepreneurship work in the North following the launch last month of a trio of programmes from Intertrade Ireland in partnership with Invest NI and Enterprise Ireland, and it will enable participants to gain access to expert mentorship, tailored support, workshops and networking opportunities that will accelerate their business growth. The 3 new Women's Entrepreneurship programmes supported by the Shared Island Enterprise Scheme include We Build, which is a tech programme designed to empower women entrepreneurs to accelerate tech-driven business ideas and develop tech-enabled ventures focused on innovation, AI, learning and building strong future-ready businesses. The programme is delivered by Tech Found Her. We Grow is a growth programme for established women-led SMEs who are aiming for growth and expansion across the island and seeking to reflect on their business potential. And this programme is delivered by Women in Business NI and Network Ireland. And We Scale is a scaling programme dedicated towards empowering women entrepreneurs to scale strategically and sustainably, blending world-class learning, bespoke mentoring and investor access. And that programme is delivered by Awaken Hub, who members might be aware of and had recently undertaken a trade mission in the US.
Thank you. Even done.
Minister for her statement. Has the Minister or her department had any discussions on how Intertrade UK can help with businesses experiencing friction east-west?
Sure.
And I thank the member for his question. The structures of Intertrade UK and Invest NI are represented within. I haven't yet had the opportunity to engage with Intertrade UK, but obviously trying to support businesses to navigate frictions that have resulted from Brexit is something I'm very open to doing, and I'm willing to engage in any format to enable that.
Connie Ford.
Deputy Speaker, the Minister regularly highlights dual market access as an opportunity for growth, and Alliance really welcomes that, to create opportunities and just common sense. But all the time we hear across this House questioning of data and talking Northern Ireland down. So can she outline where the Council has actually looked at, examined how we bring forward data and an evidence base to show the benefits of local jobs and investment here?
Sure.
Thank the member for his question, and as he will be aware, the cross-border trade figures have significantly increased over the past number of years. I'm sitting now, the last that we have is for 2023, and it's at €15 billion or 12 billion sterling. So there has been that considerable increase, and I think that's something that we do need to look at how we can support further and how we can support businesses to take up those opportunities. And one of the key things that Intertrade Ireland will highlight that is very often for SMEs exporting and trading across border and east-west is often the first steps in terms of wider export, and so clearly that's something we want to support. In terms of data around dual market access, I'm happy to ask Intertrade Ireland if there's additional information that can be shared, particularly with the Economy Committee.
Armstrong.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement today. And like other members, Minister, your statement refers to strong activity levels by Intertrade Ireland and the approval of its 2026 business plan and corporate plan, and yet it provides little detail on the outcomes for the Northern Ireland economy. Can you tell the Assembly what direct economic returns Northern Ireland has received from these programmes to date, how success is being measured in practical terms, as other members have mentioned, and what action the Executive will take if these cross-border initiatives fail to deliver tangible benefits for businesses in Northern Ireland?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I thank the member for her question. And the number of businesses that are supported, there are targets set within the corporate plan and business plan, and Intertrade Ireland have exceeded those targets across the board over their most recent business plan, and haven't we, as you alluded to, we have agreed that the new business plan, there's a whole range of supports that are provided to different businesses who are seeking different types of support and have different needs, and there are benefits accrued accordingly across those. So there's different examples like the Acumen project, which reported combined business development value of 23.9 million and creation of 114 jobs. There are statistics like that that can be attributed to the various different programmes. And as I have indicated to other members, if there's additional information that members seek, and particularly those on the Economy Committee, all of which have been asked in these questions so far, I'm happy to have Intertrade Ireland furnish the committee with some of that information to help them understand that the impact of the work that is being done.
And I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, we recently heard from Intertrade Ireland on committee on the valuable work that they're doing, including some of the programmes that they run to increase All-Ireland trade. Can you give us some more detail on those programmes and on any future programmes which will enhance All-Ireland trade?
And I thank the member for his question. Cross-border trade will continue to be a key pathway for SMEs, as I said to Mr Huntingford, in terms of building export capability and resilience. Intertrade Ireland support first-time and experienced traders through a whole range of pathways, including the structured trade pathway. They provide practical guidance via the Trade Hub. They help SMEs access cross-border sales, public procurement, and help them with supply chains. At the meeting in just there a couple of weeks ago, as I have said, heard from some of the businesses that have experienced that support and who have significantly expanded their trade because of it. One of those businesses is Long Meadow Cider, located in Portadown, who have availed of various trade supports to help them plan and scale their cross-border exports, and they are now planning to take on, for the first time, additional employees. Covershire Desserts, which is located in Naas in County Kildare, has benefited from Intertrade Ireland's Acumen programme, and that has helped them fund a sales resource to develop and grow sales across the island. And both of the businesses, and as I regularly hear from other businesses, talk about how crucial that support is in terms of enabling them to take the next steps. But what was really striking, and you hear it all the time from SMEs who access support, whether it's via Intertrade Ireland or Invest NI, is the additional confidence that they then have because of the support that they've got, the mentoring that they've got, that they are then in a position to take further steps and feel like they are able to do that.
And I thank the Minister for her statement on this. Representing a border constituency like South Down, I'm glad to see you attending these and try to maximise the opportunities. We have really significant expertise in employment across aerospace and defence, especially Collins Aerospace, and then all of the supply chain around that. And as you're looking at the development of the businesses, I just wonder, did you discuss or what your plans are around those supply chains where there are logistic firms that are facing some of the barriers with cross-border, but we do have the expertise both sides of the border here and the opportunities to maximise that through our local businesses.
And I thank the member for her question, and as I mentioned in the statement, we agreed the new business plan and corporate plan for 26 to 28, and those plans reflect the economic priorities north and south. So, for example, our priority sectors are reflected in those plans, and it's about providing then that different types of support that businesses, regardless of sectors, will need in terms of innovation, in terms of skills, in terms of the different types of support to take those next steps in terms of export. Obviously, supply chains are something that Intertrade Ireland does support with, so if businesses in your constituency are wanting to get support for that, I would very much encourage them to get in touch and to access those supports that are, of course, available.
Yeah, Nicole.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the statement, and it's good to hear how the Intertrade Ireland has benefited participants and increased confidence. I'm just conscious that when we have these discussions, if I were a small business, and you often hear this from startups and SMEs, they don't know how to access finance, they don't know how they get support. What was discussed, and how could any business who are listening to this be aware of how they could access some of this support?
That's true.
Yeah, and I thank the member for her question, and I think it's an important point. Very often SMEs will be so focused on doing their day-to-day business that lifting their heads to look for support can sometimes be the end of a long list. So it is important that it's accessible, and of course there is that online presence from Intertrade Ireland, and I would very much encourage any business that is seeking support to reach out to Intertrade Ireland and access that whole range of supports. And obviously there are supports available from other sources, and I think we've recently had a conversation in this chamber around Go Succeed. And the need for that to continue to be funded, because one of the things that Go Succeed does, which is very often the first point of contact that many business people will have, will be with their local council. Go Succeed is delivered through the local councils, and then signposts to the whole variety of support that is available, which best meets the need of whatever the business is trying to seek. So I think that highlights why we want to make sure that that remains. But I would of course highlight that Intertrade Ireland is very accessible and encourage businesses to look at the whole range of supports, and we are putting a particular focus, including through Invest NI, on access to finance, because we know that is a particular challenge for many small businesses.
Corlia, Minister, can you provide an update on the Shared Island Enterprise Scheme?
Sure.
So I had warmly welcomed the announcement back in November that the Irish Government had made allocations of over €50 million to the Shared Island Fund to be delivered as part of that initiative over 2026 to 2030. My department has been working more closely than ever with the Department of Enterprise, Tourism and Employment to ensure that there is strategic alignment and synergy across key policy areas. We have a number of bids currently under consideration by the Shared Island Unit at the Department of Taoiseach, and I welcome the most recent milestone we've reached in the delivery of successful Shared Island Sustainability Capital Grants. The funding received through this by 3 successful companies in the North is of huge significance to support innovation and sustainability in the region, and is a strong example of how that collaboration can really drive economic impact.
John Stewart.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for answers, and I pay tribute, Minister, to Enterprise NI, to our local enterprise agencies and to Young Enterprise. You will be aware, Minister, that we have an economy that is fundamentally based on micro and small businesses, and key to that is to encourage people into entrepreneurship, particularly our young people. What more can we do to sow the seeds of entrepreneurship in our young people and develop those skills to grow our economy?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question, and even though not entirely related to this statement, I'm happy to respond to it, because it is an area that I am particularly passionate about. We have recently set up an entrepreneurship co-design group within the department, bringing together the various partners across the sector to look at how we better support people to want to be a business person, those who have a business idea, and to support those who are already in business and taking the next steps. And I think that the bringing together of that group and the development of an action plan is something that we'll see over the next short period of time, and that will give us that opportunity to look at how we can expand on the support that is there and make sure that we are encouraging people to take those opportunities.
Mr. McNulty.
Thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, at 2,000 feet, the highest surviving cork cairn in Ireland at the summit of Slieve Gullion remains closed. It is more than half a century since, with the help of Sean O'Grady's tractor, that ancient monument was excavated, and is linked to wonderful mythology like the spellbinding story of Finn McCool and the Callabura's ring lost in the nearby lake. Minister, why was that cork cairn, with potential to be an amazing national and global attraction and experience, not mentioned at the tourism meeting in Armagh in the same county? And will you commit to funding for that monument?
Mr. McNulty, you may have jumped statement to the next statement, which is on tourism. This one's on trade. If you have a question on trade, we will take it. If not, we will move on to the next question. Next one. Jerry Carroll.
I'll wait the next one as well.
That concludes questions in that statement. I'll resist commentary on members being ahead of their time. Members, the Speaker has received notice from the Minister for the Economy that she wishes to make a second statement. You're reminded again that questions should be concise and should be related to the statement. It's not an opportunity for the debate, and there should be no long introductions. Minister.
And with your permission, I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 regarding a meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in tourism sectoral format. This meeting was held in Armagh on the 28th of January 2026. I chaired the meeting representing the Northern Ireland Executive and was accompanied by Minister Gordon Lyons. The Irish Government was represented by Minister Peter Burke, Minister for Enterprise, Tourism and Employment. This statement has been agreed with Minister Lyons, and I am making the statement on behalf of us both. The Council welcomed the report of the Chair of Tourism Ireland on the work of the Board since the last NSMC tourism meeting in April 2025. Ministers noted Tourism Ireland's activity during this period, including the large number of marketing campaigns and events undertaken, continuing to strive for greater seasonal and regional spread of visits through, for example, the marketing of the island as the home of Halloween and the promotion of major sporting events. The Council noted Tourism Ireland's forward focus on increasing the value of overseas tourism, sustainably supporting economies, communities and the environment, market diversification by expanding strategic source markets, stimulating demand for new and existing routes and strengthening strategic partnerships. Ministers noted the work of Tourism Ireland to promote economic growth through its support of sustainable benefits for SMEs and communities, business events, strategy and competitiveness, productivity and market diversification. The NSMC agrees that officials in Tourism Ireland will continue to collaborate on these matters, and an update will be provided to the next meeting in this sector. Ministers noted updates on the work of the All-Ireland Strategic Tourism Group, including efforts to promote sustainability for the tourism sector. The NSMC noted ongoing work to address climate change and loss of biodiversity within the tourism sector. The Council noted the ongoing collaboration between the relevant tourism agencies on the Shared Island funded brand collaboration project and the projects under the Shared Destinations Programme 25 to 2030. The NSMC approved the Tourism Ireland Corporate Plan 2026 to 28. The Council also approved the Tourism Ireland Business Plan 2026 and recommended the budget and grant provision. The Council noted Tourism Ireland's annual report and accounts for 2024, which have been certified by the Comptrollers and Auditors General and led before the Assembly and both houses of the Oireachtas. Ministers noted a presentation on the collaboration to maximise benefits from Gulf tourism by Fáilte Ireland Tourism NI and Tourism Ireland, and how the agencies are working collaboratively to promote economic growth across the island. The NSMC approved an appointment to the Board of Tourism Ireland (CLG) from the 20th of January 2026 to the 18th of December 2026. The Council agreed to hold its next NSMC tourism meeting in spring 2026. I commend this statement to the House.
Minister Colchinid McLaughlin.
Minister, thank you for your statement. You previously described the extension of the Wild Atlantic Way into the north as a priority, yet there has been no mention of it in your statement. What's causing the delay? What leadership and action have you taken to resolve it? And was it raised at that meeting?
Minister.
Thank the member for her questions, and the member will be aware of the recent announcement around Ireland's Hidden Heartlands, which joins County Fermanagh into the Ireland's Hidden Heartlands brand. It was agreed between Fáilte Ireland and Tourism NI just before Christmas. And I think that is an important first step in brand collaboration. She will also be aware of the Shared Island project in terms of the Causeway Coastal Route and Wild Atlantic Way, and the joining together of those, the shared marketing and shared signage to join up those routes. But certainly I see the opportunity in terms of further collaboration of the brands across the island, both the Wild Atlantic Way and Causeway Coastal Route, but also Ireland's Ancient East, which is currently being reviewed as a brand by Fáilte Ireland. The brands are owned by Fáilte Ireland, and we continue to engage with them in terms of progressing that collaboration. I think Ireland's Hidden Heartlands provides us with a real opportunity to look at what the benefits of that is, and the businesses in Fermanagh that are able to take part in that brand, and will give us something to point to in terms of how we can build on that for the other routes and brands across the island, and look forward to the engagement around Ireland's Ancient East when they have concluded the review of that as a brand, and can seek to further incorporate that into the north.
Murphy.
Prilash Cancollier. Minister, thank you for your statement here this morning. Can you provide an update just in relation to the recent appointments made to Tourism Ireland?
Yeah, and thank the member for her question. At the NSMC Tourism Sectoral, my nomination, Barry Flanagan, was appointed to the Tourism Ireland Board. My nomination of Barry to this important position reflects his commitment to the tourism sector in Fermanagh Lakelands region, as well as running his own business, and the member will know that well, Earn Water Taxis. He's chaired the Culca Lakelands Regenerative Tourism Network, working in collaboration with industry and government partners to develop the beautiful area for visitors, and I think will bring important experience and expertise to the Board of Tourism Ireland. With the announcement of the Ireland's Hidden Heartlands brand being extended into Fermanagh, it demonstrates my commitment to developing the value of tourism right across the island and across all regions, to support prosperity for local communities.
Ellen Forsyth.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her statement on the important topic of tourism. I believe Northern Ireland is a fantastic tourist destination, especially with attractions like the Mourne Mountains, the Giant's Causeway, the stories of the Titanic. And with this, there's a lot of talk about all of the shared initiatives, and I'm concerned that the brand Northern Ireland in terms of tourism as a destination is being lost. And I just want to ask the Minister, what is she doing to specifically promote Northern Ireland as a tourist destination and the tourism sector here?
And I thank the member for her question, and of course the statement refers to the Tourism NSMC and the work of Tourism Ireland, which does market the island as a whole, and does so very successfully, and we are seeking to build on that to attract more visitors right across the island, but to the north specifically. And there are some really important targets within the business plan and corporate plan of Tourism Ireland, where they are seeking to increase visitors over coming years by 6% across the island. But in the north, the target is 6.5%, reflecting the huge opportunity that we have to build on the offering that we have. And I suppose it's important to point out that in relation to the extension of the Ireland's Hidden Heartlands brand into the north, is really clearly stated in the announcement and the guidance that eligible companies will continue to be able to use the Embrace a Giant Spirit branding that markets the north importantly to the south, and also to Britain, our two closest markets, and where a lot of our visitors come from. And it is important that we continue to promote the region as a whole, but there are huge and significant opportunities, I believe, from marketing the island as a whole, and those really successful brands that are globally renowned, and to have the opportunity to have the north included in those, because visitors coming from other countries don't see borders, they see the island as a whole, and that's something I think we should be capitalising upon.
Deputy Speaker, I absolutely agree with the Minister on that, and I thank her for her statement. We're talking about the target delivery of tourism, and you've talked there in your statement about the strategic growth and the international tourism. So this is about bringing more numbers and more people here. Well, I welcome. You've talked a little bit there about the brand joining with Fulch Ireland and aligning that. Can you give us a bit more on that? Has that been discussed within the North-South group or body here, the Council? And have you next steps for that, a timeline to see when we will see progress? Thanks.
And I thank the member for his question. And as he will know, we've set up that all-island tourism steering group to align the work that we are doing north and south. It includes officials from both departments and all of the tourism agencies, and looking to how we can build on both the Tourism Vision and Action Plan and the recently announced strategy in the South, and there is a lot of synergies between those. There are, of course, conversations around how we can build on the initiatives that have already been taken. As I mentioned to Ms McLaughlin, the Fáilte owns those brands, so you're engaging on a commercial basis in relation to the extension of those, and we continue to pursue those conversations, and we have done that through all of the fora that you would expect us to do. And as I said, I believe Ireland's Hidden Heartlands gives us an example from which to build. I believe it will be a success. I believe it will be a success for the businesses in Fermanagh, and we have put additional funding behind that campaign to support it in its first year. So I think that that's something that we will be seeking to take further steps on. In terms of timeframes, I'm happy to write to the member with some more detail around all of that.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her statement today. Minister, you have acknowledged the aim of Tourism Ireland is to promote economic growth, greater regional spread and sustainability. Can you tell the Assembly whether you accept that tourism businesses in Fermanagh and the wider Hidden Heartlands are already operating at a competitive disadvantage with the every season, in fact, due to the lower hospitality rate in the other jurisdiction and the added burden of the travel authorisation that is in place too? Thank you.
And I thank the member for raising those important issues. And as she will know, I had recently engaged with the hospitality sector, with Hospitality Ulster and with NI Food to Go around the issue of VAT in particular, and the Finance Minister and myself committed to engaging with Treasury with the organisations themselves to make that case. As she will know, because she's involved with the APG, that there is broad support for that initiative from hospitality organisations in Britain who see it as an opportunity to have a pilot here. So it's a case that we continue to make to Treasury, and certainly one that I'm very happy to stand alongside the sector to do. It will become more of a challenge in the summer when the VAT rate in the south is reduced further. So I think there's a particular focus that we need to put on that now. In relation to the ETA, again, that is something that we have continued to monitor. We have asked tourism providers to share with us their experiences and data, and we are collating that. We have asked Ulster University's Economic Policy Centre to do a piece of work around the ETA as well, to provide us with an evidence base, and that work continues. Obviously, it has to be in place for a bit of time to see the impact, so that's where we are with it. Businesses are reporting a strong summer, which obviously is positive, but we will look to see the actual data for ourselves and understand what any impact might be and compare it to previous years.
Pat Sheehan.
Can the Minister tell us what support is being provided to ensure the success of Flaciol na Hern and Malfarstia?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and I think that the Flaciol coming to Belfast provides us with a huge opportunity. We've seen the success that it has had in other towns and cities across the island, and really excited for it coming to Belfast in August. Tourism NI is working really closely with Belfast City Council and Ard's Coltry Erin to bring it to Belfast. It will be an unprecedented and inclusive event celebrating Irish music and culture, expected to attract in the region of 700,000 people, with an economic boost estimated at over £50 million. So it will be a significant economic impact, and my department, as I say, is working through Tourism NI with the other partners to deliver the event, and I anticipate it being a huge success.
Stephen Dunn.
Speaker, thank the Minister for her statement. You mentioned within it Gulf tourism, and I'm keen to know, have you had any discussions around getting the Open Gulf tournament back to Northern Ireland again, given the success of the event at Royal Portrush in 2019? in 2025 in recognition of the value that Gulf tourism brings to our local economy?
I thank the member for his question, and as I mentioned in the statement, we had a presentation on the opportunities of Gulf tourism, and they are significant. We know that that's the case. I think the economic impact of the Open, as was announced just before Christmas, exceeded the expected benefits, and clearly something that we want to build upon. In terms of the future of the Open, the RNA have committed to 3 Opens, so we of course are in conversations and engagement with them to tie down exactly when they will be coming back, but they have committed to coming back for that 3rd time, and of course we'll be looking to bring them back again in the future beyond that also.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. We're competing on a global stage in terms of tourism, and you've already covered things like VAT, there's corporation tax, ETA, passenger duty, but one thing that I'm conscious of is how we're competing for skills and talent, and that's a challenge for all industries, but particularly for tourism, and given UK immigration policies as well. I just wonder what conversations were had with the NSMC and how you intend to overcome those.
And I thank the member for her question, and that is something that she will know is recognised in the Tourism Vision and Action Plan, and there is significant similarity between our strategy now in the north and the strategy in the south, and the conversations that we have had about skills. I've had them with different ministers across the administration in the south because it sits across different departments, but I have had those conversations with Minister Burke, but also with his counterpart Minister Lawless, and we are looking at opportunities for where we can collaborate north-south, and where there are things that we do well that they want to learn from in relation to apprenticeships, and where there are things that they do well that we want to learn from, and where we can share expertise and have opportunities to do that across different sectors. So that work is ongoing.
John Stewart.
We heard, Minister, about how Northern Ireland was wonderfully showcased last year at the Open, and you've touched on the discussions at the meeting. Can you just say what more is being done to promote Northern Ireland sporting tourism around the world, whether that be golf or motor racing, football, or our country pursuits, when there's so much to offer?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and in relation to the opportunity that the Open provided in terms of marketing our amazing coastline and everything that we have to offer, it was seen by a global audience, and I think that is one of the things that those type of big global events do. They put us on that global stage, and I think the success that we have seen in the delivery of the 2 Opens, and we have further opportunities in coming years, is something that we can continue to build upon. I think we have shown an expertise in the delivery of big events, and certainly something that I am keen to work with Tourism NI on is how we bring more of those type of major events here to build upon and to attract visitors, because when visitors come for an event and they see everything that we have to offer and they experience the amazing hospitality and welcome that they get here, they're inclined to come back, and that's exactly what we want to do.
Thank you. I call David Brooks.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Could I ask thank the Minister for her answer so far. Can I ask the Minister what is being done in relation to the America 250 event, and America being a key market for tourism, to tell the story of the Ulster Scots and Scotch-Irish immigration that was a key part of that story, and in doing so to bring some of that Ulster Scots diaspora back to Northern Ireland?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and that was one of the issues that was discussed at the NSMC. Obviously, Minister Lyons was in attendance, and Tourism Ireland is looking at the opportunity to market the island as part of the America 250 opportunities, and I will be out in the States early in March, so I will have an opportunity to engage, as I always do, with Tourism Ireland when I'm out there, and to look at what opportunities there are to market the island as a whole, and bring American visitors back for the America 250 events, and to have the ability to showcase and that heritage and history that people often want to experience when they come here, and if they have family or roots here, they're even more inclined to do so. So that's something that we are keen to build on.
Thank you. I call Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, you've given us a wee update on the Ireland's Ancient East, but I was just wondering, is there any likelihood that that might be developed or reviewed before the completion of the narrow water bridge, and would there be some scope then for some sort of joint promotion? I mean, you might be in the Cooley Peninsula, they're going to cross at Warren Point or even heading up to Slieve Gullion, so thank you.
I thank the member, and fair play in getting your attractions in there. But no, in all seriousness, I do think there is an opportunity with Narrow Water Bridge and its scheduled completion to look at how we build upon that and the tourism offering down the whole of the East Coast. And there are, significant attractions and things that we would want to showcase there. It's Fáilte Ireland itself that is doing the evaluation of the brand, but I would certainly see the opportunity for incorporating Narrow Water Bridge in the whole of South Down and the wider area into that to build upon the offering that's there.
Call Justin McNulty.
Thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, at 2,000 feet, the highest surviving cork cairn in Ireland on the summit of Slieve Gullion has been closed. It is more than half a century since, with the help of Sean O'Grady's tractor, that ancient monument was excavated, and has links with the spellbinding mythology like the story of Finn McCool and being tricked by the Caliabara who lost her ring in its depths. Minister, why was that cork cairn, with the potential to be a national tourism feature, a global tourism feature? Yes, why was that cairn with the potential to be a national tourism feature, global tourism feature, not mentioned at the North-South Ministerial Council meeting in the same county? And will you be committing to its reopening, the restoration of the corbelling on the roof of that cork cairn, and to funding it as a tourism feature of shared importance?
Okay, Minister, that's the second time we've heard that question, so maybe you'll have an answer this time.
Thank you, Príomh Ken Corley, and I thank the member for his question. And I'm sure he will appreciate the very many attractions that we have right across the whole of the north, and we don't mention every single one of them at every meeting because we would be there a very, very long time. But if there are opportunities that the member believes that we can try and amplify, then I'm happy for him to write to me and we can look at what the issues are in relation to that particular attraction.
Thank you. I call Philip McGuigan.
And just following on from some of the other members who have got their own plugs in, can I urge the Minister not to forget about the potential of the Tour de France when she's looking at sports tourism here in the north? And we've had a lot of conversation or talk today about the positives of tourism. If I could ask, Minister, if you could outline just the economic benefits of Tourism Ireland's international marketing campaign.
And I thank the member for his question. And he will know because he is from a constituency where there is a hugely strong tourism offering, but tourism is really important to the island as a whole, and it's a major part of our economy. It spreads prosperity right across the whole of the region, and it's vital that we continue to support that, and one of the really important ways that we do that is through the marketing activity of Tourism Ireland. The tourism industry makes a huge contribution to our economy, provides about 70,000 jobs across the north, and importantly over 70% of those are outside of the Belfast area, so it's really getting right across the whole of the region, and it shows how integral tourism is to the fabric of our cultural and social life as well as to our economy, and people really care about their tourism product and their tourism offering in their own area, and that very often translates into what makes it so successful. Tourism Ireland have completed analysis of the return on market and have calculated a return on investment of about 25 to 1 for the top 4 markets, which are the US, Britain, Germany and France. So those are really positive figures, but we need to build upon them and support tourism providers in showcasing our tourism offering right across the island. As Minister, I've also had the opportunity to see firsthand the work of Tourism Ireland at a number of their events and promotions overseas, and have had the opportunity to meet with travel, trade and media in New York and Berlin and Boston, London, Shanghai, and it's so positive to hear how highly people speak about their enthusiasm for our beautiful island.
Thank you. I call Mark Durkin.
We've heard a wee bit about sports tourism, but was there any conversation or has there been any consideration on how we can maximise the tourism benefits to Northern Ireland of Euro 28, despite this place's embarrassing inability to host games?
And I thank the member for his question. That wasn't something that was discussed at the meeting, but certainly something that I'm happy to engage with both the member and with executive colleagues and others to look at how we do that. Obviously, hugely disappointing that we are not in a position to be part of it, and that we don't have Casement Park built in time for it. But obviously, that project is moving ahead, and we will be keen to look at future opportunities for such events.
Thank you, Minister. I call Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, many tourists that visit our area obviously go to visitor centres, such as the St Patrick's Visitor Centre in Downpatrick, but unfortunately funding is often short to maintain these buildings, and that can impact the product that we have to offer. Was there any consideration given at the meeting about developing a capital grant scheme for such buildings to be able to help with their upkeep?
And I thank the member for his question, and again, that wasn't something that would really fit within the remit of the NSMC, so wasn't discussed at the meeting. But again, obviously we want to support our local tourism industry, so I'm happy for the member if he wants to write to myself or Tourism NI in relation to that particular issue.
Thank you. I call Jerry Carroll.
Minister, these meetings are obviously a chance to discuss issues affecting North and South, and not convinced how often that does happen, but the issue of Airbnbs are affecting people North and South, and similar short-term holiday lets are wrecking communities, charging a fortune, driving up rents. Note in the Gaeltacht areas, they've increased an 88% increase in the last, I think, 6 years. Was this raised by you as a minister, and if not, any other ministers, and if not, can you raise it in the future to work together to address it? Thank you.
And I thank the member for his question, and actually yes, this issue was raised, and it was raised by myself and other ministers present, because it is an issue, as you have highlighted, that is common across the island. The housing challenges that we face north and south, the ability of people to, particularly in the private rented sector, maintain their tenancies, but also just those challenges in terms of tourism accommodation. There's balances to be struck there, and there is important work being done by the Minister who's just walked into the chamber in relation to the housing strategy and the research that is being undertaken in relation to the impact of short-term lets, which I think will be hugely beneficial in providing us with an evidence base to take interventions. I think it's also important that we learn from experiences elsewhere and where actions have been taken, and there have been some examples in England and Wales that we should be looking to assess, and I think that is likely to be considered as part of that research. So I think that this is an issue that's going to unfortunately continue, and that we will have opportunities to continue to discuss through forums such as the NSMC.
Minister, that ends questions to the Minister on her statement. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Communities that he wishes to make a statement. Again, just to remind members that they must be concise and ask their questions. It's an opportunity for debate, or long-winded introductions won't be permitted. Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, my mission is clear: to deliver a welfare system that is fair, transparent and focused on those who need it most. In February last year, I stood in this chamber and I was categorical then in saying welfare fraud is not just a financial issue, it is a moral one. That remains true today. Fraud is not a victimless crime. When individuals cheat the system, they are taking support from those who need it most. In 2024, 3.7% of benefit expenditure, a staggering £350.3 million, was lost due to fraud and error. At this time of significant budget constraint, we must call out benefit fraud, ensuring that public money is directed to our key services, not to criminals. In an early and visible signal of my intent, last April I reintroduced the departmental practice of naming those who had been found guilty in the courts. Since doing so, my department has seen anonymous fraud referrals from members of the public rise to 9,857 at the end of January this year, compared with a total year-end figure of 6,353 for 24-25. It is clear that as a result of my leadership on these issues, benefit fraud and error is now clearly on the public agenda. To the annoyance, I'm sure, of some in this chamber, I will keep highlighting the issue and keep it as a priority for the department. I make no apology for doing that, because these cases show shocking levels of dishonesty, like the case of the 38-year-old woman who lied about her living arrangements to fraudulently claim over £76,000, or the 29-year-old man who gave false information about his living arrangements, disability and savings to falsely claim over £43,000. And some fraudsters don't even live here, like the person whose £35,000 fraud funded a life in the Philippines. I have taken away the shield of anonymity from those who steal from all of us and lifted the silence on the corrosive impact of these fraudulent activities. And the response from the public to shining a light on these stories has been overwhelmingly positive. And this has fueled my determination not just to root out those committing fraud, but also to step up our efforts to deter anyone who may be considering going down this path. By the end of December 2025, 497 criminal investigations into benefit fraud had been concluded. For the period of the 1st of April 25 to the 6th of February 26, 57 prosecutions have been made as a direct result of the relentless investigatory work of my department. In 25-26, £16.7 million will be spent bearing down on fraud and error through existing counter-fraud activity across my department. The department also undertakes debt recovery work to identify and recover overpayments, whether caused by fraud, error or changes in circumstances, and manages repayment in a fair and proportionate way. Up until the 31st of December 2025, this had resulted in a total recovery of £638,636. Now, in the department, we continually assess the value and impact of fraud and error work. This includes routine monitoring of operational performance, recovery levels, and wider preventative activity. The department's benefit security teams, who lead on all counter-fraud activity, also undertake quarterly reviews to ensure resources are focused on areas of highest risk. It is important to be clear that fraud is a complex area where fraud investigation is only one approach. We have dedicated risk teams and proactive interventions that help us prevent and resolve issues at the earliest possible stage. To give examples, my department reviewed over 16,000 UC cases up to the end of December 2025, correcting 2,072 UC claims and saving the department over £10.6 million. Over 5,000 ESA cases were reviewed within the same period, correcting 677 ESA claims and saving the department £2.5 million. As a result of compliance work within the department, 2,654 cases were concluded up to the end of 2025, resulting in savings of £7.1 million. We are seeing earlier identification of suspicious claims, better targeting of high-risk areas, and more effective investigation outcomes. It remains my absolute priority to protect public money and ensure benefits go to the people who are genuinely entitled. But we cannot be complacent, and we must stay ahead of the fraudsters. That is why last year I commissioned an in-depth internal analysis to critically assess current interventions and make recommendations on robust measures to reduce levels of fraud and error. Today, I pay tribute to the Task and Finish Group for their work. In developing its findings, the group drew on internal expertise, external insights and robust data analysis supported by intensive stakeholder engagement and collaboration. It has given a level of assurance that existing measures to reduce fraud and error are effective and consumer. But there is no doubt that the historic underfunding of the department in this area has significantly constrained our ability to scale fraud and error activity. The £16.7 million allocated to tackle benefit fraud and error in 25-26 is insufficient as the scale and complexity of the challenge before us is rising. Current allocations mean that we cannot maintain parity with the Department for Work and Pensions and bear down on fraud and error to the extent we know we need to. We cannot stand still, and today I am committed to accepting the recommendations of the Task and Finish report in driving forward work across 4 key areas. The first of these will be to enhance and expand current fraud and error activities. We will strengthen the validation of claimants' declared circumstances, and, linked to this, I want to see a ramp-up of investment in our benefit security and universal credit teams, with around 200 additional staff to help us keep pace with DWP's counter-fraud activity. We will also strengthen the specialist training and support for staff to double down on fraud and error, including mistakes made by officials. This will include the rollout of a programme of education and guidance on fraud and error indicators and reporting responsibilities, along with improvements to the visibility of outcomes across the department. Our third action will be to maximise technology solutions in conjunction with DWP and other departments at Westminster and locally to aid investigative efforts. We will continue to actively collaborate with government colleagues on shared fraud defence systems. And for obvious security reasons and the highly sensitive nature of this work, you will understand that I cannot say more on this at present. Finally, we will increase public understanding of benefit fraud and raise awareness of our zero-tolerance approach. Today, I have launched a new advertising campaign on radio, newspapers and social media to highlight our work to identify and root out fraudsters. It's really important that there is no confusion here. The Department delivers a range of supports to those who are eligible, and I am clear in my support for meeting the need of those who are genuinely entitled. But those who are lying about their circumstances and claiming tens of thousands in benefits that they are not entitled to are fraudsters. And I want the public to help us identify this criminal activity and also support us in deterring anyone from going down this path. The benefits landscape is changing, with more people moving on to UC. Our world is also changing, bringing different societal behaviours, increased misinformation, and emerging sophisticated technologies. I have set out a coherent, robust and comprehensive suite of measures to do this. However, I must be completely clear that a number, particularly those involved increasing capacity, are subject to funding bids. These simply cannot proceed without the necessary financial support, and indeed, despite repeated and robust bids for additional resources to expand our counter-fraud and error operations, the necessary funding has not been forthcoming. Every delay in resourcing this work leaves our system exposed to fraud, undermines public confidence and risks diverting vital support away from those who need it most. We are stretching our teams to do more with less as the scale and sophistication of fraud continues to evolve. But if we are serious about safeguarding public money, then investment in counter-fraud activity must match our ambition and be treated not as optional but essential. Generating a return of 8 to 1 on investment in 24-25, the results achieved by my department's benefit security intervention teams demonstrate the positive value of investing in counter-fraud work. The return on investment can't be denied, and I will continue to make the case to executive colleagues for that funding on this basis. Regardless, I haven't sat back. Where recommendations have not required additional funding, my officials have already prioritised actions that will deliver an early impact. Recognising my department's efforts to generate savings through tackling fraud and error, in agreement with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, my department submitted a welfare fraud and error invest to save business case. I welcome the confirmation from the UK Government that they will work with the Executive over the coming months on ways to tackle welfare fraud and error in Northern Ireland and on different funding options, including the potential to share a portion of resulting savings with the Executive. In line with the Fresh Start agreement, I will be seeking a 50% share of the savings. However, the Executive must support the initial investment and to reinvest the share of savings generated in programmes that will support people with barriers to employment, particularly those with disabilities or health conditions. This is a key priority for me, as it aligns with the Programme for Government goals to reduce economic inactivity, tackle poverty and social exclusion, and support inclusive economic growth across Northern Ireland. Principal Deputy Speaker, this work is about protection. Protection of our welfare system, of public confidence, and of the vulnerable individuals who rely on timely and accurate support. We know that fraud and error remains a significant challenge across all modern benefit systems. We are not complacent. We're adapting our approach as new risks emerge. We're investing as far as possible in improved technology, better analytics and training for staff so we can continue raising standards. We are modernising our processes to make them faster, more accurate and more responsive, because the public rightly expects a system that is both fair and robust. But more investment is needed, and quickly, so we do not lag behind. With additional funding, we will act robustly and with urgency to fully implement the Task and Finish Group's recommendations. My department is delivering real improvements, but we recognise there is more to do. We will continue strengthening the system, protecting taxpayers' money and ensuring support goes to those who truly need it. So, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to ensure that the right money reaches the right people at the right time, and that those who seek to exploit the benefit system are met with firm and fair consequences. And I commend the statement to the House.
Thank you, Minister. I call Mark Durkin.
Minister, let me be clear, fraud is unacceptable. And despite what you said in your statement, I don't think anyone in here would be annoyed at its eradication. But while some people do abuse the system, this system itself abuses people. Tens of thousands of genuine claimants struggle with a complex, slow and punitive welfare system where genuine mistakes can lead to sanctions and now sackcloth and ashes too. Can the Minister tell us how much of that £16.7 million has been spent chasing fraudsters and how much has been spent to reduce the stress and suffering caused by a system that creates errors and hardship?
Minister.
Well, first of all, I welcome the member saying that he's committed to tackling fraud and error, because that hasn't always seemed to be the case coming from his benches and some of the comments that he has made in committee as well. It is right that we tackle this issue and that we put the investment in it as well. But let's be clear, this is not about going after those that make genuine mistakes. This is about those who are continually, deliberately misrepresenting their circumstances. We will be fair and we will be robust. Where simple mistakes have been made, there are ways in which that can be rectified. What I'm talking about is making sure we deal with those who are consistently engaging in something that is wrong and is defrauding the system. So that money goes to tackle both fraud and error, whether that's customer error, customer fraud, or error within the department as well. I don't have a complete breakdown of that money because, of course, there's overlaps in how some of that is spent, and investigation of different cases will bring up cases that may fall into different categories. But I am determined to make sure that we reduce that number, because, quite frankly, £350 million is far too much, and I believe that that should be spent better elsewhere.
I call Colin Gilder now.
And I think, Minister, there's nobody here that would not agree that fraud and error must be tackled. But can the Minister please set out how many department staff are currently dedicated to investigating and tackling fraud and error, and how many are allocated to other strategic priorities, such as the department's anti-poverty strategy?
Okay, Minister.
I don't have a breakdown of those figures, but he will be aware that we have a significant number of people who are working on this issue, because there are consequences for us if we don't. There are consequences in terms of not keeping up with the Department for Work and Pensions, and so it is important that we have the people in place that actually make sure that the system is run effectively and that the system is run fairly. I think he's making a false comparison between the number that are working here and working in the anti-poverty. First of all, one of those is an operational area, the other is policy. But if you're talking about broadly, there's hardly anything that goes on in my department that in one way or the other isn't there to help people deal with poverty and the effects of it. But of course, I can provide those additional figures to him.
Thank you. I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I have been astonished to hear some anti-poverty campaigners in media interviews fail to criticise benefit fraud as if they find it acceptable. Does the Minister agree with me that the welfare benefit system is an essential safety net to prevent people from falling into absolute poverty, and those who willfully and fraudulently abuse that system undermine public support for it as they steal from the public purse?
Yeah, I do agree with the member, and I was very disappointed to hear a commentator on the radio this morning saying that all we needed to do was make sure that the system was less complex. We absolutely do need to make sure that we have as simple and straightforward a benefit system as we can, but it's not the complexity of the benefit system that is the problem here, it's the intent of those who want to commit benefit fraud. So yes, I want to see a welfare system that's fit for purpose, protects those who need it most, and is a safety net for those who fall out of employment. I was also struck by other comments that were made on the radio this morning as well, saying that our focus should be elsewhere. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can tackle welfare fraud, and at the same time we can deal with poverty in other ways. And I note the lack of same commentators on the radio last week whenever we announced £150 million to deal with fuel poverty in Northern Ireland, because we know the impacts that that has on our homes. No radio interviews there, no social media posts about that. So as an executive, we should be promoting work as the route out of poverty, not benefits. And we want to get more people to work. We need to support those who cannot. But we should all surely be agreed that fraud is wrong, and that we should be going after fraudsters so that the money that they take that they shouldn't have is spent on those that actually need it.
So, members, be aware the question time starts at 2 o'clock. We're just going to take a ease. Paul, you're going to be down next. I didn't want your question to be asked and then your response afterwards. So, if you don't mind, we'll just take a ease until 2. Thank you.
Okay, members, sitting's resumed. It's time for questions to the Minister of Health.
Questions 3 and 4 have been withdrawn, and I call Brian Kingston.
Number 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inpatient treatment for cancer patients, including chemotherapy, radiotherapy and hematological malignancy, is delivered through 2 cancer centres. First, the Northern Ireland Cancer Centre. It's at Belfast City Hospital. It provides 49 oncology inpatient beds with a further 50 inpatient beds for haematology. The second is the North West Cancer Centre. Ward 50 there provides 24 designated beds for oncology and haematology patients. However, there are no beds formally ring-fenced specifically for elective cancer surgery. Significant unscheduled care pressures continue to impact overall bed availability, which affects the ability of trusts to consistently protect elective care for both cancer and non-cancer patients. Trusts therefore use a system of clinical prioritisation to ensure that time-critical cancer cases are admitted as soon as capacity allows. Now, I fully recognise the distress cancellation causes for patients and families. To reduce the risk, my department is working with trusts to expand the number of procedures which are undertaken as day surgery and to expand the use of regional day procedure and elective overnight stay centres. These measures help protect cancer care from bed pressures and from staffing shortages.
Mr. Kingston.
I thank the Minister for that detailed answer. And I was contacted last month by my constituent Frida, who previously had part of her liver removed due to cancer tumours. Unfortunately, one tumour returned and she was due to have a liver ablation in early January at the Royal Victoria Hospital, but her appointment was cancelled twice because of the shortage of a bed, but thankfully she has since had the operation. She consented that I refer to her case. So my concern, Minister, is that in cases like hers, not only is the patient missing out on a critical procedure, but all the resources of equipment and staffing to deliver that procedure is potentially going to waste. So it remains my view, in the interest of tackling our spiralling cancer waiting list, should beds not be specifically reserved and ring-fenced to enable inpatient procedures such as this going ahead to prevent that waste of resources?
Minister.
First of all, I'm extremely sorry to hear that your constituent, not once but twice, had a procedure cancelled. And it is certainly a very sharp focus of the department and of Professor Mark Taylor, who's looking after elective regionally for me, that we understand and deal with why there are so many cancellations. In the last 3 months, I can tell the member, 97 elective operations, including but not exclusively cancer procedures, have been cancelled due to bed shortages across all the trusts. What I don't understand in the case that the member is bringing up is the exact reasons for those 2 cancellations, and I have spoken at the highest level to trust chairs, making the point that sometimes it is inevitable that an operation or a procedure may be cancelled. For example, if something happens to a surgeon or an anaesthetist en route to the hospital, that is unavoidable. But if a key member of an elective surgery team gives, for example, two weeks' notice that they won't be available on a certain day, and the Trust does nothing to try and make good the shortfall of that key member of the personnel, that is not acceptable. And to put it crudely, and I have done this with the Trust chairs, if they order 10 items off Amazon and 7 arrive, how many are they going to pay for? Because on some occasions I feel that we are paying for 10 when we get 7 and the shortfall cannot be reasonably explained.
Minister Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, you will understand and you'll have heard sustained criticism in this House of the waiting times for cancer patients for commencement of treatment, and particularly as they approach surgery. And I appreciate that this is a difficult issue to resolve, but it is imperative for those patients who are waiting for surgery that it happens in a timely fashion and in accordance with the time limits set out for that. Minister, can you tell us, in terms of the Belfast City Hospital site, what plans you have to expand theatre capacity there?
Well, I certainly agree with the member in terms of waiting times and the impact on patients and on their families and on their friends. I do not have a specific answer to the specific question that the member raises in terms of the Belfast City Hospital. But as a more general point, what we are trying to do is deal with regional variation, particularly when it is not a reasonable variation, and I think I've given an example there of, to Mr Kingston of where I consider it's not necessarily a reasonable variation or a reasonable reason for a delay. And what we have to do, as well as make savings in this very tight budgetary environment, is also increase productivity. And again, the Regional Director of Elective Care, Professor Mark Taylor, is pushing everybody. And believe me, I've been out and I've visited hospitals with Mark Taylor, and we are pushing hard. And to be fair, we are getting a very positive response, not just in terms of what we're able to do with the long waiters on the waiting list, but also in terms of clinical teams, for example, in Daisy Hill and in Causeway, who recently, while we visited them, have said, never mind praising us for what we're doing, let us do more. We want to do more. And I think that attitude is spreading throughout the system, including Belfast City Hospital.
And Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, thank you for your responses so far. I welcome the major progress you've made over recent months on reducing the waiting list for endoscopies. Can you set out what level of additional investment has been made to secure the additional capacity? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, I've committed an additional 13 million. That is the answer that the member is seeking. 13 million for endoscopy, which will see investment which will yield 21.25 sessions per week to resource all uncommissioned sessions, and that will happen by the end of next month and will be followed by subsequent expansion into evening and weekend working. So 13 million for endoscopy.
Ms Nichols, not in her place. I call Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 5, please.
Lifelong care and support planning for people who have disabilities requires all professionals involved in the process to adopt a proactive, person-centred, adaptable approach as required. And this constitutes a shift from reactive, service-led interventions. Our integrated health and social care system places the formal assessment of an individual's specific needs at the centre of the care planning process. These plans are co-produced with people who use our services, and that's to ensure that they are person-centred. Each care plan becomes the foundation for future reviews, potentially across the full lifespan, considering changes to an individual's circumstances, considering the impact of lifelong conditions or disabilities, and considering future planning. Individuals' plans are reassessed following a significant change of circumstances, for example, when transitioning from children's to adults' services. Now, the introduction of the neighbourhood model will enhance integrated models of care at local community level, focusing on preventative approaches and forms of support which are tailored to individual need from the point of earliest contact with our services.
Mr Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, you'll be aware there's a lot of contact coming through from parents who have children in special schools currently who are concerned about that transition out of the education system, losing the protection of their statement of special educational needs. Are you actively considering putting in place legislative protections to ensure that young people moving into the health sphere after education do have lifelong care and support plans that are protected on a statutory basis?
I will answer the member's direct question directly. I am not considering legislation within this mandate because I think we have run out of time. There are several pieces of legislation I would love to see brought through between now and PERDA in March 2027. That would be one of them. And we are certainly not ignoring the issues or trying to scope out what potential legislation would look like in the next mandate. But I cannot stand here and be untruthful with the member. There is no plan because we are being told there is no legislative space between now and PERDA.
Can Corlea, Minister, as you'll be well aware, it's well documented that many disabled young people experience a sharp drop-off in support at the age of 18. And I just wonder what conversations are ongoing, given that you have just said that we will not have legislation in this space in this mandate. What specific conversations are ongoing with other ministers to address the post-18 cliff edge and ensure continuity of care into adult in every aspect of disabled young people's lives?
Well, for example, within our own department, Children's Learning Disability Services have implemented the Learning Disability Service Model and the Children's Disability Framework, putting in place a regional transitions protocol, including an easy-read version, which has been informed and influenced through engagement with young people, with families and stakeholders. The template aims to improve transition planning and secure greater regional consistency. An addendum will be agreed for education and health needs, and consideration will be given to developing a protocol for young people with physical disabilities and complex needs. And I would say to the member, my focus actually in recent times has been more in working with the Department of Education for children's services, particularly in terms of special schools and the provision of community children's nurses. But I am aware that this is one of the many transitions from children's to adult services which represents a cliff edge and where more work needs to be done to try and make that transition more person and family centred.
Dan Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. My colleagues have rightly focused on the issue of children transferring to adult services, but for many adults with disabilities, there is a real issue around care packages. And in a recent answer that you gave to my colleague Diane Forsyth, the position as of the 1st of December 2025 in relation to care packages is quite startling, with over 2,000 people waiting for a full care package and over 1,000 people waiting for a partial care package. And the longest wait being the Southern Trust with 764 waiting for a full care package. Minister, what is going to be done about this particular situation? It impacts adults with disabilities in particular, but it also impacts the flow of patients through our hospitals.
Well, first of all, I would say to the member that we are going to implement the Learning Disability Service Model, and that has been greeted very positively by and large right across interested parties. The member will also be aware that we are moving at pace to try and begin to introduce the neighbourhood model of care. The fabled shift left is going to happen this financial year coming, 26-27. And I would envisage that model will directly benefit people with disabilities in the community, providing a more joined-up, accessible, proactive and personalised source for support, which will lead to better coordination of health and social care services. It will reduce duplication and it will give faster access to the right support. It will also bring investment to strengthen the support of the community, voluntary and social enterprise sector can provide to people living in our communities, including people with disabilities.
Question 6.
Minister.
Spinal muscular atrophy, or SMA, is a rare inherited condition that can cause muscle weakness. It affects movement, speech, swallowing and breathing. Now, there are different types of SMA and the severity does vary from person to person, but by and large it gets worse over time. However, there are medicines and other treatments to help manage symptoms. Across the UK, screening policy is informed by the recommendations of the UK National Screening Committee. That's an independent committee which advises the 4 UK health departments on all matters screening. That National Screening Committee does not currently recommend screening for SMA in newborns. However, in the summer of last year, the committee published 4 documents reviewing the evidence on newborn screening for SMA. That evidence concluded that an in-service evaluation was required to answer remaining questions about whether screening would work well, how much it would cost, and whether it would be effective in everyday practice. An evaluation is being carried out by NHS England and is a research study funded by the National Institute for Health and Care Research. A separate evaluation is being carried out in Scotland. Planning for one is currently underway, and a representative from Northern Ireland sits on the implementation group. Additionally, my department has informed the NIHR that Northern Ireland would wish to be a participant in any ongoing research if there is an opportunity so to do.
Mr. McGuigan.
Minister, I accept his response. I'm led to believe it is particularly inexpensive addition to the screening process. He did outline the fact that there's a pilot taking place in Scotland. There's also a screening programme in the south, so I would ask him that he would consider evidence from the south whenever he is looking at this issue in fullness.
I will certainly give that commitment to the member in terms of examining evidence from the Republic of Ireland as well as elsewhere. Absolutely.
Minister, we understand that the cost of such screening, just picking up on what Mr McGuigan said, is a mere £5 per child. Do you agree with me that for £5 per child that isn't much to spend to ensure that the number impacted each year and we can give people the best start in life, and also prevention and early detection can save the health service potentially quite a lot of money longer term?
Minister. Well, I certainly agree with the member that £5 sounds like very good value for money, but I return to the fact that we follow, without exception as far as I know, the UK National Screening Committee recommendations on these things. Now, they looked at it in 2018, but they also reviewed their recommendations in 2025. They found no evidence to show how effective a screening programme would be. The best way to support people who receive positive results was not known. There was no evidence for effective treatments for people who do not show symptoms of SMA. The evidence of how well the test for SMA performs was limited. And finally, there wasn't enough information about the total number of people who are affected by SMA. So it's against that background that I would like to now see what's coming out of Scotland, and following the exhortation from Mr McGuigan, how they're getting on in the Republic of Ireland.
Arthur Wilson. Minister.
Now, while the use of alcohol is normalised here in Northern Ireland, it does cause significant harm. And notwithstanding the pressure excessive alcohol consumption has on the health service, research has shown the full societal costs to the Northern Ireland economy could be as high as £90 million a year, with up to £250 million of that borne by health. So alcohol harm touches every part of society, from rising hospital admissions and deaths to pressures on families, communities and the health service. Now, to me, more important than the money, since 2013, Northern Ireland has seen deaths due to alcohol-specific causes rise by 65.5%, from 206 deaths to the latest reported figure of 341. Almost 12,000 people are admitted to acute hospitals each year with an alcohol-related diagnosis. It's also estimated that 1 in 6 attending our accident and emergency departments for treatment have alcohol-related injuries or problems, and that rises to 8 out of 10 at peak times. During financial year 24-25, 2,590 clients presented to services for alcohol misuse. Over half, 56.4%, were aged 40 years or over, with a small proportion aged under 18, and that was 2.4%. Alcohol is also a driver of inequalities. Between 2019 and 23, the percentage of alcohol-specific deaths in Northern Ireland's most deprived areas was almost 4 times higher than that of the least deprived. And that's why I believe minimum unit pricing of alcohol could be a key mechanism to reduce alcohol-related harm and to address the inequalities that exist. So I would encourage all members to help in securing the necessary executive approval to allow this policy to proceed.
Mr Wilson.
Thank you, Minister. And as if that news wasn't bad enough, your executive colleague in Justice revealed to me that over the past 5 years, 100,000 crimes have been committed where alcohol and the excessive use of it was listed as an aggravating factor. So given what you have said, given the wider health and well-being implications of excessive alcohol use, have you any plans as Minister to increase messaging around moderation of alcohol, given the significant negative impacts on the health service and indeed right across the executive body, and most importantly on people's health and well-being?
Minister.
Well, I very much welcome that statement from the member, and Mr Speaker, I would just encourage him to have a word with his executive ministerial colleagues and encourage them to support the introduction of minimum unit pricing for alcohol.
Orlea Flynn.
and I do sincerely hope that we can get that piece of legislation agreed at the executive table and over the line. But Minister, I think the NISRA stats are due out. It's either the end of this month or next around the alcohol deaths end for last year. Does he have any update around the piece of work on the border constituency with the Peace Plus money, which was going into a big community detoxification centre?
I thank the member for the question. I am aware of it, and that's Peace Plus money, and it's very, very welcome. I don't have specific details on that. I will welcome the latest stats. I wasn't aware they were coming so soon, but you know, if we think about stats that are avoidable, hundreds of deaths to alcohol-related issues, thousands, something like 2,100 deaths every year through smoking-related, and then there's other misuse of substances. And you know, all these things, as I say, play out most deeply with the biggest impact on the areas of the deepest deprivation. And those health inequalities that I've talked about have been around certainly for as long as devolution and longer than that. And I really think I would encourage the next mandate, the next executive, to think about health inequalities, educational underachievement, economic inactivity, because the social determinants of all three are basically the same, and they affect the areas of deprivation, those families, those people the most, and it's generation to generation to generation, and it's time we took a chunk out of that.
Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the Chief Medical Officer recently told the Health Committee that the evidence for the minimum unit pricing of alcohol is irrefutable. We've also heard this from many health organisations and charities who work in this area. What is the Minister's understanding of the barriers to this being legislated for in this mandate and not becoming a missed opportunity to save lives and to reduce the pressure on the health service?
I applaud the Chief Medical Officer because Professor Sir Michael McBride is passionate about introducing minimum unit pricing for alcohol. I am passionate about MUP for alcohol. And there is really solid evidence. Most recently, the Chief Medical Officer and I attended a presentation from Sheffield University, who have looked in real detail on the impact on the population here in Northern Ireland from that alcohol misuse. There is a blockage. I need the executive to support me, and as yet I have not had full executive support.
Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Minister's very clear position and demonstrable actions to date to trying to make progress on this hugely important issue. Does he agree with me, however, that we are now in the rapidly shrinking window of opportunity to make progress with the bill, and that if the executive blockage isn't soon removed, that the opportunity to progress this vital MUP legislation in this mandate will be lost?
I thank the member. As I say, the policy requires the support of the executive. I await formal confirmation of the position of executive colleagues. Time is running out, and I would just add to that, prior to the 6th of April coming, I'm required to either bring forward legislation to set that minimum unit price or make a statement to the Assembly on why it has not been reasonably practical to do so. That's a requirement in the Licensing and Registrations of Clubs Amendment Act Northern Ireland 2021. I fear I am going to be doing the latter, and I very, very much regret that.
Cara Hunter.
Minister, thank you for your answers. Speaking of alcoholism and the wider point of educational disadvantage, this week is the National Week of Children of Alcoholics. Minister, can you agree today to have a meeting with the Education Minister on supporting the health and well-being of those children in our classrooms and ensuring we do all we can amongst both departments to help support those children in their educational journey?
I thank the member, and I'm more than happy to request such a meeting with the Minister.
Just before I call John Blair, there's people have just entered the gallery. I think most of them are from the Commonwealth Women's Parliamentarians, so I'd just like to make you all very welcome to our session here this afternoon. I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I may, I would like to add to that welcome to our visitors and explain question number 8.
And welcome to our visitors from me. My department employs a broad range of recognised health economic modelling tools. They inform and support financial decision-making right across the system. These tools enable us to assess different scenarios in a structured and evidence-based way that ensures decisions are grounded in an understanding of both immediate pressures and longer-term implications. Now, that said, in financial year 25-26, the Department has faced a particularly significant funding gap, and that's required a concerted drive to identify and deliver substantial cash-releasing savings. So, to support responsible choices, all major proposals are developed through business cases which are underpinned by robust economic appraisal. These appraisals consider costs, benefits, risks and potential system impacts and help us prioritise options that maximise value for money. In a highly challenging financial context, this disciplined approach is essential to avoid simply deferring costs into future years, also essential to maintain our commitment to improving outcomes and ensuring a sustainable health and social care system.
Mr. Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for that answer. And staying with priorities, Mr. Speaker, the Permanent Secretary has confirmed, it seems, to the Health Committee that for the first time in 11 years, priorities have actually been outlined in health. Can the Minister explain why he or his predecessor and party colleague did not do this sooner?
I must say to the member, I do not speak for any previous health minister. I can simply say to him, I'm in a post now about 20 months. It certainly took me, I won't speak for anybody else. It's such a broad portfolio. It took me a number of months to get my head around where we were. And one of the conclusions was we have to be a lot clearer, not just internally but externally, in terms of saying, here's what we are going to do, here's what we cannot afford to do within the budget, here's what is not reasonable to expect us to continue to do because it neither represents value for money nor delivers the better outcomes that I want to see for patients, service users and for health and social care workforce.
Neil McAllister.
Question number 9, please.
This funding is being spent on initiatives to improve family and community support services for children with disability, also to increase short break provision and to expand specialist care programme. It was never exclusively about short breaks. The trusts have also increased contracts with voluntary and community providers, securing additional support for families through a broad range of service initiatives. I'm conscious of the urgent focus upon overnight short breaks provision for children with disabilities. Over time, a pattern has emerged where children with disabilities have been placed on a long-term basis in beds which were previously ring-fenced for short breaks. The trend, I'm afraid, is emblematic of a failure to intervene in a way which supports children and their families closer to home. The range of services which trusts have invested in are intended in part to redress this balance, developing services which support families and which prevent further reliance on medium to long-term residential placements. I wish to outline to members that short break services for children with disabilities remain fragile. I'll leave it there so the member can ask a supplementary.
Ms McAllister.
I thank the Minister for his answer, but actually never exclusively about short breaks. I mean, that's what a lot of the parents, not only those who participated in the Spotlight programme, but many other parents out there were absolutely crying and desperate need for was respite provision. And you have failed a lot of those parents. When can we actually see an increase in respite provision so that families aren't surrendering their children for long-term care by the state?
Well, I have met the mothers from the Spotlight programme on a number of occasions, and I can assure the Minister, the member, that they're absolutely aware that the 13.1 million was not exclusively for short breaks. And indeed, I was speaking to a relative of one of those mums very recently, who was very complimentary about the progress that we have been made. So, for example, in Belfast Trust, Willow Lodge opened as a residential children's home in July of last year. It's now providing long-term placements for two children with learning disabilities. And I do believe the member understands that it is a very complex game of chess, as it were, because to achieve success, it's not about one move. It's about, say, moving boy A can't go to residence B until girl C is moved to residence D. And I've often compared it to a game of Jenga, where the fear is you pull out the wrong stick and the whole edifice collapses. So it is very complex. I understand it's very frustrating. but it is something that we remain fully focused upon.
On to topical questions, and I call Colin McGrath.
Speaker, and at the outset, can I wish the Minister well as he stood down from his role as party leader and can focus on his work as Health Minister. So can I ask, Minister, do you know the disparity that exists between how often ambulances reach a Category 1 call on time in urban areas versus rural areas?
Well, I thank the member for his good wishes. I will just emphasise to him that I was fully focused on the health brief even when I was the leader of the Ulster Unionist Party, because all the decisions, bar very, very few, were delegated. So this will make no particular change to my focus between now and the 6th of May 2027. In terms of his specific, no, I don't, but I think I'm about to learn.
Mr. McGrath.
Indeed, Minister, it is 50% in urban areas and 29% in rural ones. And frighteningly, it's just 14% in my constituency of South Down. That is an inequality and it's an injustice that needs to be made right. So, Minister, are you up to that task or are you asleep at the wheel? And if that's the case, what is it going to take to wake you up?
Well, I'm not sure asleep at the wheel is an appropriate analogy given we're talking about ambulance response times, but I am certainly up for looking at it in more detail. You have put it on my radar. I have just so far been focused on response times against the targets, but you're now giving me a very significant urban-rural split, and I will go away from this chamber in a short point of minutes and begin an inquiry.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, could you please provide us with an update on your engagement with the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice to achieve 50% government funding?
Minister.
Yes, I have met with the hospice movement on a number of occasions. In fact, just last week I was with the Foyle Hospice in Derry/Londonderry. I am very keen to do more for all the hospices. I'm also keen that they become part of the neighbourhood network, because palliative and end-of-life care does not happen solely within the confines of the physical buildings that are our hospices right across Northern Ireland. I continue to engage with the Children's Hospice, but the member must be aware. We started the year with a shortfall in our budget of £600 million. That is unprecedented and turned out to be actually unmanageable, but I pay huge tribute to all those, particularly in the trusts, who have worked so hard to reduce that figure, which currently sits at around 200 million, so 400 of savings is fantastic, but it absolutely restricts our ability to give more or do more or introduce new services.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, recommendation 3 of the palliative care report recommended that 100% funding for all hospice services with additional 50% of actual cost of care in 26-27, with a sliding scale increase over 5 years based on cost of delivery in all hospice services. I appreciate the Minister's outlined the pressures he's faced, but could he outline his views and plans against this recommendation?
Well, I have to review that recommendation against all the other recommendations in that report, against all the recommendations in every other report. And I understand members will pick out a specific condition or a specific service, a specific hospice even, and will advocate for that. And that is right and proper, and that is something I have done as a member of the Legislative Assembly. I hope the member recognises I have to see it in a broader context, what is often called the helicopter view, because there are all these priorities, all these demands, and they are competing. And it becomes very difficult at times, very challenging, because we are talking about a health and social care system which can be life or death in some instances. But I would say to the member, instinctively I would be very keen to do more for the Children's Hospice specifically. When I visited it a while ago, the thing that took me aback was the joy felt by the children, by the parents, and by the workforce. I didn't expect a children's hospice to be a joyous place, but actually it is.
Minister, as part of your reform plan is to ensure that people are treated close to home. However, in my own constituency of Lagan Valley, people still struggle to get a GP appointment. They make phone call after phone call and are often redirected to local hospitals. So can I ask the Minister how he is supporting GP practices to see more patients, and how are you measuring the success of those actions?
I thank the member, and I'm well aware that access to primary care is an issue not confined to her constituency. I believe that there are many groups who will be central to delivering the neighbourhood model that we want to start rolling out on the 1st of April coming. But none will be more important than GPs and GP surgeries. And I'm delighted to announce that we are now starting to open negotiations with the BMA GP Council with regard to next year's GP contract, and obviously access will be a key factor within those negotiations.
Mrs. Guy.
Thank the Minister for his response. You've mentioned negotiations about the contract dispute. Do you have a timeline for these negotiations?
I don't think it would be sensible for me to stand up in public and try and negotiate the negotiations, if I may use that phrase. The first meeting is imminent, and it will take what it takes to get where we all need to be.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, many of our best students in Northern Ireland have to leave Northern Ireland to complete their medical degree, despite getting straight A stars. Could the Minister outline what steps he could take to level the playing field somewhat for our Northern Ireland students, because there's so many places that will go to higher fee-paying students who are international?
Well, the member makes a reasonable point. With some of the brightest minds on these islands, and the number of high-performing individuals applying to our local medical schools is, I think, a testament to the quality of our young people, future leaders all, potentially. In total, we've approved 236 places annually at Queen's, a further 70 at the McGee campus. The number of admissions to our local medical schools are a balance between anticipated future workforce requirements and capacity for the educational and clinical placement requirements of the courses. Of course, admissions are a matter for the universities in line with their own selection and admission criteria. It's highly competitive. Places are available equally to all Northern Ireland GB and ROI students under the Common Travel Area arrangements. I do take his point about international student numbers. Constrained to numbers agreed with my department, but they pay well, and that obviously is a factor that is on the minds of the administrators of the universities.
Thank you, Minister. Would you agree that if students from Northern Ireland were more able to stay here and study here, they would actually be more likely to take up employment here in Northern Ireland and help treat the people of Northern Ireland in the future?
We agree with them, and I think there's solid research that says, a lot of our students who go away, for example, to England, Scotland, Wales, tend to stay there and not return, and that is a terrible loss. Something else that we're also looking at, which the member may be interested in, is the return on service, whereby if we are contributing or paying for the fees of people who are going through university courses or third level courses, that they are obliged to stay with the health and social care system for a period of time, or otherwise we would want to claw back what we've invested in them.
Gareth Wilson.
Minister, the redevelopment of Craigavon Area Hospital, you would agree, is long overdue, and it is now some 10 years since a master plan was submitted back in 2016. Can you, Minister, provide an update on current efforts to update the programme business case?
Well, I'm speaking from memory to the member, but I believe we totted up capital investment requirements of £3 billion. What we anticipate from the budget is enough only to cover essential maintenance and such services. So, unfortunately, I agree with them. Craigavon is long overdue a very significant capital investment. So was Alton McGelvin. I was in the emergency department a few days ago, and that is the oldest of the Type 1 EDs right across Northern Ireland. So once again, I understand the member is talking about something within his own geographic concerns, and that's right and proper. But again, what we're going to have to do is look at a very long list, a very expensive list of capital projects, and prioritise, and that's not going to be easy, and for some it will be painful in terms of its outcome.
Mr. Wilson.
Minister, and I suppose I would say it is in no way a criticism of the site in Craigavon, because this time last year I just came out of it myself and it was cared for exceptionally well, and the staff were absolute legends in my view in terms of the care I received, and I'm much better for it, thankfully. But just in terms of that redevelopment, can you confirm that enough resources available to the Trust to progress that to a conclusion in terms of the business case for it? Thank you.
Well, first of all, I'm very glad that the member had a good experience, and I think it underlines my belief that it is wrong to say the health and social care system in Northern Ireland is broken. What is really problematic are many of the pathways to access healthcare, but once you get there, by and large, you get extremely good care. In terms of offering them any guarantees or promises that there is sufficient budget either in the Department of Health or indeed the Southern Trust, I think from my first answer I'm making clear that we are not, unfortunately, in a position so to do.
Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you talk much of your plan of shifting left and shifting care to the community. What discussions have you had with GPs and with community pharmacy around this?
Well, as I said to Ms Guy, we are in a position where we are about to start negotiating the new contract with the BMA General Practice Committee. And of course, the neighbourhood model and the shift left will be absolutely central to that. My officials have been talking, though, to GP federations about the shift left model for some time, so negotiations have been ongoing. I understand there have also been discussions with Community Pharmacy Northern Ireland, and those two bodies, GP surgeries and community pharmacies, they're already there in terms of a neighbourhood model. They are the basis and the foundation from which that neighbourhood model should grow.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. And given your answer, Minister, this year you imposed a settlement on GPs in relation to the contract. On reflection, should you have acted differently, given the anger that is amongst GPs, and can you provide any further update as to how quickly you see these negotiations going forward?
Well, at the risk of correcting the member, I believe I implemented the contract for this financial year, and the reason I did it was very simple. There were several million, I think 9.5 from memory, of additional money there, which those GP surgeries needed, not least because of the imposition of the additional national insurance burden. So to have withheld the contract would have meant withholding the money potentially, and that would have been absolutely ruinous for GP practices. But we have, I'm pleased to say, I think we've all moved on or are moving on from there. But once again, I don't think it would be wise for me to say we are putting a hard stop on when the negotiations on the next contract should conclude.
Gary Kelly.
Would the Minister be able to outline the time frame for the relocation of all remaining patients at Muckamore Abbey Hospital to suitable accommodation, please?
Well, I thank the member for that question. I believe there are 7 patients still in Muckamore. 4 have pathways to a new placement, which should be effected potentially by the end of this month, and if not, by the end of next month. And work continues to try and find placements for the other 3. Numbers have reduced to such extent that there is a real concern about continuing to deliver safe and appropriate care from the workforce, because it becomes, I'm told, a little more challenging as the numbers shrink. So we hope to do it within months, certainly.
Kelly.
Going because listen, I thank the Minister for his answer up to now. In terms of the inquiry which is going on, could the Minister give any assurances that it will be released March of this year and not delayed any further?
I hope the member realises it's an independent inquiry, so it would be entirely inappropriate of me to try and impose some sort of timeline on the chair. My understanding currently is that it is relatively imminent, like maybe March, April time. And I have to warn members, it will be utterly shocking. It will potentially be one of the worst reports into health and social care delivery since the inception of the National Health Service. I just put that down as a warning and a preparation.
Thank you, Minister. We move on now to ministers to questions to the Minister for Infrastructure, and I call Robbie Butler. Minister.
As the member will be aware, Newry, Lisburn and Belfast are the only areas where any form of charging for on-street parking exists. Other areas do not charge for parking but do have limited waiting restrictions in place, limiting parking to 1 hour only within a 2-hour period. Controlled parking zones were put in place to manage demand for parking in an appropriate way, deterring all-day parking and improving customer access to businesses by ensuring an ongoing turnover of parking spaces. However, as the member will know, I've been listening to traders on the ground and I understand the need to encourage people to spend more time in our town centres without worrying about parking deadlines. Therefore, as you are aware, over the festive period, I introduced a pilot initiative in Lisburn and Newry, providing an hour's grace period for people parking in the on-street parking spaces within the controlled parking zones. This provides the public up to 1 hour to return to their vehicles following the expiry of their paid parking event without the risk of receiving a penalty charge notice. Providing this hour's grace period for parking sessions gives shoppers and traders that boost and offers greater flexibility for visitors while balancing the need to maintain an effective flow of traffic into the city centres. My officials have been engaging with relevant stakeholders around this initiative, and whilst initial feedback has generally been positive, I decided to extend this pilot to gain further insights and valuable feedback from local traders and businesses within Lisburn and Newry. This data will help guide my future intentions and long-term plans for on-street parking in controlled parking zones to ensure that it meets the needs of local businesses and local communities. And I would encourage all visitors to Newry and Lisburn to park responsibly to ensure that we have safer streets, better access for disabled people, but also to support our local businesses and a transport system that works for everyone.
Thank you. I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for her answer and for affirming that there is going to be an extension to the scheme. Can the Minister outline what the comm strategy looks like for that to ensure that shoppers are aware of that in both Lisburn and Newry, and also to offer some clarity around how we're going to better protect people from getting fined because they didn't understand the scheme in the first place?
Minister.
So, as the member will know, I had been talking about this for some time, and we were trying to work out the best way possible to introduce, particularly over the festive period, something that would enhance opportunities for people when in town centres. And as my own constituency is within that, it's something that I was very aware of and the impacts of. So I appreciate there's probably been some teething problems as people start to get to grips with it. The current pilot has been extended for a further 6 months to give us more time to look at what is working and what's maybe not working so well, to inform better what I do in the longer term. Because there are conflicting views as to what is the best approach, so it is important that we give that opportunity. From a comms perspective, we have been using our social media channels to feed that out, but also through engagement with the local bids and others to try and encourage them to get that message out as well. And where people maybe have got a fine, if they appeal it and they're within, the parameters that have been implemented, then they are entitled to get that overturned. So, I mean, if there's any particular issues that the member wishes to raise with me in relation to it, please feel free to feed that in, because it's important that we are aware of all the nuances to it, because I appreciate it probably isn't the most simplest approach, but in order to do this in the time scale that I needed to do it, this was the best way forward.
Thank you. I call Stephen Dunn.
Speaker, Minister, you will be aware of the plethora of private car parking operators right across Northern Ireland, which is often confusing for people. I'm just wondering, have you had any level of engagement with the sector in terms of looking at better regulation and maybe more uniformity around charges and the enforcement processes, which can be very confusing for many residents, regardless of age.
Yeah, well, I mean, as this is an issue that comes up time and time again, I think we probably all have had tickets or letters from some of these companies, so appreciate the anxiety and the stress actually it causes. I know certainly a lot of older people would come to my office with concerns around this. They're private companies, they don't fall in under the remit of my department, but happy to engage further if there's any discussion to be had or how we can continually raise that issue. I know certainly through my own office we have referred people through to the Consumer Council and advice agencies like that who can support people better through that, but it is a very difficult one because it doesn't fall within the remit of my department.
Thank you. Minister, I call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Minister. This is a really good initiative to try and help our high street and support our local traders. We really welcome that. But there was an issue with communication. There is an issue with communication with the public. Public parking in a council car park and then getting a ticket because it wasn't on street. So is there any way moving forward that communication piece can be extended to make sure that councils are also part of that, and see if there's any temporary signage that can go up on street to make sure everybody is aware of what the conditions are?
Minister.
And I know that because councils, I think around the Christmas period as well, had also made some changes, so there can be a wee bit of confusion, which is hard to manage because we're trying to get our message out about the areas specific to the department, and also council are trying to get their message out because obviously we want this to benefit as many people as possible. We've been certainly been consistently putting it out through our own channels, but if there are other ways of doing that, I'm happy to take that on board to see how we could better publicise it and maximise kind of the information to people. I know certainly when it was first introduced, a lot of people would have been contacting through the department or even into my own constituency office for information. My office is on one of these streets, so we generally get the traffic wardens directing them into us sometimes. But I do appreciate that it can be a wee bit complicated to understand. It's probably more obvious to the likes of you and I because we are very aware of the differences between it. But again, happy to take on board any feedback in relation to how we could maybe maximise that even more.
Thank you, Minister. I call Keith Buchanan.
Road safety is a high priority for my department, and I'm committed to working proactively to make our roads safer and to address the needs of all road users. I do recognise that speed indicator devices offer some road safety benefits and are normally provided by groups such as local police and community safety partnerships who can be contacted for information on their future provision and support. And my department will continue to work with the police and community safety partnerships to facilitate the safe installation of these devices.
Keith Buchanan for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Thanks for the answer. Minister, in the past, your department has put on the 20-mile-an-hour speed zones, obviously around schools, and I'm a big advocate for that. But is there any opportunity to look at that going forward instead of 20-mile-an-hour zones, but actually SIDs to indicate the speed people are doing? It's okay, 2 orange lights flashing to say it's a 20 zone, but the SID tells you what actually speed you're doing. So is there a possibility, if you roll out 20-mile-an-hour zones in the future, that you look at SIDs as the option instead of the actual 20-mile-an-hour sign?
Well, I think that the difficulty for us has been that the SIDs aren't actually traffic signs, so because they just tell the driver what is already on their speedometer. For me, it's about maybe a reminder to be more mindful of your speed. But I do, and I recognise. I've seen them across my own area. They do bring road safety benefits, and I think it is about trying to change that driver behaviour. It goes back to what we've talked about at numerous occasions in the chamber and indeed in the committee in relation to that. So, look. Happy to continue to working with PCSPs and others on this issue. However, as you'll know, the current review of speed limits is underway, and I do think that there is scope to look at the more permanent 20s because we have seen the benefits that across the water and how they do definitely improve road safety, particularly outside schools.
Thank you. Call Cathal Boylan.
Last and could I thank the Minister for her answer so far. Minister, road safety adverts are a crucial way of highlighting the main causes of death on our roads, as well as educating drivers. So could I ask you, what road safety campaigns, messaging and advertising is your department currently promoting?
Well, as the member will know, I've been able to reinstate the road safety advertising budget and this year approved an allocation of almost £2 million to road safety promotion for this financial year, which is an increase of over £1.5 million. In addition to this, the NI Road Safety Partnership has allocated £500,000 in sponsorship, so that brings the total budget up to £2,446,000, so almost £2.5 million. The priorities in relation to the campaigns that we do focus on are based on PSNI evidence on KSIs, with key causation factors being careless driving, drug driving and speeding. Vulnerable road users, pedestrians, children, older adults and motorcyclists remain disproportionately affected. And in response, I reinstated pedestrian and motorcycle safety campaigns, an anti-drink drive campaign. I launched the new anti-drug driving campaign on the 20th of November, and I've reinstated the anti-speeding and careless driving campaigns, which are currently on air. 2 further new campaigns, anti-speeding and driver behaviour, will air early this year. And a rural roads campaign called Signs ran on social media in the autumn, and a new radio edit on bus safety aired on the 17th of November. So our media plan is still being finalised as we continue to monitor emerging road safety issues, but certainly what I have been striving to do is to identify where there maybe are gaps and how we can continually find ways to enhance road safety and make people more mindful of that.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, road safety is critically important in my constituency, particularly in the area of Rosetta Knockbreda, where there are multiple primary schools, including Rosetta Primary, St Michael, St Bernard's and a whole load of others. But along that Knockbreda road there's a lot of very fast traffic. Your department has now conducted multiple consultations on getting a crossing in there, which will also help us open a back entrance into Cherryville. Can I ask for an update on where and when that crossing is and when it will finally get built for the people of Rosetta?
Well, as you know, I have said that it has been approved. As is in terms of where it's at, I can write to the member in relation to that. You know that we're moving into a new financial year, and we're continually looking at the list to see where the priority is. But I don't have the information to hand, but happy to come back to you in writing.
Thank you, Minister. I call John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, question number 3.
With your permission, Blas Corley, I will answer questions 3 and 14 together. My department's Rivers Directorate continues to progress a feasibility study to assess the river flood risk to properties within the Antrim area of potential significant flood risk. This work will identify if there are any viable schemes to reduce the impacts of river flooding in the area, including at Riverside, Masserine Street, Meadowside, Muckamore and Dunadry. Ongoing work to date includes information gathering, progressing with updating the support and hydrological analyses for the River 6 Mile Water and early optioneering. It's currently anticipated that the feasibility study should be complete in summer 2026, as the members will be aware, and any opportunities to accelerate work on this study will be taken. I recently visited Riverside Antrim in the immediate aftermath of the flooding there, where I met with residents affected by flooding to listen to their concerns. And the flooding of homes and business is absolutely devastating and distressing for those impacted. And I gave a commitment that day that we would do all we can to try and manage this as best as possible going forward. Staff from Rivers and Roads teams also attended an urgent meeting with the Riverside and Masserine Street residents last Wednesday, and my understanding is that the session was constructive and robust, and officials provided an update on our immediate actions as a department and also the longer term plans for Antrim. I wish to advise that the operational protocols at Riverside and Antrim were reviewed and updated, as I had said they would be when I visited I think 2 weeks ago, and with immediate effect to ensure strengthened operational readiness. Across the wider Antrim area, as co-chair of the regional community groups, we are also planning to convene an RCRG meeting with multi-agency partners in the coming weeks. At this session, we'll share the lessons learned from the most recent flooding event, and it's anticipated that this will also provide an opportunity to expand the group's membership to include representatives from the areas most affected. The work of the RCRG helps to build resilience in communities, and it's not my department stepping away from its responsibilities, but rather is an extra layer of support proposed for those impacted by flood events.
Thank you. I call John Blair for supplement.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for that answer. I'd like to point out the parties are working together on this at the meeting last week and outside the meeting, but I think I have to ask on this occasion what specific and immediate directive the Minister has issued to Rivers Agency and Planning Service to review all planning applications in the Antrim catchment area, and if she can assure the House that the cumulative impact of new developments on surface water drainage have been adequately assessed, and also if she can commit to a moratorium on major approvals on this area until a full drainage capacity study is complete.
Minister.
Well, as the member will know, and this is an issue that was brought to my attention while out on site 2 weeks ago, and whilst planning is the responsibility of council. Obviously, my department is a statutory consultee as part of that process and looks at every application on its own merit. However, that information is extremely important, and I think as we look at climate change and climate change policy and how that impacts on planning, that is something that we will be continually feeding in relation to that going forward. So, I mean, if there are further questions in relation to that, happy to have a discussion with the member on that. But I do recognise the concerns of the community there as well.
Thank you. I call Pam Cameron.
And thank the Minister for her answers so far, and also for taking the time out to come to Riverside to see the aftermath of yet another devastating flood. Unfortunately, despite this visit, Minister, residents, their own words, they do feel ignored. And of course they were very badly flooded again in 2008, and they're continually living under this threat of
Is there
flood.
a question, Pam?
Yes, indeed, Deputy Speaker. So they're continuing to live under this threat at all times. But will you commit not just to the report, but to holding a public meeting in Antrim within the next couple of weeks, where you and your officials could present an immediate action plan and a realistic timeline for permanent solutions? And on the back of that, I would also welcome a private meeting with yourself, Minister, and a delegation of flooded residents.
So, Minister, there were several questions in there, so it's up to you to respond.
I'll do my best to answer. Like, I mean, coming as again, we've experienced in my own area of flooding and know how devastating that is, and that is not to be to in any way underestimate that. I really know that it is horrendous, and the anxiety I think that actually comes in the aftermath is worse, as people anticipate the potential for it happening every single time there's heavy rain. So that's something that is really important, and something I always factor into everything we are doing, which is why I did ask officials to attend that most recent meeting, because it is important that we are ahead of this in future. Yes, in terms of capital schemes, I appreciate the frustrations because these things do take time. I've said in my previous answer that where there is a possibility of speeding that up, we would absolutely take that. However, there are things that we can be doing in the interim, and I laid that out very clearly to those residents that I was speaking to that day, that, you know, there's a long-term plan there, and we work through that at pace, but also there are things we need to be doing in the interim. I've said about reviewing the most recent operational response and how we've upgraded that, and are hoping then we're even more ready the next time, because we do recognise the concerns that came at that most recent occasion, and hopefully through the community resilience group too we can build in that extra layer of support. But happy to meet with you to discuss it in the near future as well.
Thank you. Minister Colm McHugh.
Last Concorla. Minister, I welcome your earlier announcement to increase the level of funding available to homeowners to protect their homes from flooding. Can you outline how people can avail of the Homeowner Flood Protection Grant Scheme?
Yes, the Homeowner Flood Protection Grant Scheme was initiated because we recognise that this is a growing issue, and it remains open to new applications for those who wish to apply. The grant scheme itself covers 90% of the costs of installing flood protection measures to your home, which is up to a maximum of £13,700 of the total survey and estimated installation costs. The homeowner is required to contribute 10% of the survey and costs, and any additional costs that may be incurred above the £13,700, which I had uplifted last year, recognising the growing issues, but also that there's been growing costs and it hasn't been uplifted for a number of years. Homeowners will be required to make an initial payment of £50 towards the cost of the specialist survey, and this will subsequently be deducted from the 10% contribution that is paid prior to installation, and any grant will be paid directly to the scheme's appointed building surveyor and building contractor. But there's more information available on the website if people would like to avail of it. I certainly feel it does help to give that added layer of support, but also confidence to homeowners. I think as we are seeing more and more flooding events, it is becoming very evident that this is harder and harder to build our way out of it. But what we can do to try and build in supports as well, certainly that's what the role of this scheme is. And I would encourage anybody that's been impacted by flooding to their domestic property to look into the scheme and see if they're potentially eligible.
Colleague for Finnegan.
Príleis Concordia, Kesh Ever Cahar.
As I've said, road safety is one of my key priorities, and on the 27th of January this year I launched my department's latest road safety action plan to 2027 that supports the ongoing work of the road safety strategy. This action plan has been developed in collaboration with a wide range of road safety partners, including executive departments and blue lights organisations. The resultant action plan outlines specific steps and initiatives to be progressed until the end of March 2027, which will contribute to the aim of reducing the number of people killed or seriously injured on our roads. This plan includes a number of strategic interventions acknowledged to be long-term policy developments and actions, and these contribute to the strategic aims of safe roads, safe vehicles and safe people. Alongside our road safety partners, we focus on priority areas including, amongst others, policy and legislation, enforcement, communication and awareness and active travel. You'll be aware that last week, 2 weeks ago, I announced one of the key actions of the plan, which is the introduction of graduated driver licensing for later this year. And other key actions are the introduction of a lower legal alcohol limit, examining options for increasing speed and fines, the development of new scheme proposals on the regional strategic transport network, targeting those routes with the highest collision rates where engineering-based solutions would mitigate risks. My department will continue the valuable work already underway, including the active travel delivery plan, road safety messaging via traditional and social media platforms and the speed limit review. We've built strong working relationships with our partners through the Road Safety Strategic Forum, and this work will continue as together we face into our other road safety issues.
Khalifa for a supplementary.
And I want to thank the Minister to her strong commitment to road safety. And I'm just wondering, can you give us an update on the speed limit review?
Yeah, so as members will be aware, in January I launched the consultation for the speed limit review, and evidence shows that excessive speed remains one of the most significant factors in the severity of collisions and fatalities on our roads. Options are being considered, including the further introduction of 20-mile-per-hour speed limits, a reduction of speed limits on single, rural and dual carriageway roads, and an increase in HGV speed limits to align with other regions. Lower speed limits are proven to reduce fatalities and injuries and protect vulnerable road users and also create healthier communities. So I encourage everyone to read the review and share your thoughts via the consultation online. I know certainly it takes into account of the many issues that we get, particularly around speeding outside schools, speeding on rural roads, and I think this is a really good opportunity for the public to have their say so that we can inform our policy going forward.
Thank you, Minister. I call Patsy McGlone for supplement.
Minister, I'm sure you'll recall previous commitments, including from the First Minister, to bring forward school bus safety legislation. Can you outline why it hasn't been included in this year's executive legislation programme? And can you give us assurances that, in fact, that legislation will be implemented within this mandate?
Yes, well, as the member is aware, I have repeatedly reiterated my commitment to the legislation he speaks to, around school buses, and I have been working across executive departments with other ministers around a package of measures to how we enhance safer routes to schools, and school bus safety legislation is part of that. That is something that there is ongoing work on. As you will appreciate, the legislation takes some time, and I would be keen to see that introduced at the earliest possible stage. The member will also know that I previously stated that we were looking to see could we potentially amend existing legislation, which would also help to move forward on this much quicker. So if I can be very clear on this, I have a team of officials working on this very, very hard. It's something I am absolutely committed to, and I certainly am determined to see this introduced at the earliest possible stage.
Thank you, Minister. I call Tom Buchanan.
Minister, considering road safety, the deplorable state, would you not agree, of our roads network right across all of our constituencies, with such a plethora of potholes, is surely seriously compromising road safety under your watch?
Well, the member will know that the key causation factors of road traffic collisions are the fatal five. So they are the key areas in relation to road safety. That I'm not taking away from the deterioration we've seen on our roads, and the member also knows that I've been working extremely hard within my department, but also with executive colleagues, so that we can get additional investment to deal with the significant level of deterioration we've seen, and that's something I'll continue to do.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Minister, what assessment has your department made about how unsafe roads, including those with potholes, have on people who wheel, so that's people using prams, bikes, rollators and wheelchairs as well?
So I think that the potholes in any road is undesirable, and it's a major disadvantage for anybody using the roads. I think that we would be keen to see any defects in our roads repaired at the earliest possible stage. But we work very closely with the likes of MTAC and other organisations who represent particularly around people with disabilities. In fact, I met with RNIB just last week, and we work very closely with them, and we take into consideration all of the issues they raise. So when I say that I am doing everything in my power to deal with the current condition of our roads and also to build in sustainability for the future, that isn't just for motorists, that's for all road users, because as I've said before, the work of my department, people are central to every aspect of that, and that's where the focus is for me in everything I do.
I call Alan Robinson. Minister.
I can confirm that the business case to provide a new park and ride facility at Ballerina Station with 214 new car parking spaces, including 10 new disabled parking spaces, has been authorised with approval for expenditure up to £3.8 million. The delivery schedule is currently under review, subject to planning approval, timescales and prioritisation within Translink's overall capital programme.
Thank you, Minister. I call Alan for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, for the past 7 years, my colleagues and I have been pushing for a car park at Ballerina Rail Halt. Do you recognise that it is long overdue that we now see potential delivery of that project?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it can be frustrating, particularly when it's your own area, when things do take as long as they are, or as they do sometimes. But I think with this case now, we are seeing that moving forward. As I've said, this is subject to planning approval, timescales, and also with prioritisation within Translink's overall capital programme. But happy to continue to engage with the member going forward, so we can keep you updated on where that's at, or even through Translink as well, because I recognise it is increasingly important, and particularly as more and more people want to use our rail links and other public transport, that the availability of park and ride is central to that.
Thank you. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Minister, increased speeds along the Derry line would be very welcome by those people who live along that route. Can the Minister provide any update on the Derry to Coleraine Phase 3 project? Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, I have ring-fenced £5.9 million in funding this year to maintain progression on the Phase 3 of track improvement between Coleraine and Derry. These improvements will see 20 miles of track renewals, which will allow track speeds to be increased, leading to improved journey times.
Thank you. I now call Doug Beattie.
7, please.
My department's policy for the provision of street lighting is detailed in Policy and Procedures Guide E072. In urban areas, my department's policy is to provide street lighting on all adopted roads and footways, with the exception of those pathways that only serve the rear of properties. This means that majority of roadside school bus stops within urban locations are located in areas where street lighting is already provided. However, in rural areas, my department uses two main criteria when considering the provision of street lighting. These relate to the density of development along a road, including public buildings with significant nighttime use, or where lighting is likely to help at sites that have a significant history of nighttime collisions. While school bus stops are not considered as part of these criteria on their own, this policy ensures that the limited resources available for the provision of street lighting are directed to those areas where they can provide the maximum benefit to the public, particularly where road or infrastructure safety is concerned, including locations where bus stops are located within rural communities. It also serves to balance the demand for more rural lighting against the unwelcome effects of increased urbanisation of the countryside, environmental impact of night sky light pollution on people, wildlife and flora, and the financial cost of providing and maintaining additional public lighting installations. However, as I spoke about earlier today, the safety of our children as they travel to and from school is an absolute priority for me, which is why I've established the Safer Journeys to School programme, which looks at educational, behavioural and, where appropriate, infrastructure improvements, as well as also exploring legislative options that could further strengthen safety. And officials are engaging very widely on this and building the evidence to guide the next steps, and street lighting will be looked at as part of that going forward.
Call Doug Beattie for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. 7 months ago, we had a really good debate here from the opposition, and every single party expressed our concern about safety at school bus stops. Minister, today I'm still watching kids in the dark of night walking along grass verges with no street lighting to bus stops with no street lighting, and it's dangerous. And this is not in a rural environment. This is that transition between rural and urban, and this doesn't take legislation, this takes action. Can the Minister actually tell us now that they're going to take action to put lighting on bus stops so that drivers can actually see where these kids are standing?
Well, sorry, Minister, that ends question time to the Minister, but if you could even just give him a written answer, if that's okay. Okay, we're now going to move on to topical questions. Number one has been withdrawn, so I call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Over 3 years ago, I met with the residents of Hillsborough and Carnray, with the Permanent Secretary at that time, to discuss removing HGVs from Royal Hillsborough. That was agreed, a report would be done, and I thank the Minister the summer to come and meet with the same residents. Can the Minister give us an update of where that report currently sits, when it will be published, or can she give us an update of whether HGVs will be removed from Hillsborough?
Yeah, I thank the member for his question, and as you've said, I have been out and met with residents and really heard very clearly the concerns. I think we actually saw that the significance of the problem. As you'll know, the officials commissioned the assessment of alternative routes for HGV traffic to inform the relative merits of a weight limit proposal, as he's mentioned, in particular regarding the impacts of road safety within the village and the surrounding road network. So the report was completed in December, just past, and at present officials are now considering the detail before determining the next step, and then it will come to me. So we'll keep members updated as that progresses.
Supplementary for David.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. Removing HGVs from Hillsborough is absolutely vital for local residents. Another issue that the HGVs actually make worse is the state of the road in the village. And there's an area from the War Memorial around the Lisburn Street which is completely broken down, and people are getting their cars wrecked on it. Is there anything the Minister can do there for a temporary patch to do this area until the village renewal happens within a couple of years?
Yeah, so I'm aware that approximately £7 million has been allocated within the Belfast Region City deal to take forward environmental improvement works in Hillsborough, which is expected to start in March 2027. And as part of this work, the Council intend to install a pedestrian crossing in Lower Main Street, with my department taking forward a crossing outside Downshire Primary School as part of its 2026 programme. And whilst I recognise the need for resurfacing, I think has been well discussed across this chamber, particularly over the last couple of weeks. The progression of this work ahead of public realm works would not be the best use of resources, because obviously then we'll have to come back in again and do that. But work in relation to large-scale patching in the interim will be considered within the context of public realm work, so we can engage further on that. And obviously we have been trying to get further investment into the department to be able to deal with those most significant defects as they arise.
Thank you. I call Garth Wilson.
Sir, I bring an issue of significant importance to the people of Market Hill in terms of road safety and the number of accidents and indeed very tragic fatalities associated with the main Armagh-Newry road in the vicinity of Market Hill. Minister, given the popularity of the leisure site Gosford Forest Park and the fact that a very busy arterial route lies between the site and the town, would you commit, Minister, to exploring the possibility of a pedestrian footbridge to improve accessibility to the site and also, importantly, improve road safety for pedestrians?
Minister.
Yeah, and I thank the member for raising this issue. It's my own constituency, and it's a road I travel quite frequently, including to Gosford Forest Park, so I recognise the significant concerns that the member alludes to. As he will know, there's the speed limit issue is one that's probably not within the policy to be able to reduce. However, I'm happy that officials will review the assessment for a pedestrian crossing and see if there are any changes required in terms of the original findings, but also happy to speak to other partners through maybe Council and the Department for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, as I know there have been previous discussions in relation to potential measures along that route. So I'm happy to take that forward and to see if there's something additional that could happen. I'm very aware of the number of fatalities that have occurred on the road, particularly in recent years. So if there are enhancements or improvements we can make, happy to look into that.
Garth Wilson for supplementary.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thanks for your willingness on that approach, and it is something I will be further pursuing with you, and thank you for that. Just in terms of the overall speed, and I know there are other roads and other arterial routes where we do see lower speed limits. I'm just wondering, you've said it's not perhaps within policy, but would you commit to assessing that afresh, and also with regards to right turning lanes and existing junctions, would you review those with the ultimate aim of improving road safety across the 5 main junctions serving that Market Hill section of the Newry
thank you, Minister.
Well, as a member know, we have a review of speed limits out for consultation at the minute. The challenge with that road is it is a main trunk road, it is a main route into between Newry and Armagh essentially, and obviously there are a number of turn-offs along the way. However, we are happy to look at if there's a potential for a right turn in pocket there or other enhancements, but I think there's a potential to work with other partners in relation to that, because we have a number of stakeholders in the area, and I'd be keen to follow up. I know there's been previous discussions.
Thank you. I call Declan McAleer.
Thank you. Minister, I'd be grateful if you could provide us with an update on your proposals for graduated driver licensing. Thank you.
Yeah, as the member will know, I announced a start date for graduated driver licence, and we are preparing for the introduction of this on the 1st of October, and those preparations are continuing at pace. The subordinate legislation necessary to support its introduction will be sent this week to the Infrastructure Committee for scrutiny, and the Department will soon launch a bespoke media campaign that will focus on the key messages of GDL, including those key risk factors which GDL aims to address. In addition, the Driver and Vehicle Agency will engage directly with relevant stakeholders, so they'll be engaging with driving instructors and others on the specific practicalities of the GDL scheme in advance of its introduction on the 1st of October.
Declan McAleer for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her response, and I commend the Minister for bringing forward this very important development which was agreed here by the Assembly in 2016. Minister, would you agree that given the disproportionate high number of young people involved in road traffic collisions and indeed fatalities, it's important that we can do everything in our power to prepare them to drive?
Minister.
Absolutely, and that is I suppose the cornerstone of why we have progressed this important initiative. In 2024, 164 young people were killed or seriously injured, where a driver aged 17 to 23 was deemed responsible. And this age group of drivers accounted for 24% of fatal or serious collisions, despite holding just 8% of driving licences. So it's therefore vital that our licensing process should aim to create drivers and motorcyclists who are safe and not just technically competent to drive or ride a motorcycle unsupervised. It's certainly my view that GDL will better prepare learners for both the practical test and initial post-test driving period by helping them to understand how human factors such as their attitude, their behaviour and how they're feeling sometimes can affect their driving style. And I do think that it will be a valuable tool to help me ensure that everybody who uses our roads does so safely.
I call on you, Murphy.
Minister, can you confirm whether the Enniskillen bypass is included in your department's plans for next year's budget due on the 1st of April?
Yes, absolutely. Nothing has changed in relation to my plans for delivering the Enniskillen bypass. It's no different to any other major infrastructure projects being progressed by my department, all of which are now being considered in light of the A5 judgment, as I've said previously in this chamber and in response to written questions. I fully understand the benefits of infrastructure that infrastructure schemes bring to communities and the wider travelling public. However, I must also be mindful of the best use of the limited resources we have in the department and make appropriate judgments around their use. We have to await the Court of Appeal's ruling, because I respect the law and I respect that could potentially have an impact not just on the Enniskillen bypass but on all major road schemes. And I think it would be irresponsible for me to push ahead with something that could end up being legally challenged, which would result in delays and also increase in costs. So from my perspective, from the executive's perspective, because this is an executive agreed scheme, this is absolutely remains on the department's plan, and we continue to push forward. I think this is one of the first schemes agreed by the executive when it was restored in 2024. So I think that's an important thing to remember in the time ahead, but certainly that remains fully on my department's plans.
Gurmaogat Privlash Cancolia, and I'd like to thank the Minister for reaffirming her commitment to the bypass, which will be welcomed by many across County Fermanagh. Minister, do you agree with me going forward that members in this chamber and indeed other elected reps need to take responsibility, and that instead of trying to create soundbites and unnecessary public concern, they should take the time to understand the budgetary process rather than misleading the public in an attempt to score party political points?
Absolutely agree. And I think it is extremely disappointing that some members decided they chose to tell a blatant lie in relation to what is happening with the Enniskillen bypass. Let me be categorically clear right now. There is no detriment or risk to the Enniskillen bypass. I am determined to see that delivered, but I have to be responsible as a minister that I am doing all in my power to ensure that there are no delays and no negative implications for that. So that is something I've had to consider across all of the major schemes. I have reiterated to this House, and it's certainly my focus that we get to the other side of this appeal and that we get on with the work that we've set out to do.
Cathal Boylan.
Could I ask the Minister to outline her trainee planner scheme, please?
Yeah, so in response, I suppose, to some of the issues that have been identified with our planning process, and since we first transferred to Council 10 years ago, officials have been doing a lot of work around planning improvement and have been working with participating councils and Belfast Met to enable trainees to study for a foundation degree in property, housing and planning over a 3-year period. The trainees will be fully funded by their host organisations and will be given day release to attend college. 6 trainees took up post in my department at the end of January following a service-wide trial, giving existing civil service a unique opportunity to become professional planners. The 4 participating councils ran their own external recruitment campaigns and have appointed a total of 5 trainees. Officials have developed a learning and development programme for trainees to ensure that they are provided with sufficient breadth and depth of experience, are provided with an opportunity for competency development and practical application of skills, are given progressive responsibility for work-based activities and sufficient reflective practice to gain key knowledge, skills and experience in planning. The Trainee Planner programme was one of a number of positive steps that I'm taking to address those issues with recruitment and retention in the system, and is key to ensuring that our planning system is well resourced, able to continue to attract new people and thereby support succession planning.
Cathal Boylan for supplementary.
Thank you, Privlash Cancolia, and I thank the Minister for that response. But Minister, could I ask you, what else are you doing to improve planning process and times for people and businesses?
Yes, well, I know as this is something that affects us all right across the 11 council areas. I'm acutely aware of the importance of an efficient and an effective planning system, and it plays a vital role in supporting the delivery of sustainable economic development and investment right across the north. So my officials continue to work in collaboration with local government and key stakeholders to improve system performance through the planning improvement agenda that I've mentioned. The current phase of the planning improvement programme is focused on key areas of the process, including changes to secondary legislation, measures to improve the speed and efficiency of local development plan production, strengthening the planning workforce, improving the statutory consultee process, working with NILGA to support elected members in their important decision-making role, and the development and delivery of the Independent Inspectors Project to provide assistance and support to the work of the Planning Appeals Commission. And whilst good progress has been made to date, it's important to recognise that many of the measures and initiatives will take time to bed in and for sustainable improvement in system performance to be realised. And when we look at even the experience of those who've come through the Trainee Planner programme in the past and the opportunities that presents and how then that actually helps to improve retention within our system, I think that's been a really effective way, and I look forward to seeing how the new group of trainees get on, because I do think it will certainly bring so much to our planning system, and hopefully shows my commitment to doing everything we can within the department, but working in partnership with councils and others to deliver a more effective, more efficient service.
Thank you. I call Diane Forsyth.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, I very much welcome the additional allocation to the Winter Road Recovery Fund, and I just wanted to ask if you give us a little bit more detail around how that will be allocated. You mentioned in your statement how it will be put towards the surface defects causing the most concern, but as always, representing rural South Down, I'm just keen to make sure that rural communities aren't left behind, and I just wonder if you could let us know how that will be divided and the geographical spread.
Very quickly, Minister.
Yes, so as the member will know, that we allocate it down into the different divisions, and then they will make decisions based on prioritisation. However, I have been engaging very closely with officials. I know that there are roads there that potentially maybe don't have the same priority if you were looking at it in terms of the numbers of traffic and things like that on the roads. But there are roads there that are in a really bad state and have deteriorated really rapidly, and I've asked, where possible, that those are prioritised. I think we also have to be mindful of whatever capacity is available, not just internally in the department, but also for external contractors. So I've asked officials to explore that thoroughly with all of our own staff, but also with external contractors to ensure there's a fair spread across the north.
So that's an end to questions to the Minister for Infrastructure. Kate. Sorry, Kate, go ahead, yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I put on record my apologies for not being in my place for question 2 for health. I tried my best but wasn't in time, so sorry for the inconvenience.
It's a walk of shame, Kate. We've all had to do it. Thank you. Just before question time, I indicated to Paula Bradshaw would be the next member to ask a question of the Minister for Communities on a statement. Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, in your statement, you have talked about claimant error and departmental error together, how it amounts to a substantial proportion of losses. Could you please outline what steps your department has taken to simplify the system to avoid and reduce mistakes in the future? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely, and I'm determined to tackle error within my own department, as well as I am determined to tackle fraud as well. It has to be said, official error does stand at 0.4%, with customer error 0.8% and customer fraud 2.5%, so it is not the most significant challenge that we face. However, at a cost of £42.5 million, it is still significant. That's why work is ongoing. We'll have a fraud ambassador in place within the department, and as well as that, there will be extra training made available to staff, not just so that they can identify issues around fraud, but so that they can also make sure that they are not making the same mistakes, because this is public money. We need to make sure that it's spent wisely, and I'm more than happy for scrutiny to be on the department as it is on those that are deliberately misrepresenting their circumstances.
Thank you. Minister, I call Andy Allen.
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his detailed statement. Minister, contained within the statement you'd referenced the £16.7 million provided to your department as being insufficient. Can you provide more clarity to the House as to the scale of funding that you do require?
Yes, absolutely. I require and have requested just under £10 million per year to help deal with this issue, but that should be seen as an investment, because I've said before we're able to recoup additional money for the Treasury whenever we invest in tackling fraud and error. Unfortunately, we have fallen behind where we were on that in the past, and now we've also fallen behind the Department for Work and Pensions. So this really is a no-brainer. We spend money first of all to deal with the issue of people not getting what they're entitled to or mistakes that may have been made, and we can then recoup some of that once we get this agreement finalised with the Treasury. So I believe that it is a win-win for everybody involved, unless, of course, you're defrauding the public purse.
Can I call Cathy Mason?
Ministers, figures have shown that there's been over 9,000 reports of alleged benefit fraud, and I think only 57 convictions. That's less than 1% of reports are actually leading to convictions. And I think you mentioned in a previous answer that there's a significant number of staff currently working on this. How do you assess this outcome in terms of value for money and effectiveness?
Well, it is very effective. It would be even more effective if we had more people in place, and the sums speak for themselves in terms of the money that Treasury say can be recouped. But I think that she is looking at this only in terms of convictions. I would rather nobody was convicted for this, because I believe that it would have been better if at an earlier stage people would accept the mistakes that they have made and repay what is due. So I think it's actually regrettable that for some people they hang on to the end, they fight this in court, and we have to go through the additional expense of that. But as I said in my statement, there are thousands of cases that have been reviewed and money has not gone out that otherwise would have gone out. So we need to look at this in the round, not only just look at convictions. It's a powerful tool that we have, one that we absolutely should use, but this is about stopping money going out in the first place that shouldn't, dealing with it at the earliest possible stage, but if we need to go to conviction, so be it.
Thank you. I call Harry Harvey.
Madam Speaker, firstly, can I welcome this work and the progress to date. It is absolutely right that during times of challenge in public finances, we ensured every penny is protected and spent well, and those who choose to commit benefit fraud should not be protected by a veil of anonymity. Can the Minister therefore detail the impact his new policy of naming and shaming those convicted of benefit fraud has had, and why does he feel this has made a difference?
Minister.
Well, Principal Deputy Speaker, I think that the figures have spoken for themselves. I think that it's clear that the intervention that I made last year has changed the culture towards benefit fraud, and it's interesting that actually some of the most visited web pages on the DFC website are those that highlight the cases of benefit fraud, because I think that people are interested in that. They've recognised the importance of dealing with it, and in some cases they have up to 20 times or more the average page hits than some of the others, because I think that the general public are fed up. I think that they are fed up getting up every morning, going to work, when they see neighbours of theirs who are fraudulently misrepresenting their circumstances to get taxpayers' money that they don't deserve. So I'm personally committed to rooting that out and ensuring that those who exploit the system face the consequences. And publicising convictions have, of course, raised awareness of the impact and consequences of defrauding the benefit system. And I think that's why you have seen an increase in the number of referrals.
Thank you. I call Andrew McMurray.
Speaker, thank you, Minister. Minister, can you provide an update on negotiations with the Treasury for part of this money to be available back in Northern Ireland?
Yes, well, this obviously stems from the Fresh Start Agreement of 2015, and not much had been done around this in the intervening period. And I'm now pleased, as I set out in my statement, that we have got to the place where Treasury are very interested in this, that we have put in a business case that is being reviewed. We have that agreement in principle that the Treasury will work with us on this. So this is something that should be welcomed by everybody. It will be a win for the Treasury. It will be a win for the Department for Communities and the Department of Finance here in Northern Ireland. Now, I would like to see that move faster. I think that could move faster if we were allowed to get this onto the executive agenda, even for discussion, so that we can say that the executive is united in wanting to tackle this problem. The executive sees the value of the investment and the money that can be recouped through this as well. So I think it would be helpful if the executive could get on board with me and ensure that we push this even farther with Treasury.
Alicia McHugh.
As Concordia agus buíos leis na Éire Fásta fahainne the righteous Minister, thank you for your statement as well. Minister, your statement outlines a range of fraud, perfection and enforcement measures. However, there has been no commitment in respect of quantifiable financial returns to the Department. Can the Minister provide an estimate of the additional cost to the Department of implementing all of these measures?
That's simply not true, because we have outlined the figures, and I've outlined in this committee, I've outlined in this chamber before, I've outlined in the media the returns that we can get, not based on my own ideas or views on this if we work very, very hard, but figures that come and figures that stand up to scrutiny from the Department for Work and Pensions. So the return that we currently get is around 8 to 1 for every pound that we invest. However, this is complex work. We need highly trained staff with some incredible investigatory powers. That takes time and that costs money. So the return based on that additional investment required will be lower. It will be 5 to 1, but that will eventually ramp up to 8 to 1. Those are figures that we can stand over, and those are figures that DWP can stand over as well. So let's not pretend that there is a lack of certainty or a lack of clarity on this one. It's a no-brainer.
Thank you. Minister, I call David Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The Minister and his departmental officials should be commended for this work, and it should be welcomed by every party in this chamber that we're seeing a vast increase in the referrals, as reported this morning on the BBC. It is clear, however, that the Department for Work and Pensions on the mainland have also been undertaking significant interventions. Can I ask Minister to detail the extent of that work and what subsequent consequentials we are likely to receive?
Yes, so unlike the Department for Work and Pensions, which has received significant investment in counter-fraud activity, including increased staffing for investigations and compliance, my department has not secured party funding despite repeated bids. Now, that money that would have come through, that should have come through, would have equated to around 200 additional staff, and the absence of this funding has limited our ability to respond to rising fraud and error risks at the same scale and size as the Department for Work and Pensions, which is why we have fallen behind them for the first time in at least 20 years. So they are increasing their investment in fraud and error, increasing counter-fraud and compliance staff by 1,400, and they've actually scaled up their Universal Credit Review team to 6,000 staff. They've also just announced further funding for an additional 300 staff for DWP, fraud and error, and then the Chancellor's Spring Statement gave funding for an additional 500 staff to address fraud and error on top of that. So the parity interventions have given us Barnett consequentials, but it hasn't been allocated to my department. That's why we are falling behind, and that's why you see these numbers go up. And that's why it's so important that we invest in this way, because under the agreement that I hope to negotiate, we'll be able to keep the benefits of that.
Thank you. I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome this progress to date and the fact that we've now started to change public perception on the scourge of benefit fraud. I think that's really important. The Minister has mentioned before that there are executive papers to further deliver on this issue which appear to have been blocked. Can he provide more details about this, when they were submitted, and why does he feel that they have been blocked?
Well, we often hear from the First Minister and from the Agriculture Minister who complain about papers not being placed on the agenda, but these are papers that I have had on since May and September respectively. We also have a Finance Minister who frequently tells us that we don't have enough money, yet I am presenting an opportunity for us to tackle fraud and recoup money at the same time via that business case with the Treasury. So there are many reasons why papers don't get onto the executive agenda. Sometimes there are disagreements between ministers and policy differences. I don't understand why in this case. I'm more than happy for you to ask the First Minister and other ministers why this hasn't been placed on the agenda, because for me it's absolutely straightforward. We get the opportunity to right that wrong of those that are claiming money that they're not entitled to, but we also get to invest in a way that gives us a return for Northern Ireland, a return for the Treasury as well, and the confidence that we can give to people who are going out and working that we are actually listening to their concerns, and we're making sure that the money that they earn and pay in tax is actually being used what it should be used for. This is not and should not be a political issue. I think it's time for us to all realise that and get on board.
Call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Minister. I'm concerned that your political and ideological attacks here will lead to a chill factor on people accessing benefits that nobody will count or nobody will monitor. And rather than attacking people in the anti-poverty sector, maybe you can outline what work your department has actually done to detail how much is actually saved every single year from people who can claim but are unable to claim or don't claim, or because as a result of your attacks are too frightened to claim access to benefits?
Well, first of all, I make no apology for attacking those who are deliberately defrauding the system, for those that go out and deliberately misrepresent their circumstances in order to claim something that they are not entitled to. I'm not talking about people who are genuinely in need and those that are genuinely entitled to those benefits. There's a very significant difference between the two. I know the difference between the two, and I think the general public know the difference between the two as well. That's why I'm actually investing money in the Make the Call service to make sure that people do have the opportunity to ring up and know what benefits that they are entitled to. That's why we do run advertising campaigns so that people know what it is that they are entitled to. We do push out that information information through the jobs and benefits centres that we have right across Northern Ireland. So I want to make sure that we're getting the support to those that actually need it, that we are supporting vulnerable people. However, those that are claiming that which they are not entitled to are actually hurting vulnerable people. They're taking money away from those that could actually do with it. So I make no apology for this, and Jerry, I am not on the side of those that are frauding the system. I am not here to support, help or give them support in any way. I am on the side of people who need the welfare and benefits that are provided through my department, and I am here and I am on the side of those that go out every single day and earn money that pays for benefits, because those are the ones that are being taken for a ride. They're fed up with it, and I'm going to do everything that I can to deal with this issue, and then be able to help with the other issues that he raises as well. Poverty is one of the most pressing issues that we face in our society. I want more resource in my budget to deal with the root causes of poverty. And I know some people in this chamber don't like it, but I don't want to just be in a position where we're handing out money to people. I want to give money to people in a way that helps. That's why I brought forward the Warm Home Strategy last week, so that we can actually invest in people's homes and save them money in the longer term. That's why I want to use the money saved here for investment programmes in jobs, that we can actually help people in the longer term. So I know whose side that I am on, and I have no problem whatsoever attacking and going after those that are defrauding the system.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker and Minister. I thank you for this statement and your action. Minister, I know despite commentary from others, you have sincere empathy with those that are in need. And can you just confirm to the House, Minister, that your actions here to recover money from those that are taking it illegally is with the intention of redistributing it to those who are the most in need?
Absolutely right, and that's what I have outlined consistently on this. There is a return that comes from us taking action to tackle this. That return, that, as I've said, starts off and grows from £25 million a year. Now, that money may go back into the executive coffers. I would like it to stay in the Department for Communities, because in doing so, we can use it on things that actually make a difference. Investing more money into people's homes, investing money into programmes like Job Start, which have a transformative impact upon people's lives, and those other measures that we can take that deal with the root causes of poverty. And I know there have been attempts, and this has been talked about in the Department for Communities Committee, and they say that this is an attack on benefit claimants. It is not. It's about making sure that people who need it, who are entitled to it, get what they are entitled to, and making sure that those who are deliberately misrepresenting their circumstances are dealt with. And I know, because I have received much correspondence and I have heard the views of many, many people on this, and whether they are Protestant or Catholic or Unionist or Nationalist, this is something that everybody is concerned about and wants to see an end to. There should not be a hint of political disagreement on this. We should all be united, and we should actually be helping those that are most in need, and that is what drives me.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes questions to the Minister on his statement. Members, I would just ask you to bear with me this next item. So the next item on the order paper is a prayer of annulment. So the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs tabled this motion on the 2nd of February to annul the shellfish gathering conservation regulations. The motion was then scheduled for debate for today's order paper. However, since then, the Department itself has made the shellfish gathering conservation revocation regulations NI 2026. Hope this makes sense to somebody, because I haven't a clue. Anyway, these regulations revoke the shellfish gathering conservation regulations with effect from the 6th of February 2026. So, I can advise the Assembly that the chairperson of the committee wrote to the Speaker on Friday to advise him that the committee supports this revocation. So, as the shellfish gathering conservation regulations have been revoked, technically they can't be annulled. So the motion to annul cannot be moved, and I will not call the the chairperson to do so. Hopefully that's clear. So therefore the motion is not moved. We won't move it, and we'll move on to the next item on the order paper, which is a motion on commissioned attention deficit hyperactivity disorder services. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises the need for commissioned services dedicated to attention deficit hyperactivity disorder (ADHD), further recognises the need for a regional diagnosis service and specific ADHD mental health services to cater for those with both ADHD and mental illnesses, notes that many people have had to seek ADHD assessments and diagnosis privately at their own expense, further notes that many parents have been unable to access ADHD assessments for their children, calls on the Minister of Health to engage with health and social care trusts on potential options for a regional ADHD service that encapsulates diagnosis, treatment and mental health support, and further calls for improved awareness of ADHD within government agencies, schools and workplaces.
Thank you. So I call Orlia Flynn to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Orlia. So the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. So, Orlia, please move the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Gormy Agat, Alas Concollia, and I'm pleased to move this motion on commissioned attention deficit hyperactivity disorder services. ADHD is a lifelong neurodevelopmental condition that affects how people think, learn, work and relate to the world around them. It affects children and adults, families, communities, education, employment and mental health. Yet despite its prevalence and its impact, ADHD services in the North remain fragmented, inconsistent and fundamentally unfit for purpose as they stand. At the outset, it's important to be clear about the current position here. So there's currently no commissioned regional ADHD service. There is no single standardised pathway for diagnosis, treatment and ongoing support. Instead, access to assessment, diagnosis and treatment depends largely on where a person lives, their age and their ability to pay privately, which has created another postcode lottery. Provision has developed in a fragmented and inconsistent way right across the health and social care trusts, and this is not because of a lack of need or evidence, but because a regional ADHD service has not yet been commissioned. For adults, the situation is particularly stark. There is no commissioned adult ADHD service, and in many areas there's no clear pathway at all. Adults are often diverted into mental health services that aren't designed to assess or to manage ADHD, and sometimes people are just left without support altogether. For children, ADHD assessment has largely been absorbed into an already overstretched CAMS system. And again, just to say, CAMS is not an ADHD-specific service. Extremely long waiting times are meaning that children are waiting for years for their assessment, and they're also losing critical opportunities for early intervention. As a result of these gaps, many people will seek private assessment out of desperation, yet afterwards they often discover that there's still no automatic route back into health and social care treatment, or in the cases where they need prescriptions for medications. There is, at the minute, shared care arrangements are in place which are discretionary for GPs, where they maybe can make the decision if they want to prescribe for patients. But this again is leaving many people either continuing to self-fund treatment or waiting again within public pathways. So self-fund or wait, that's the options. And this is not just an inconvenience, it has real and lasting consequences. And I'm actually dealing with a case at the minute in West Belfast, an adult who paid for a private diagnosis of ADHD, and this guy is just in a terrible state at the minute, as is his family, because then there's issues around him trying to continue to get his medication that he actually depends on. So I'm sure that we can all see firsthand, people we're dealing with in our offices, how this is impacting not just on children but also on adults. So children with an unmet ADHD need, we know that those children are more likely to struggle in school, to experience anxiety, exclusion and extremely low self-esteem. Adults with undiagnosed or unsupported ADHD are facing higher risks of unemployment, poor mental health, and a lot of them then will come into contact at some stage with crisis services. And these outcomes are not inevitable. They are a result of a system failure. It's not putting it directly onto the Minister who's with us here today and who holds a portfolio at the minute, but it's a system. The system over years and years has failed, and it's failing at the minute. So the situation, just to point out, is even more challenging then for those people who have ADHD alongside mental ill health or a diagnosable mental illness. The current system too often treats ADHD and mental illness in silos, leaving people pass from service to service, falling between thresholds and receiving no consistent care. That is why this motion specifically calls for the ADHD mental health services that will recognise and respond to co-occurring conditions. And there is a clear irony here. We know, and I know the Minister, when he stands to respond to the debate, we know that the Department of Health and the Minister already accepts probably most of what the motion is calling for. We know it's already contained within the mental health strategy. There's a specific section that's calling for this early intervention, the regional consistency and the better support, particularly for neurodivergent people. And then aside from the Department of Health, we know that the Children and Young People's Emotional Health and Wellbeing Framework is already acknowledging the long waiting times, the delayed assessments and the fragmented pathways. Yet despite the recognition that we have had over a number of years and over different pieces of work, the ADHD services remain largely uncommissioned and underdeveloped. And I also know that it's not necessarily a failure of individual trusts, because when I spoke earlier about that postcode lottery, and just a meeting that I done last week, I found out that Belfast Trust is the only trust that doesn't have any services for kids over the age of 10. So the gaps that are obviously there and that have developed, it's not to put the blame on the trusts, because they're also in the difficult position that they can't just commission new services when they don't have the funding to commission them. And then again, we're GPs, they're also not commissioned to provide these assessments, the prescribing or the ongoing management of people's cares. And where individual GPs are stepping in to support patients, they are also doing so without a commissioned pathway, and shared care depends on clinical judgment rather than a consistent system. So the absence of commissioned ADHD services does not save money. Where services are not available early, trusts are required to respond later to the consequences that then take place later down the line through mental health services, through addiction services, through crisis care. This is cost shifting, it's not cost saving, and the impact on people's lives and futures is profound. Without timely assessment and appropriate treatment, many adults will struggle to sustain employment or maintain stability within their lives. Children and young people will struggle to concentrate in school and to engage in learning and progress to further education or university. And these are not personal failings on the individuals. They are predictable outcomes of unmet clinical need. There is also a wider picture that cannot be ignored. The evidence shows that ADHD is associated with higher risks of substance use and earlier contact with the criminal justice system. When support is delayed or absent, people are more likely to require later intervention through addiction services, policing and the courts, and at a far greater human and financial cost. This motion doesn't seek to apportion blame, it seeks leadership. We're calling on the Health Minister to engage with the Health and Social Care Trusts to explore any regional solutions that might be able to be put in place, and services that will encapsulate diagnosis, treatment and mental health support in a coordinated and commissioned way. And hopefully this is something that can be explored, because we are moving towards this regional mental health service, regional crisis services. And I know the Minister spoke previously around his support for even our model, the 5 trust model, working as a sort of a singular unit. But without even necessarily formally putting that into place because of money and time and all the rest. So hopefully this will be one of the examples where we might be able to make a bit of progress. The motion also calls for improved awareness of ADHD across government agencies, schools and workplaces. Too many people with ADHD still face the horrible stigma and misunderstanding and inappropriate expectations. Better awareness means earlier identification, reasonable adjustments and environments where people will thrive rather than struggle. ADHD affects families in every community. It cuts across health, education, employment and justice. Addressing it properly requires coordination, commissioning and political will. This Assembly, as we know, has debated ADHD many times in recent years. Members across the parties have all raised concerns, I have no doubt about that. And committees, a lot of our statutory committees have taken evidence on the issue. We've covered it extensively at our Health Committee also. But throughout all this time, families have waited patiently, and the time for acknowledgement has passed, and hopefully what is needed now and what we can achieve is some action. The motion doesn't pretend to fix everything overnight, but it does something essential. It puts the Assembly on record in recognising the need for commissioned, regional and integrated ADHD services. I urge members to support this motion and send a clear message to all of those living with ADHD and to their families that they're heard, that their experiences matter, and that this Assembly is committed to building services that work for them, not against them.
Thank you, Orlea. I call on Nuala McAllister to move the amendment. Moved. Thank you, Nuala. You'll have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers to this motion will have 5 minutes. Nuala, please open the debate on the amendment. Thank you.
I want to thank the proposers of the motion for bringing it forward to allow discussion on this important issue. I know that my office and I'm sure most of our offices right across the chamber have had queries, complaints, questions from constituents about waiting lists, about the fact that there isn't waiting lists, about shared care arrangements, and just wanting answers either for themselves or the loved ones. Our amendment is to add to a couple of aspects which we feel are important rather than take away anything from the motion, so I do hope that members can actually support it here today. First is our call on the Minister to publish his department's report into commissioning a service, something which my colleague Peter McReynolds has been calling for and spoken about many times in this chamber. The department commissioned the needs assessment on ADHD in February 2025, which looked at the level of demand for children's and an adult service with the intention of publishing that report, and within it recommendations that will cover important considerations around staffing, around implementation costs. Unfortunately, still 1 year on from the report being commissioned, it's not yet seen, but we know from correspondence from my colleague to the Minister that he did outline in November that it was to be completed with publication early 26 following consideration from him and his officials. Therefore, we are calling on the Minister to follow through on that commitment, and hopefully the Minister can outline in his response today whenever that is going to be published. The other aspect of our amendment today is calling on the Minister to work alongside GPs, their representative bodies, to address the barriers to shared care. Like many, I'm sure that all of our offices have received queries about this particular aspect of shared care, not just about adults but actually young people as well, due to the lack of commission service either through adults or because their child cannot be seen. However, there seems to be a scenario where many GP services and surgeries do not offer shared care arrangements and some do. It's really is different right across the board, right across Northern Ireland, and indeed it's different in each GP federation area. So it's very difficult for a constituent who hears that their friend in a different part of the city or a different part of Northern Ireland was able to get a shared care arrangement, but yet they can't get their shared care arrangement. So they enter into this private contract with the private providers who give that diagnosis and say take that away to their GP. And one thing must be said as well today is the majority of those private providers know why the GPs can actually issue amber drug alerts or amber drug prescriptions. And one of that is because they need to be reviewed, and they need to be reviewed by the private contractor. But what does that actually mean? It means that the individual has to pay again. So there needs to be more regulation around it, and it's something that we haven't included in the wording of the motion, but we would ask the Minister, as well as looking into the shared care arrangements alongside GPs, is actually also to engage with the independent and private sector, because they are knowingly entering into an arrangement with patients who have been diagnosed with ADHD, who need that medication, and know that the majority of GPs do not actually enter into shared care arrangements. Shared care is an agreement between a specialist
in the private independent sector and a GP for the prescription of the amber drug that I outlined. And these amber drugs are still undergoing review because they can cause potentially harmful side effects. We have been told by GPs they cannot prescribe an amber drug on their own without that review. A consultant must be the person to make any adjustments to the dosage. GPs cannot enter into a shared care arrangement if they do not have agreement by the private contractor. That's something that I think we need to establish and look into on both sides of the arrangement here. And we have, as I have said, myself and my colleagues have been engaging with GP representative bodies to understand the barriers to shared care arrangements. We did so just last Friday ahead of this motion here today. But I do think it is important to acknowledge that when it does come to amber drugs, and there is greater difficulty in working closely alongside consultants and specialists than there are to other drugs that are not on that amber list. However, that might be easier for us to understand, but that makes little to no difference to a patient who's just been diagnosed with ADHD, whose child has just received a diagnosis, and who the private provider has said, we are going to try X, Y and Z, but will come back and actually it's medication that you need. We have been told by many GPs that no provider will immediately jump to medication, that will actually be in the process of seeing that patient, understanding their needs. But that's unfortunate for our constituents and the patients that the situation that they find themselves in, is that they have entered into this arrangement with parties knowing on both ends that actually they're not going to get what they need at the end of the day. And the unfortunate reality is that there are so many people in Northern Ireland who are either without a diagnosis altogether, without access to a waiting list, without money to go private, or without the access to medication that they need to function on a daily basis. It's affecting adults, it's affecting children, it's affecting children's ability to flourish in education, and adults' ability to succeed in the workplace, and many other issues such as mental health struggles, anxiety, depression, isolation. Experts have told us fundamentally a commissioned ADHD service is the only way to ensure people are treated and able to thrive safely and equitably. And I think that issue of the postcode lottery is particularly important. The proposer of the motion outlined the issue with the Belfast Trust, and we have been told by many GPs, many parents, that if you are not diagnosed with ADHD by age 11, in the Belfast Trust, you're not going to get diagnosed unless you go privately. And unfortunately, we have many children, we know the waiting list is too long, that they will now be without. But that's not the case in all trust areas, and it's simply not good enough. We are all aware of the financial situation within the executive at the moment, and any commissioning of services will have an impact. However, we are not aware of how much it is expected to commission an ADHD service in Northern Ireland, and I would propose that there is an economic argument for an adult service because of the impact that ADHD makes on employment and economic activity, and that needs to be properly taken into consideration. It's a case of investing in the immediate term to achieve savings through a more thriving population in the longer term, and that's why it's crucial that the needs assessment report and its recommendations are made public. The other significant aspect of the original motion of the call for increased awareness of ADHD within government agencies, schools and workplaces. This is crucial right now, but also to ensure the success of a commissioned service. I'm sure we can all think of either a child or an adult in our lives who we have seen struggling through education or work as a result of ADHD. Too often there's a lack of understanding and resulting lack of empathy with the challenges posed by ADHD. I know that whenever I speak about these issues, either publicly on social media or to friends and indeed wider society, that there will always be people who actually turn their nose up or beat down on people who have issues when it comes to either mental health, when it comes to neurodiversity, and who are struggling. But actually, one of the reasons why our waiting lists are so long is because we haven't effectively dealt with these issues in the past. I hope that the Minister will listen to the arguments today, and we can do whatever we can to support any service in the future. We know that any commissioned service will not be able to see everyone right away. We must make that a reality, and we will still have waiting lists, but we need to start somewhere, and hopefully ensure that there is a proper ADHD service commission for adults and one for children that is right across the board fair and deals with everyone as an individual patient. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuala. Can I ask, our next speaker is Diane Dodds. Thank you.
And can I thank the proposers of the motion and the amendment for this very important debate. And we will be supporting both of those. We think it is a really important issue, and one on which I'm sure many of us across this House get a lot of attention from our constituents. So when I think of ADHD, I do think of the impact on people. And I think of young people that I've met who have dropped out of university, young people who've had a private diagnosis and have tried a number of GPs and can't get into that shared care arrangement, and therefore still have no medication for their particular condition. And I think of people who contacted me over the weekend just to talk about the impact of ADHD and the fact that they could not find within the Portadown Health Centre a GP that was willing to actually work with the private consultant in order to make sure that that medication was available. One of my young constituents dropped out of university. And I think that these are sad reflections on the state or the lack of this service. But it's also important to remember that it also has a social and economic consequence for us in Northern Ireland. And I noted that ADHD charities giving evidence to the House of Commons estimated that 40 to 80% of young people who were not employment, education or training will have ADHD. And they were also confident that 40% of those in youth offender institutions will have ADHD. So it has a real knock-on consequence for all of our society, and I think that that is important. They also estimated that the cost to the economy over 10 years might be as much as 11.2 billion in lost productivity and reduced household earnings. So not having a service has important consequences for the individual, but it has really serious consequences as well for our economy. It also found that a 2024 study in the British Journal of Psychiatry found that the risk of suicide or self-harm is much greater in those who are diagnosed with ADHD, and the same goes for drug and alcohol addiction. So we have a really serious issue. Now, I note that recent correspondence from the Department of Health, and Minister, I think that this is really important for you to clear this up. Nuala McAllister really referred to this in some detail. And that is that it seems that in Northern Ireland, among our health trusts, we have a kind of a sporadic sort of approach to ADHD. Some have, some don't have. Some, when I asked for referrals in the Southern Trust, I was directed to the Mental Health Service, not to a specific ADHD service. And my young constituent at that time, a young adult, was very annoyed because they said, I don't have a mental health problem, I have ADHD. So I think that this kind of sporadic postcode lottery is really important also to clear up. I know that the Department of Health adopted the NICE guidelines on ADHD, but has not gone any further in actually providing a pathway for diagnosis and treatment. And I think that that is something that the department really, really needs to address. And again, I would like more information, Minister, on the needs assessment, which you say was completed on the 30th of November 2025, and the report that will be published in early 2026. We're now 6 weeks into 2026, and I'd like to think that that report giving us more information on the needs assessment with adults with ADHD will be forthcoming. The other thing that my constituents in advance of this debate really stressed to me was this issue of shared care. One constituent had paid a substantial sum of money for a diagnosis, could not find a GP who would participate in the shared care arrangement, and therefore is still unmedicated. Asked could they transfer to another GP service, they were told that there were no transfers and no opportunity for those transfers. And that is the sad reflection of adults with ADHD. For children, we have very long waiting lists that will impact them across all of their lives, and it needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Diane. I now call on Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. This motion addresses an issue that has been coming through our constituency offices with increasing regularity. ADHD is a condition that has long existed, but what has changed in recent years is the awareness of unmet need being experienced by individuals and families. Adults tell us of years spent trying to understand their own difficulties without a clear route to assessment or support. Parents tell us of concerns about their children raised early and repeatedly, yet met with delay, uncertainty, or unclear pathways. That uncertainty has real consequences for education, employment, and overall well-being. Members are right to highlight that current provision is inconsistent. Access to assessment and follow-up support can depend on where someone lives, their age, or how their needs present. I want to acknowledge that this Minister has been clear from the outset of his tenure about the need to reduce unwarranted variation across health and social care trusts. In that context, the call for a regional approach to ADHD diagnosis and treatment is both logical and entirely consistent with the wider reform agenda that the Minister has set out. A regional service would improve fairness, provide greater consistency for clinicians, and offer clearer expectations for parents and families. Importantly, it would also support better planning of workforce and resources, rather than relying on piecemeal or reactive arrangements. It is equally important to recognise that ADHD rarely exists in isolation. Some individuals also experience other needs or challenges. Where services operate in silos, people can be moved between teams, or as all too often happens, fall between them altogether. That is why a model that integrates ADHD care within broader mental health services is essential if support is to be effective rather than fragmented. For children and young people in particular, delay carries long-term risks. That is why awareness, early intervention, and joined-up working matters so much. At the same time, it is right to be realistic about the context in which decisions must be made. Our health and social care system is under unprecedented pressure, both in terms of budgets but also future needs. The Minister has been upfront about the financial and workforce constraints facing the Department. Progress on ADHD services must therefore be evidence-based, phased and sustainable, and that is why his decision to commission the previous review last year, for the first time ever, was so important. Exploring practical options with our health trust, informed by data and frontline experience, is the responsible way forward. Finally, improving awareness of ADHD across government, education and the workplace is a vital part of that solution. Better understanding and reasonable adjustments can make a significant difference to outcomes, often without significant cost. There are no quick fixes here, but I welcome the clear direction the Minister has taken in recognising the need, building the evidence base and engaging constructively with this issue. That recognition is the foundation on which meaningful and lasting progress can be built. I'm happy to support both the motion and the amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I call Colin McGrath.
Deputy Principal Speaker, this debate matters today because ADHD is not a marginal condition affecting a small cohort of people. It is a growing life-shaping reality for thousands of people across the north, and the evidence shows that the system is struggling to keep up. And at the outset, I want to acknowledge the work of those across South Down who are stepping in where that system is falling short, and I'm sure that other MLAs will have organisations in their constituencies. They are supporting the families, they are advocating for the children, and they are helping adults to navigate services that are not designed with them in mind. And for me, I'm thinking of autism support in Kilkeel, the Downpatrick Autism Support Group and the ADHD Hub in Newcastle, and I know that there are others in South Down that are helping as well. And they're reflecting a number of the key issues to me, that people are waiting years for both an ADHD or an autism assessment, that many of the individuals have overlapping ADHD, autism, anxiety, depression or learning disabilities, and that the service provision does not reflect this. Grassroots organisations like these are filling the enormous gap where there is no funding, and I would hope that in his response the Minister could detail to us any support that will be made available given the disgraceful cut by the UK Government to the Local Growth Fund, which is going to impact even more of those organisations that are reaching out across our constituencies and helping people where, again, the system is not able to catch up. One group recently contacted me during Apprenticeship Week to raise concerns about barriers for small employers taking on apprentices. That matters because many young people with ADHD thrive in practical, skills-based environments, but without a diagnosis, without support and workplace understanding, those opportunities are lost, and so too then is their potential. I recently tabled an Assembly question to the Communities Minister to determine how many people with ADHD have been awarded PIP in the last 5 years. And in just 5 years, the numbers of people with ADHD being awarded PIP has more than tripled, rising from around 300 claims in 2020 to well over 800 in 2024. And yet, despite that, almost half of ADHD applications were disallowed at the initial assessment last year, with many of those being later overturned at reconsideration. And I think this shows just how poorly the system understands and responds to ADHD in practice right across the spectrum of services. And those numbers reflect real people and families that are struggling, often without that diagnosis, without treatment and without consistent support. Publishing the Department's report into commissioning ADHD services is overdue. Families, clinicians and community organisations need to see the evidence, the scale of the need and the options that are being considered. Transparency builds trust, and trust is badly lacking when people are waiting years for assessment or having to pay privately out of absolute desperation. And shared care arrangements matter. If GPs are not properly supported and involved, treatment pathways collapse before they even begin. So I want to be clear with the Executive today. ADHD is not just a health issue. It affects education, it affects employment, it affects social security and indeed mental health. It's an issue for every department around the Executive table. So I hope that the ministers are listening, because the community is having to pick up the slack. They are left struggling year on year trying to find the funding to be able to deliver the essential services that they do. And when almost half of ADHD PIP claims are being disallowed, when numbers are rising year on year, and when families are forced to go private or give up entirely everything that they've been trying, that's not individual failure, that's a systemic failure, and we are letting people down when they need help the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call Emma Sheeran.
I want to speak today, I suppose, and others have touched upon it, on the link between ADHD and the mental health crisis that we find ourselves in Ireland at present, and particularly the mistreatment of people with ADHD and how that affects their lives. As has been said before by colleagues around the chamber, we all have constituents who are affected by this at present, and what I'm hearing is that these people are fighting to be heard, they're fighting to be listened to, they're fighting for their lives, they're fighting to get a diagnosis, and then when they have that, they're fighting to get treatment, and they're fighting to be taken seriously. And I had one particular constituent who contacted me a number of weeks ago, and his story would break your heart. Multiple suicide attempts throughout his life, problems with substance abuse, relationship breakdowns, feeling like he was crazy and he was the consistent problem. And then when he eventually got his ADHD diagnosis, everything started to slot into place. And he has been one of the luckier ones who has the shared care arrangement, but he's still out of pocket about £200 a month because he has to pay for his monthly medicine reviews. And Minister, I know I've written to yourself and to the Northern Trust about a number of constituents who have ADHD diagnoses and other comorbidities alongside that, and been told that there's no central service for ADHD in the North, just like we have a diagnostic service for autism, but then no treatment support. It reminds me of a situation whereby you would go to a mechanic with a problem with your car, being told, yeah, the alternator's gone. It wouldn't happen. Where do I go next? There's no support, there's no service, there's no treatment for these people. And if members will indulge, I want to read a small part of an email that I received from somebody in my constituency who referred to numerous people that he had known throughout his lives who are now dead by suicide, who he believes, with the benefit of hindsight, perhaps had ADHD and maybe could have been helped. The last time I decided to act on suicidal ideation was, and he names the date. Careful planning and method was only scuppered by a random police check of the area where I had bedded myself in until it was time. A bottle of spirits and a dog lead and a head full of thoughts going like a washing machine was all that was needed. After a hospital visit and the care of the crisis team, I was forwarded to a psychiatrist for the first time ever. She managed to give 15 minutes of her valuable time and tell me that I had a touch of depression and anxiety. I've had other constituents tell me that they were told that their GP has told them they've seen a rise in TikTok diagnosis, people telling themselves that this is what's wrong with them. These people are being minimised and belittled, and their serious medical conditions treated as if they're imagining it, compounding their worries and compounding their suffering, and it's not good enough. I had another constituent who was in the same position, had got her private diagnosis and then had her medication, and her medication was being stopped, and she was told that she could get diazepam instead. When we treat all of these things in isolation, we're not serving people properly. So we're all saying the same thing here. We need to see resolution, and we need to see it as soon as possible, because people are losing their lives as a result of this, and it's not good enough. Or maggots.
Thank you, Emma. I call Alan Robinson.
Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome the opportunity to say a few words in support of both the motion and the amendment. When you look on the Assembly website, there have been 262 questions to date in this mandate from Assembly members regarding ADHD. That in itself, Principal Deputy Speaker, reflects the interest and the demand on this clinically recognised neurodevelopmental condition, acknowledged by the World Health Organization and by the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence. NICE estimates that ADHD affects around 3 to 5% of children and young people, and approximately 2 to 3% of adults. I suppose on that basis, tens of thousands of people here are likely to be living with ADHD, and as others have said, many of them undiagnosed and unsupported. All of us in here will be very aware from our constituency offices, and I am sure the Health Minister himself can testify to that too, of the challenges in accessing ADHD services in Northern Ireland. Constituents routinely report of the challenges in accessing an adult ADHD diagnosis across trusts, and referrals for their children are sometimes delayed for years or sometimes dependent on a child reaching a complete crisis before they can get help. As a result of those who can't afford it, they pursue private assessments, often at considerable personal expense. And for families who are struggling through this cost of living crisis, this is simply not an option. And all it serves to do is create a two-tier system in which access to diagnosis and treatment depends not on clinical need but on the ability to pay. And that is fundamentally at odds with the principles of a publicly funded health service. We have often heard of people paying huge amounts of money that they can ill afford to seek out a private assessment. We've been told at the Health Committee that some are paying out upwards of £1,500 for these private assessments. We have even been told of cases where patients sought private assessments only for the private doctors to close down his clinic, leaving families out of pocket, no diagnosis and no repeat medication. And furthermore, research indicates that a monthly dose of Alvans to treat children and adults can range from anywhere between £65 to £116, which has been described as an ADHD tax by some. I know the current budget will be referred to today, but as we all know, and it's been repeated on here frequently, that early diagnosis and appropriate treatment are not only clinically effective, but they are cost effective. Research shows that people with ADHD who receive prompt support are more likely to remain in education, sustain employment, and avoid crisis-driven contact with health, social care and the justice services. Investment in ADHD services is therefore an investment in prevention and long-term well-being. It would be an investment in Northern Ireland plc. We do therefore hope that the Minister can move quickly in beginning to address the recommendations within the ADHD needs assessment, which we understand is now with his department. In this case, I do not envy the scale of the task that he has ahead. Thanks, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Alan. I call Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak in today's debate as Chair of the All-Party Group on ADHD, and I thank the proposers of today's motion for tabling it and for colleagues in helping draft our amendment. Principal Deputy Speaker, I cover infrastructure and policing for the Alliance Party, but I've always felt a real sense of injustice taking place against the ADHD community here. I've mentioned it before in this chamber, but it all started for me when a young man presented at my constituency office looking to talk to me about something that I thought was completely unconnected to ADHD. He told me he tried to take his life 17 times, he'd been diagnosed as being bipolar, depressed, anxious, common misdiagnoses, but told he'd have to wait 8 to 10 years for an ADHD diagnosis. This floored me, given his medical history, and I assumed that there must have been some other avenue that he could have explored. But then I started to look into it, and the more I did, the more I found lengthy and inconsistent waiting lists, numbers that one GP told me are essentially a guess and plucked from thin air, postcode lotteries across Northern Ireland, people self-medicating to cope with how ADHD manifests itself in their lives, higher rates of suicide, being forced to go private and pay significant sums of money, and then again for monthly access to medication, and then the real kicker for me, having your GP decide they're withdrawing access to medication that has been described as life-changing and transformative by constituents, and choosing to withdraw from shared care, setting a timer for when your life will start to go backwards. This was a phone call I had yesterday morning with Joanne in East Belfast. She showed me the letter she had received out of the blue from her GP that said that the life-changing medication that she'd been receiving for the last number of years would be running out from the 1st of May. These reasons are why I submitted a petition to the Assembly in 2024, signed by over 4,500 people, calling for the urgent commissioning of ADHD services here. I'm proud to have used my role as Chair of the All-Party Group on ADHD to shine a light on the absolute injustice facing thousands across Northern Ireland and the lost generations of adults who have been labelled lazy, disruptive or unfocused. The fundamental and essential next step will be for the publication of the ADHD report, which my petition called for in 2024 and which we have included in our amendment today. It will tell us what the level of ADHD services would be, what a commissioned service would and could look like, and what resources it could take to deliver them. We in the all-party group on ADHD, and certainly alongside the Secretariat, ADD and I, we are desperate to read this report, to have something to aim for and to give the community hope that change is coming. At present, we are in limbo, with many forced into paying for life-changing and transformative care in a service that should and must be commissioned. The community want it, but I also know that GPs want it too, so that they're actually able to support and get the best out of people living with ADHD. I welcome today's debate, and I'm grateful that ADHD is staying on the agenda, but we seriously just need to get this done. Too many people have been suffering, too many living in misery and having to cope as best they can. We can make a real difference today if you want to do so, and I encourage support for the motion and our amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Our next speaker is Melissa McHugh.
I welcome the opportunity as well to speak and support both of this motion and the amendment as well. And like every other office, we're inundated with people who are dealing with the difficulties and the problems in relation to ADHD. But I'd like to highlight one aspect of it and give one young person a story in a sense. This young person was actually diagnosed with ADHD, was receiving a prescription from his doctor as far back as 2017. And a number of years later, he left the north of Ireland to go to Britain to attend university there. And having gone to Britain, he registered there to ensure that he would continue to get his prescription, a monthly prescription, because of the type of medicine that he was actually receiving. And that continued throughout his time whilst in university. But when he came back home, he never left home actually, he only was attending college in Britain, but when he came back home, he found that he had difficulty, not just difficulty, but an impossibility to actually get his medication again. Having gone to his doctor said that this would now have to be a new referral. And the new referral was as a result of him having, a sense, dropped out of the system. And within his trust area, they in turn were not accepting any new referrals because they were inundated by the number of people who were coming forward with ADHD. That young person currently is attempting to hold down a job, desperately needs his medication, but finds it totally and absolutely impossible to be able to to acquire that. Now, I don't think that this young person is an exception. I think that for many of our young people who go across the water, whether it is to go to college or increasingly there's so many people now who go to work very, very temporarily, we'll say in Britain, and are travelling back at the end of the month or at the end of 2 months or end of 3 months. And if they get medication over there where they've had to register with the doctor, they find that when they return to Northern Ireland, they have dropped out of the system and they cannot access that medication. So, as I say, I really welcome this debate here today because it highlights just this anomaly within the system and how it is that these people are being let down entirely by that very same system that should be there to support them. And I hope that the Minister will look at issues like this and within that be able to provide for that particular cohort as well too.
Thank you. Melissa, I call Mark Durkin.
I welcome today's motion and the opportunity to speak on behalf of every parent, child and every individual who feels that they are failing, when in truth it's the system that is failing them. In recent years I've been contacted by more and more people about ADHD, parents at their wits' end, adults who have struggled their entire lives without understanding why everyday tasks are so overwhelming, and children whose behaviour is misunderstood, whose needs are unmet, and who are being quietly pushed to the margins of our education system and society. Their frustration is palpable, but what comes through most strongly is the sheer exhaustion. Families fighting year after year for assessments, children waiting so long for diagnoses that they reach crisis point before help arrives, or in some cases age out and into the not much better adult system. People are being forced to choose between waiting indefinitely and paying thousands of pounds for private assessments and treatment, scraping together savings, spending rainy day funds or securing loans just to get the help they need to function each day. And even when they do, or if they can do that, the struggle doesn't end there. Many patients are then told that a diagnosis isn't recognised within the NHS system for treatment or for medication. Patients are stuck in limbo. A diagnosis on paper, but without a pathway to care. This is particularly damaging for children. We know that around 30% of pupils are now classed as chronic absentees. While there are many reasons for that, it would be careless not to recognise the role that unmet additional needs, including ADHD, plays in pushing children out of the classroom. When a child feels misunderstood and overwhelmed every single day, school becomes something to dread rather than a place to grow. But worryingly, the reasons for long-term absences aren't currently recorded by the Education Authority. This needs to change if we're to get a better insight into this situation. Also, without a recognised assessment, reasonable adjustments often can't happen, and the cracks grow and more children fall through them. The answers that I've received to numerous Assembly questions on this issue confirm what many people know and what we've heard already today. There's no consistent regional ADHD service. Waiting lists are unacceptably long and access varies wildly depending on postcode. We also know that the Department's own report into commissioning ADHD services has yet to be published, despite numerous reassurances. Families and individuals should not have to pay privately to get answers. Children should not be missing education because the support they need doesn't arrive in time, and adults should not have to reach breaking point before they are taken seriously. In response to my AQs, the Minister has acknowledged that access to ADHD medication is inconsistent and that shared care arrangements remain a major barrier. Constituents regularly report being diagnosed privately, only to be told that their GP can't prescribe medication because shared care pathways are unclear or simply not in place. This creates a cruel and unacceptable situation where people are effectively diagnosed but untreated or forced to continue paying privately for medication that for many is genuinely life-changing. These costs can be crippling, particularly for families already under financial pressure. Challenges around ADHD services exist across other jurisdictions too, but at least elsewhere across these islands there is movement. Northern Ireland, by contrast, remains stuck.
Member Giveaway?
Certainly.
Would the member agree as well the fact that the community and voluntary sector are left to pick up the pieces as well, and that the amount of money that they have available is shrinking, means that we get a double whammy here where there's just less services available alongside less statutory services?
Members, an extra minute.
I thank the member for his intervention. I recognise, respect, and I'm so grateful for the contribution of our voluntary and community sector in so many areas, and this is one of them, and it's why our reliance on them has become almost an entire dependence. And it's not a great situation that we're in, particularly when they are facing swathing cuts with the local growth fund. But first and foremost, we must see the publication of the report on commissioning of ADHD services, the commissioning of those services and improvements around shared care arrangements. ADHD intersects with mental health, education, employment, justice and economic activity. When we fail to address it properly, the cost is not merely borne out by individuals and their families, but by society as a whole. We can do better and we must do better.
Thank you, Mark. Can I call Jerry Carroll, please?
Speaker, I support the motion and the amendment, and thank the members for bringing it. I support obviously the call for support a report being commissioned into services and engagement with GP representative bodies. What we're witnessing, Deputy Speaker, is yet another example of how privatisation and underfunding creates a two-tier health service that punishes working class families. The facts speak for themselves. As people have said, there's no commissioned adult ADH service in the North despite clear evidence existing and NICE guidelines requiring proper provision. Children and adults are left waiting years for a diagnosis, and some trusts have years-long waiting lists even for a diagnostic assessment. Meanwhile, families who can afford it are paying thousands of pounds for private assessments and ongoing care. Those who can't are left to struggle without any support at all. This is totally unacceptable, and as a member said, it is a postcode lottery that creates systemic inequality between different parts of the North, with some trusts unable to comply with the best practice guidelines. And in the meantime, adults, Deputy Speaker, like the member for East Derry said, adults and children are turning to social media for guidance and support, with TikTok videos, the hashtag ADHD being viewed over 20 billion times, which is very, very worrying for a completely unregulated media form. And what's entirely missing here are the services in between crisis points, assessment, diagnosis, medication management, psychological support, monitoring and continuity of care that prevent people from reaching crisis in the first place. Adults also with ADHD in the North live 7 to 9 years shorter than neurotypical peers, mainly due to unmet needs. I mean, being neurodivergent shouldn't be an early death sentence, Deputy Speaker. A system that intervenes only when someone's already in severe distress is not preventative, not equitable and not compliant with our most basic human rights and equality obligations. And the human cost is enormous. Untreated ADHD results in higher attendance at EDs, school exclusion and unemployment. We're spending significant public funds on crisis interventions, special educational need tribunals and emergency care rather than on early and preventative support that would be far more effective, humane and more and cheaper in the long run. And on top of this failure, we face proposed cuts to education, Deputy Speaker, that will devastate pupils with ADHD who desperately need support in schools. Children with ADHD and autism are excluded from mainstream education, with families paying between £12,000 and £15,000 for private assessments and support. They face financial hardship, often paying between 12 and 15 grand for private assessments and support. And meanwhile, the Education Minister has repeatedly threatened to take away one-to-one classroom assistance support from pupils who benefit from it. This has caused a huge deal of fear and anxiety, and what we're seeing across the healthcare system is public money being fuelled towards private providers, while inequality between rich and working class families deepens. So we urgently need the immediate commissioning and funding of adult ADHD services in every health trust, an end to the postcode lottery and equal access to diagnosis and treatment across the North. This is a fundamental healthcare provision and people have waited long enough for it. Happy to support the amendment and the motion.
Thank you, Jerry. I call Cheryl Brownlee.
Whilst I'm not a member of the Health Committee, whenever I seen this on the agenda, it was something that I jumped at the chance to talk about. It's such an important topic, and it's one where I don't think there's a day that goes by where I'm not contacted in some shape or form by a constituent. So I welcome both the proposer and the amendment in this regard. So as I say, I am constantly contacted, and I think we've all kind of realised today, or we certainly knew anyway, that the processing services are not meeting the needs of our people. And I really hope that hopefully at the end we will have some answers for the people of Northern Ireland, and that we're actually taking this very seriously. We're ensuring that provision will be in place for ADHD services that can support, of course, individuals but their families as well, and making sure that they get the right support and medication. But we're talking here, and we've spoke quite frankly about a postcode lottery, and we're seeing significant waiting times and different waiting times across trust areas, which again we've seen through a number of different services. And it's a stark example of where you live. This really depends on your health outcome. And in such a small place like here in Northern Ireland, it is really becoming bizarre that on one side of the street a service can be provided, but yet on the other it cannot. And we know that these significant waiting times are pushing more and more people into this private diagnosis, and that comes with its own challenges. And Nuala alluded to it there about it not being firstly regulated, but it creates another health inequality for those who just cannot afford to pay for a diagnosis. But then comes greater complications, because this private diagnosis might not even be accepted, for one, but it comes at a significantly high cost. And there's even been cases through the constituency office where people have paid, and as Alan has said as well, people have paid for a private diagnosis, and then in one case the actual clinic shut down and the person left the country, and then this family is left paying £1,000 to get this diagnosis, and they have no support whatsoever. And it's actually just absolutely horrific that this is happening here in Northern Ireland. I've been contacted as well by constituents who are being diagnosed over Teams and Zoom meetings, and they're not even have kind of that in-depth face-to-face contact, or even in-depth in-depth contact with the provider. And we know with ADHD, it's an amber drug which may be prescribed, which has its own risks as well. And then GPs are obviously put in a very difficult and pressured situation as to whether they provide this shared care. And I've had a case recently where a lady who lived in Cumber, she was diagnosed, and her daughter privately, and they received that shared care, but she's moved recently to Carrick, and now that cannot be provided anymore, and that has left her and obviously her daughter in complete despair that has been refused. But yet up the road in Green Island, she can and she could get it, but again, she's not in the catchment area. So there's so many different things in relation to ADHD where it's becoming so frustrating, so challenging, and people are just getting really, really annoyed that there doesn't seem to be any movement whatsoever. So it's extremely frustrating, and I do welcome obviously the Minister. Hopefully this report, we will see it very soon. I know it said early 2026, so I'm anticipating hopefully we will have a positive outcome at the end of this motion. But issues that we've all discussed are becoming more and more common, and we're seeing more and more cases where the likes of medication has really transformed people's lives, but that is now being denied. When we talk about our young people, again, waiting lists can be as long as 8 years, and children aren't even often looked at until they hit the age of 6. And this now is creating a whole childhood without support, which is obviously desperately needed. And I don't want to go too much into the education space in this debate, but these waiting lists then create a lack of clinical information that cannot then be added to any type of statement or any type of evidence base for the Education Authority to provide that really tailored support that people, and particularly children, need. And it was touched on about the CAMS service, and whilst children obviously are going into CAMS, when they're getting there, the service that they're getting isn't really tailored to their challenges that they have, and then they're just leaving the service and then they have no further support. And I obviously know that the Minister of Health has had more training for individuals. We've had 365 neurodiverse awareness training programmes completed, which of course is welcomed, but that needs to be right throughout the whole system as well. But look, I do welcome any progress on this issue. It's an extremely important one for us collectively to work on in the Chamber, and I really do hope there'll be some positive moves forward for everyone here in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Cheryl. Our next speaker will be the Minister of Health. A ministry of up to 15 minutes to respond. Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Now, I can't imagine there is a single MLA who isn't acutely aware from their constituency work of the strength of feeling about this issue. So I want to thank the mover of the motion and the amendment, and everybody who has contributed in a way that demonstrates knowledge and empathy for this condition. I want to fully recognise the impact that the absence of a Commission service is having, the resulting delays in assessment and treatment, and what that means for individuals with ADHD and their families. We're talking well-being, we're talking education, we're talking employment, we're talking family life. We're also talking the judicial system at times. So there's a cumulative effect that uncertainty and long waits are having on parents and carers who are simply trying to do the right thing by their loved ones. The situation, as has been said, is not unique to Northern Ireland. Other UK regions are in a similar position, and as you may be aware, the UK Government has recently launched an independent review into mental health, ADHD and autism. The Government wants to better understand prevalence, trends and inequities to inform new models of support and pathways in England. So in recognition of gaps here, we commissioned a comprehensive needs assessment in February of last year. We wanted to establish, and for the first time, a clear evidence base. That evidence base on demand, on capacity and future service options. The assessment covers both children and adults, and it was designed to determine the level of demand for a commissioned service and to make recommendations on what such a service might look like, including indicative implementation and staffing costs. It also specifically included consideration of the prison population, recognising the significantly higher prevalence rates of ADHD compared to the general population, and the associated linkages with, for example, early criminality, a greater likelihood of reoffending, and aggressive behaviour. Now, the review was a complex piece of work, reflecting long-standing gaps in data relating to ADHD prevalence and indeed future demand, particularly for adult ADHD, and it required extensive engagement and analysis. It included a desk-based literature review, significant information gathering, modelling and analysis, and engagement with representative bodies, clinicians, trusts, the voluntary and community sector, departmental leads, and people with lived experience, including carers. As members have already predicted, I'm going to highlight that any future commissioning decisions have to be taken in the context of overall affordability at a time when we face critical funding constraints across health and social care. And it's a horrible thing for me to say, I get that, but it is an honest assessment. And I have to say to members, the worst aspect of this role is to sit with people and look them in the eye and saying, I understand your need, but I cannot meet it, at least not yet. The needs assessment recommends a phased approach to implementation. This reflects uncertainty around future demand and the need to improve data monitoring and reporting before making longer-term commitments on workforce and service configuration. The report will set out 19 recommendations and provide indicative costings and workforce requirements for the first phase of service provision. Not unexpectedly, it highlights that a fully commissioned service would require significant additional and recurrent funding. The report's clear there are no cost-neutral options for implementation. Any form of service would require either new investment or a reallocation of funding from other highly pressurised areas. And in a way, it's a pity this debate is coming today. It might have been better next week or perhaps in 2 weeks' time. That is the timescale in which I am expecting this report to be made public. You've heard from my remarks. We have, as you might imagine, come close to our analysis of those 19 recommendations. So I would like to see it in your hands, not in months and not in weeks, but preferably in days. I turn, Principal Deputy Speaker, to shared care. In the absence of a commissioned service, many individuals have opted to seek private assessments and, in some cases, private treatment at their own expense. And the question is why? And the answer is one word: love. They love their children and they want the best for them. And the waiting lists for ADHD services are either non-existent or far too long in health and social care, of course they turn to the only available option, going privately and paying for it, whether they can afford it or not, because of love. So it's clear that the use of private clinics to seek a diagnosis and treatment has increased significantly in recent years, and I find that unacceptable. And I would try and reassure members I have open communications with the chair of the Royal College of GPs in Northern Ireland, because I want to better understand the obstacles to shared care working as I believe it was intended, because members have given examples of where it does not work as it should do or as was intended. I have to say my department is not responsible for any arrangements agreed between patients and private providers. However, clinics providing private assessments have been advised they must advise service users they will remain under private care until such time as they reach the top of the HSC waiting list. Shared care arrangements which go beyond just ADHD provision are voluntary. They're not part of a GP's core contractual obligations. GPs can decline if they feel they lack the capacity or clinical assurance to safely manage prescribing and monitoring responsibilities. And one of the issues I want to understand with the GPs is one Mr McHugh came up. why somebody who's been on medication for a significant period of time suddenly finds it is being denied them. And I have had that experience as a constituency MLA, and I do not yet understand the underlying reasons why. Most ADHD medications, as we've said, are classified as amber list. This places specific responsibilities on both the specialist prescriber and the patient's GP under the shared care arrangement. So while specialists can initiate treatment and provide ongoing clinical oversight, it is ultimately for the GPs to decide whether they wish to assume responsibility for their part of the shared care agreement. Shared care involves planned joint management of a long-term condition between a specialist and a GP. It should be supported by enhanced information sharing, and within this system, specialist medicines are those initiated by a hospital specialist that require complex prescribing and/or monitoring, which is not routinely undertaken in general practice. So I recognise GPs may have reservations about the robustness of assessments which are carried out by certain private providers, but where there is uncertainty about diagnostic standards or continuity of specialist oversight, GPs may be reluctant to assume responsibility for ongoing care because ultimately they are responsible. The buck stops with them. Turning to the wider support for children and young people, alongside this work on service options, the Department is also progressing reforms for children and young people that adopt an inclusive and a needs-led approach. For example, my department published the Children and Young People's Emotional Health and Wellbeing Framework for public consultation. That closed in September last. The framework proposes an inclusive and needs-based approach to neurodiversity, which will not require diagnosis or diagnostic labels as a precursor to assistance and intervention. In adopting this approach, the framework seeks to reduce stigma, to promote earlier intervention for children and young people, and to enhance outcomes for young people across the spectrum of their health, education, and developmental needs. The development of this framework has been informed by a review carried out of existing pathways across both children's autism spectrum disorder, ASD, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. The framework will also seek to clarify the roles and responsibilities of everybody tasked with working to support children and young people who are presenting with neurodevelopmental and emotional health and well-being needs. This is not only within health, but across departments, including education. The department is currently considering responses to the consultation on the Children and Young People's Emotional Health and Wellbeing Framework, and work is currently ongoing with colleagues from the Public Health Agency and Child Health to develop the definitions and requirements that will underpin this pathway and support commissioning going forward. Before turning to my conclusion, Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to touch on some of the issues raised by members. Publication, as I've said, it is my ambition that it will be in days rather than weeks. Shared care I have touched on, and I will continue to try and understand better the issues with shared care. Members have talked about the kind of cost-benefit analysis, primarily to the economy, but also in keeping people out of the justice system. Mr. Durkin talked about the role of the education system in trapping data. So this all proves to me that this is a whole-of-government approach, but to be led by the Department of Health. Mention was also made of the Local Growth Fund. I would like to assure Mr. McGrath the Executive is as one in requiring a rebalance of the 30-70 split between resource and capital, and we are asking the UK Government to look at that again. None of us understands why they've gone for such an imbalanced split. But I have to say, when we were in Europe, we had the European Social Fund, and the Shared Prosperity Fund did not replace that. And as we stand, the Local Growth Fund will not replace that either. And perhaps that's something that those who supported Brexit back in 2016 might care to reflect upon. So in conclusion, I want to be clear, I recognise both the strength of feeling and the genuine need that we have to do better. I think the Department has taken important steps to build the evidence base through the needs assessment, alongside progressing more inclusive, needs-led approaches for children and young people. However, any decision to commission ADHD services must be taken on the basis of that evidence and in the context of significant financial and workforce constraints. But I hope members realise what I want here is what I want with every service from HSC, a consistent, standardised regional service with no postcode lotteries. I'm committed to transparency, I commit to continued engagement with stakeholders, and I commit to ensuring future decisions are proportionate, they're realistic, and they're focused on achieving the best possible outcomes within the resources available. And I look forward to the publication of the needs assessment within the next few number of days.
Thank you, Minister. So our next speaker is Donny Donnelly to wind on the amendment. Just to advise you, Donny, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. This has been a very good debate, and I want to thank the proposers for bringing this important issue to the Assembly. It's been very clear that we're all having the same issues raised at our constituency offices, and that there is a consistency across Northern Ireland with the inability to be able to get diagnosis or treatment for this condition. This motion speaks to a reality that far too many individuals and families across Northern Ireland are living with every day. The reality is that services are not working, they barely exist, and those with ADHD are being left unsupported to face their condition alone. ADHD is not a niche issue, it is a lifelong neurodevelopmental condition that affects education, employment, mental well-being and a person's ability to participate fully in society. When it goes unrecognised or unsupported, the consequences do not disappear, they simply reappear elsewhere in the system, in mental health services, in crisis care, in schools, in workplaces, in the criminal justice system and in people's lives. We are seeing children wait up to 5 years for assessment, and we are seeing adults wait up to 8, often with no clear pathway at all. And I was one of the 262 questions that Alan Robinson pointed to. So I asked recently to the Minister to detail the number of adults and children awaiting assessment for ADHD broken down by Health and Social Care Trust. The answer pointed out that there is no commissioned service for ADHD, and therefore the Trust do not regularly provide information on the waiting times. The information provided is a management information sourced by local trusts' manual returns, not official statistics. And the implementation of Encompass from 2024 has impacted on both the returning of data and confidence in its accuracy. The numbers we got back were only from 2 trusts. We're around about 4,000 people in each of those trusts were awaiting, this is adults, awaiting diagnosis, and in children, 6,409 children waiting across Northern Ireland for diagnosis. Huge numbers. This is not a sustainable position and it is not defensible. The result is a system that is fragmented and inconsistent, and where access depends on geography and or on age rather than need, and we've heard that again and again from across the House, where individuals are left to navigate complex pathways without being equipped to do so. We also know there is the emergence of the 2-tier system that has been referred to quite a bit. Mr Carroll referred to it, Cheryl Brownlee referred to it, and other members, that people are being driven into private health care because of the need to get medication and because of what the Minister referred to as love for their children and family members. Many people, out of desperation, are seeking private diagnosis at significant personal cost. This is a choice not made lightly, but it is the only choice often available. Yet even when people find themselves unable to re-enter the public system easily, facing barriers to shared care arrangements and post-diagnostic support, it is important to say this clearly: it is not about blaming GPs. Shared care requires clear clinical governance and guidelines for patient safety. Without that, GPs are being placed in an impossible situation, and parents and patients are left frustrated in a system that few can afford. This is an impossible choice between affordability and treatment of their condition. Our amendment asks the Minister to publish the Department's report, and he's confirmed today that he'll be doing that within days, which is very positive and good to hear. People deserve to know what work has been done and what options have been considered. This motion has not been about grand promises, it's been about clear actions published work, proper commissioning and joined up pathways, but it's also about recognising the current approach is failing and committing to do better. And we would urge the Minister to treat this not as a future aspiration, but as an urgent responsibility. I'm just going to quickly go through a couple of the comments. The proposer, Orlia, highlighted the fragmented nature of care with ADHD and also highlighted that these co-occur a lot with other mental health conditions, and I think that's very important, and the serious impacts of unmet clinical need. My colleague Nuala pointed to the economic argument for commissioning an adult service, again something the Minister referred to in his response. Diane Dodds referred to 40 to 80% of young people not in education or training have ADHD, and 40% in young offender centres, which are shocking statistics and show where this unmet need does show up in other areas of the system. Alan Chambers highlighted that delays for children and young people carry long-term risks that they will take on into their lives. Colin McGrath pointed out the cuts to the UK Growth Fund, from which many of these support groups that people rely on are being funded, are being impacted by. So quite a lot to get through there, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Danny. So our next speaker is Linda Dillon to conclude and wind up on the motion. And Linda, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Gormaga, Privilege Cancorlia, and I want to thank everybody who took part in today's debate. Sinn Féin brought this motion forward because the current approach to ADHD services is failing children, young people and adults right across the north. And I do appreciate the commentary of everyone and the fact that I think we have consensus across the House that the motion and the amendment will be supported. So I welcome that. Over the past year in particular, I, like so many of you, have been contacted by a number of particularly adults in their early 20s and their families as they're at breaking point. Adults and children who suspect they have ADHD are being left in limbo for years. Many are being forced to pay privately for assessments, and we've heard this all from the other speakers, because of limited diagnosis and or treatment opportunities within the NHS. Some trusts don't offer any services at all for adults. Parents are desperate to get support for their children, only to be told there is no clear pathway, no timely assessment and no consistent service, meaning there is a postcode lottery to get access to any service, and that's not sustainable. The problem begins with the failure to commission services and then expecting trusts to try to provide services whilst being expected to reduce their spend and their budget. This is leading to a hodgepodge approach that is causing a great deal of distress for those requiring diagnosis or treatment. This motion recognises the clear need for properly commissioned ADHD services. ADHD is not a niche issue, as we've heard from many of the speakers today. It is a lifelong neurodevelopmental condition that, when unsupported, affects education, employment, mental health, family life and contact with the justice system. The cost of doing nothing is far greater than the cost of getting this right. The Minister will be well aware and is well aware, and we accept the financial constraints for your department. But I say again, it is how we spend what we have. It is how we invest at the earliest possible opportunity and ensure that people get the treatment that they need. We also recognise the need for a regional diagnosis service and specific mental health services for those with ADHD and coexisting mental illness. Too often, people fall between services deemed not severe enough for mental health provision, yet unable to access appropriate ADHD support. And this fragmented approach is failing people. I welcome the amendment that I believe strengthens the motion, because transparency is essential, and I do welcome that the Minister has confirmed that we will have sight of the report that will show us the evidence, the gaps and the recommendations, and I hope we will then get to understand what is the plan to implement those recommendations. What are we going to do to actually deliver for people, to actually put in place the services that they require to get diagnosed, to get treatment and the support that they need. Crucially, the amendment also calls for engagement with GP representative bodies to address barriers to shared care arrangements, and the Minister has committed to understanding those challenges, and I really appreciate that, and you've outlined that you're already having those conversations. But I suppose it's now what support and help and assistance will be given to GPs to ensure that we overcome those challenges, because many people who receive diagnosis, often privately because the public system cannot deliver, are unable to access ongoing treatment through primary care. GPs are being placed in an impossible position. They are expected to take on shared care without the necessary funding, training or commissioning structures. This is not a failure of individual GPs, it is a failure of the system to properly commission and support this work. If we are serious about community-based care, then it must be funded and commissioned properly. ADHD support cannot rely on goodwill, it must be built into the system. Finally, the motion calls for improved awareness of ADHD across government agencies, schools and workplaces. Too many people are still facing misunderstanding, stigma and a lack of reasonable adjustments. Better awareness is not a nice to have, it is a fundamental inclusion, early intervention and better outcomes. This is about the Department stepping up to its responsibility to commission, fund and coordinate ADHD services across the region, not leaving people to navigate a postcode lottery, pay out of pocket or fall through the gaps of an under-resourced system. We owe it to adults waiting years on support. We owe it to parents fighting for assessments for their children, and we owe it to a generation of people whose lives could be transformed by timely diagnosis, treatment and understanding. I think there have been a number of common themes, and Danny has already referenced what some people have said, so I don't propose to repeat what everybody has said. I don't think we benefit from that because we're actually saying the same things. Suicidal ideation, marginalisation, impact on employment and educational outcomes, substance misuse, families exhausted and at breaking point, relationship breakdown, inability to access shared care, no commissioned services, access to life-changing and life-saving medication being blocked, ending up in contact with the criminal justice system. I think the question here for all of us is, it's not about affordability. Can we afford not to put in place commissioned services for diagnosis, medication and treatment and support for those who are trying to navigate this world with ADHD?
Thank you, Linda. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Nuala McAllister, Danny Donnelly and Peter McReynolds be made. All those in favour say aye. Can't you have any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question now is that the motion as amended be made. All those in favour say aye. Can't you have any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, as the business on the order paper is not expected to be disposed of by 6 o'clock this evening, in accordance with Standing Order 10(3), I'm going to allow the business to continue until 7 o'clock or until the business is completed if earlier. Okay, members, please take your ease. Thank you.
Members, order members, the next item of business is a motion on UK-EU Customs Union. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises that both north-south and east-west trade are essential to the Northern Ireland economy, notes that the United Kingdom's withdrawal from the European Union has recklessly and predictably resulted in new and unnecessary trade friction, reaffirms the importance of Northern Ireland's dual market access and the Windsor Framework, which provides practical and necessary protections to mitigate some of the worst consequences of Brexit, acknowledges that despite these protections, substantial Brexit-related bureaucracy continues to place burdens on businesses, further recognises that growing geopolitical uncertainty underlines the need for stable, secure and rules-based trading relationships with our nearest neighbours, further notes that the fastest and clearest way to reduce trade friction is through closer alignment between the United Kingdom and its European neighbours, and calls on the UK Government to commence negotiations with the European Union on establishing a UK-EU customs union or equivalent comprehensive customs arrangement in order to address remaining Brexit-related trade bureaucracy and build on the foundations provided by the Windsor Framework.
Thank you. And I call Owen Tennyson to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Principal or Deputy Speaker, and it won't surprise you to hear me say that Brexit has been an abject failure. It has put up new barriers to trade, shrunk the economy and left people and public services worse off as a result. We are a far cry, Deputy Speaker, from the sunlit uplands promised in 2016, and the oven-ready deal talked of by Boris Johnson in 2019 has now turned out to be a turkey. The referendum campaign was one of the most dishonest in recent political history, a campaign tainted by dark money and which ignored the warnings of businesses and civic society. Far from taking back control, Deputy Speaker, the UK economy is now weaker and more isolated than at any point in recent history. A survey by the British Chamber of Commerce shows that nearly half of UK exporters now cite customs procedures as their biggest challenge. The message from business is clear: reduce friction, cut red tape and increase growth. The National Bureau of Economic Research, a leading US think tank, has published a decade-long analysis concluding that Brexit has reduced UK GDP by between 6% and 8%. The House of Commons Library has estimated that Brexit is costing the Treasury £90 billion every year in lost tax receipts. That's money that could and should have been invested in our health service, in tackling the cost of living and in making lives better for the people that we represent. As a divided society, we know all too well that Northern Ireland can only function on the basis of sharing and interdependence. Our people and businesses trade and interact daily on both a north-south and east-west basis. And that is evidenced not least by our agricultural sector, where dairy products produced in Northern Ireland cross the border for processing in the south and then return to Northern Ireland before onward sale. Any form of Brexit, particularly the hard Brexit pursued by the DUP, was going to cause friction and create barriers. The question became not whether checks would occur, but where those checks would occur. An alliance warned that those would inevitably be at ports and airports, not because we want them there, but because that is where they could be best managed and their impact mitigated. Does the member want to intervene, or is he just chuntering from a sedentary position? Okay, no problem. Mr. Speaker, of course there will be those in this chamber who try to pin all of the inevitable consequences of the Brexit they campaigned for squarely on the Windsor Framework. Not only does that argument ignore the fact that challenges are being faced by businesses UK-wide, but also the protections that have insulated Northern Ireland from some of the worst excesses of Brexit, with Northern Ireland's economy now growing at a faster rate than Great Britain's. It also lays bare the folly of those very same members who claimed on the return of this Assembly that the Irish Sea border had been removed. As I have said many times, it is the political equivalent of driving your car square into a brick wall and then blaming the airbag for your broken nose. Deputy Speaker, there will also be members who will wax lyrical today about sovereignty over the course of this debate. Businesses, farmers, hauliers, manufacturers don't have the luxury of worrying about those ideological and academic arguments. Sovereignty does not pay the bills or put food on the table. Those businesses want us to come to this debate with honesty, to confront the challenges and to shape a pragmatic and practical way forward to drive growth and ensure that those businesses can thrive and flourish. That is what Alliance has always offered and will continue to offer. It's why we pushed successfully for a comprehensive food, drink and agriculture agreement between the UK and the EU. It's why we pushed for more cooperation on research and youth mobility. And it's why we defend our unique dual market access and it is why we have come to the Chamber with this motion today. A UK-EU customs union is the surest and most significant step the government could take to boost growth, to tackle the cost of living and to eliminate bureaucracy. Mr. Speaker, not only has public opinion changed dramatically since 2016 as the consequences of Brexit have been laid bare, but so too has the world around us changed dramatically. We are living in a time of geopolitical uncertainty and rising populism and protectionism, with major economies, not least the United States, looking inwards and backwards rather than outwards and forwards. In the face of such instability and economic aggression, it is surely time to reorientate our efforts back towards building a stable trading relationship with our nearest neighbours and largest trading partners in the EU. The Prime Minister himself has said the Brexit deal significantly hurt our economy and that we must keep reducing frictions and move towards a closer relationship with the EU. A number of Cabinet Ministers have gone further, suggesting that a customs union is the way forward to boost economic growth, and it has been reported in recent weeks that the European Commission is open to negotiation. The UK Government must grasp that opportunity. Of course, Deputy Speaker, as a passionately pro-European party, Alliance believes that only a full reversal of Brexit can undo all of the tensions, contradictions and limitations that it has posed. For us, our relationship with Europe is about the kind of society we want to build, where we work with our partners on tackling global challenges like climate change, peace and security, poverty and migration. This motion, however, is about a practical step we can take to build on the protections of the Windsor Framework and undo some of the damage that Brexit has unleashed. Deputy Speaker, some of those who shout the loudest about divergence in the Irish Sea will no doubt oppose this motion today. The irony is lost on no one that the surest way to remove the customs border in the Irish Sea would be opposed by those very members who profess to care about it. Those members have a choice today. Do they want to continue with the politics of grievance and fear, continue to fight a Brexit war of attrition, or do they want to choose a different path, be honest about the folly of the Brexit that they campaigned for, and focus instead on working with those of us on these benches who want solutions, stability, cooperation and common sense? And whilst Mr Buckley is not necessarily a virtue of common sense, Mr Speaker, I will briefly give way before I conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Common sense is a term used often in this House, but certainly not from Mr Tennyson. Could I ask the member, he talks about not wanting to fight the Brexit wars of the past, but surely by his rhetoric so far in his 6 minutes and 42 seconds, he's done just that.
I believe in a culture of accountability, and I believe that when a politician takes a decision, that they have a duty to be honest with the public about the consequences of their decisions. And part of the challenge with the Brexit debate so far has been that politicians are not willing to ground themselves in the basic facts. Fact is, when you come outside of the European Union, you create a border. Then becomes a question about where that border can be best managed and mitigated. And if you want to remove that border, you do it through closer cooperation with the European Union. So until we ground ourselves in the Brexit laws of physics, and unless people are willing to admit that actions have consequences and trade-offs exist, we will not be able to make progress for the future. But I look forward to the member's contribution, Deputy Speaker, because this is a practical step that whether leave or remain, all parties should be able to coalesce around in a bid to remove Brexit bureaucracy, to support our businesses and to remove the checks in the Irish Sea that Mr Buckley waxes lyrical so often about. So I commend this motion to the House and I look forward to the debate.
Ferguson.
Deputy Speaker, as we approach the 10th anniversary of the Brexit referendum, it is clear that communities across the North are still feeling the effects of that disastrous decision to leave the EU. I think let's take a very recent example, the British Government's full promise to fully replace the lost EU funding. Of course, that was never going to happen. And now we are facing into a crisis in the community and voluntary sector, born out of the lies and deceit by the British Government. Ordinary people paying the price for false promises and a reckless Brexit agenda. But of course, the party opposite proclaimed that it could live with 40,000 job losses. How do they square that with the reality of our hard-working community groups are now facing? Ordinary workers on the verge of losing their jobs. It is a fact that Brexit was and remains a disastrous act of economic self-harm, of which the British government and unionist parties here were well warned of, and they blatantly ignored. The majority of citizens here voted to remain in the European Union. Despite Britain's total disregard of that reality, our aspirations for a better future for our people remain our focus. That's why we and other Remain parties in this chamber pushed to secure dual market access. As a result, we've managed to stave off the very worst excesses of Britain and the DUP's failed Brexit agenda. We went on to secure vital assurances that there would be no diminution of our hard-won rights, safeguards and equality of opportunity as protected in the Good Friday Agreement. We also secured the declaration from the European Council of their position that in the future event of a united Ireland, we will be given automatic membership of the European Union. Whilst we recognise the value of this well-intentioned motion, emphasising the need to reduce checks through custom arrangements, our overall focus remains looking beyond this and towards a return to full EU membership through unification. At all times, we must be solution-focused on both minimising the frictions created by Brexit and on maximising the opportunities of a dual market access. Therefore, additional support must be urgently provided to local businesses to enable them to operate here to their full potential under the terms of the protocol. The immediate establishment of an EU office in Belfast is also a means to deliver this. As we look to the future, it's clear that Brexit has intensified mainstream conversation regarding the need for a referendum on Irish unity. That is the reality. There has been encouraging signs of growing support for Irish unity in successive electoral results, demographic changes, contributions from civil society and public commentary. While Brexit did not have the consent of the people here in the North, what I am certain about is that our future return to the EU can be achieved through a new Ireland based on consent. Consent is built by reaching out, and a classic example of that is how our Irish President had done this in the last week when she spoke in the city of Derry. Others could learn something from that example of mutual respect and understanding and apply it in their own engagements. Whilst Britain, I just want to finish, if I'll let to get through, whilst Britain can expect to live with the damage of Brexit for a generation or longer, we have a very different story to tell. Our destiny is our own to make, and that includes all of us here. History is unfolding, and we must now build on the opportunity to progress the reunification of our country and deliver a new, united and fair Ireland for all. Thank you.
David Brooks.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, well, isn't it interesting that here we are again to debate matters relating to Brexit, the protocol, the Windsor Framework, and shock, because today the motion is brought by the Alliance Party, and a party that whenever unionist concerns are brought to this floor previously or debates are had, are usually found hand-wringing at the repetitiveness or snarking at the predictability of the debate. And I trust now that they bring the matter to the floor, it will be deemed worthy of our time. We might even be grateful that they've elected to cast their wisdom before us. The DUP have always been clear. Continued barriers to trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland are unacceptable, and they undermine the integrity of the United Kingdom's internal market. We fundamentally reject the notion that trade friction within our own internal market was ever inevitable. The UK government should never have conceded that customs and regulatory controls needed to be shifted away from the recognised international land border between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic and placed instead in the Irish Sea. That decision was always going to create deep economic and constitutional harm that could simply not be managed away with technical fixes or warm words. The Northern Ireland Protocol was imposed above the heads of the people of Northern Ireland, without the support of a single unionist elected representative. And what has been the record of the Alliance Party since? Rigorous implementation. So is anyone really surprised that today, instead of seeking to address the internal trade friction within the United Kingdom, they now want us to focus our attention on external customs unions? Let us consider the real-world consequences. Great Britain is the source of the overwhelming majority of veterinary medicines used in Northern Ireland, products that are vital for animal welfare and animal health. Yet the primary market will now be pushed to the bottom of the pecking order, as local vets are given powers to procure medicines from other jurisdictions instead. Why? Because the government believes it is necessary to impose EU rules on marketing, authorisation, and the distribution of medicines in Northern Ireland. That is not pragmatism, it is displacement. We believe the government should be radical in moving on from the Windsor Framework, not tinkering around the edges or merely treating the symptoms. The SPS agreement reached in principle between Great Britain and the European Union may help to ease the flow of trade between GB and Northern Ireland. But let us be clear, it is not a silver bullet. It does not address the fundamental problem created by the application of EU law in Northern Ireland. If alignment on food, plants and animal products is now envisaged, then the government should immediately halt the construction of control posts at our border control posts at our ports. Such an agreement removes any supposed justification for such facilities, yet the work continues regardless. And if ministers claim that trust has now been restored with the EU through this SPS agreement, it would be entirely incongruous to continue insisting on the costly phasing in of not-for-EU labels for products that are eligible to be produced to UK standards under the Northern Ireland Retail Movement Scheme. We are told that engagement with the EU is improving, but current arrangements allow businesses and officials to be informed of the European Commission's work programme without having any meaningful role in reshaping it. That is not democracy. Trade diversion too is not theoretical, it is real. While the Secretary of State points to purchases from Great Britain in 2023, senior economist Dr Esmond Birney has shown that when we compare 2023 with 2020, trade from the Irish Republic has grown at twice the rate of Great Britain. And what of the promised benefits of the so-called dual market access? At a recent meeting of the Economy Committee, members across the Chamber heard InvestNI unable to cite a single example of foreign direct investment linked to it. In October 2024, the Chief Executive of InvestNI confirmed there was no evidence of FDI resulting from dual market access, and more than 12 months later, nothing had changed. I'll give way to the Leader of the Opposition.
I appreciate the merit. Going with my title too, very, very flattered. Can I ask, I'm not clear, I appreciate everything he said, and it was previously stated party position. I'm not clear from what he said whether, and I'm not moving the motion, but we'll support it. Does he and his party support an EU-UK customs union, which is the main thrust of the Alliance motion?
An extra minute.
We don't support the motion. Dual market access has been proven to be a myth. Businesses can count the very real costs. Not at the moment, thank you, I'm going to make some progress. Businesses can count on the very real costs of the Windsor Framework, but its supposed benefits remain impossible to quantify. No amount of engagement, guidance or signposting can remove the fundamental issue. The people of Northern Ireland do not have the democratic right to make or change the laws that govern them. The barriers faced by businesses are the direct result of EU law, and no amount of administrative smoothing can change that. So I ask, when will the proposers of this motion stand up for the integrity of the UK internal market and for the United Kingdom as a whole? We will continue to make the case for the full restoration of Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom, including the removal of the EU law from our country and the Irish sea border that it creates. EU law is the problem, and the evidence from hauliers, particularly on customs, makes that abundantly clear. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Diana Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There can be few in this chamber who would deny that we have seen firsthand the disastrous and deplorable effects of the Irish sea border, what it has inflicted on our economy. We have witnessed reduced choice on our shop shelves, increased bureaucratic burdens on those attempting to move goods from Great Britain to Northern Ireland, and significant harm to our agri-food sector. In the aftermath of Brexit, the people of Northern Ireland were given many carefully crafted assurances from Westminster about our secure and equal place within the United Kingdom, assurances which some members in this chamber championed with great enthusiasm. Yet, as time has shown, they were assurances only, not guarantees. From the UUP's perspective, the long-term solution must be a bespoke customs arrangement, one that removes checks, removes borders and restores the economic union within our own country. But the motion before us today is not that solution. Instead, it is grandstanding dressed up in hypocrisy. You cannot, Mr. Speaker, present a motion to this House and declare, and I quote, that it reaffirms the importance of Northern Ireland's dual market access, when we all know that dual market access is, as Mr. Brooks has said, in practice, a myth. What we have is an economy. Certainly, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm certainly aware of businesses in my constituency that, through engagement, have told me about the importance of dual market access, so that they're able to sell goods into the wider EU, into the south, and into GB. They're certainly able to quantify how good dual market access is for them. Maybe the member hasn't had that experience with businesses in her area. Could she confirm that?
There's an extra minute.
Thank you for your intervention. I do know that we have had a diversion of trade through the south because of the difficulties in trading with GB, and so I'm coming to that in my words here. Thank you for your intervention. So what we have is an economy caught between two regulatory systems, paying the price for the misjudgments and short-sightedness of others. Claims that our prosperity hinges on dual market access or that we would collapse without it lack both evidence and self-awareness. Officials who have appeared before the Economy Committee, again as mentioned by Mr Brooks, including representatives for Invest NI and the Department of the Economy, have repeatedly confirmed that there is no meaningful evidence of job creation or foreign direct investment attributable to the so-called dual market access. And, Mr Speaker, the irony of today's motion is striking. We are told that the Windsor Framework provides practical and necessary protections to mitigate some of the worst consequences of Brexit. Yet this comes from the very party that refuses to acknowledge the genuine, ongoing damage caused by that same framework. It entrenches regulatory divergence from Great Britain, imposes layers of bureaucracy, disrupts supply chains, and places long-term economic constraints on the people of Northern Ireland. Our industries are suffering, our economy is under strain. We cannot afford further drift or self-congratulation. This is a complex, no, I'm just nearly going to finish, thank you. This is a complex constitutional and economic issue, and the motion before us fails to grapple with any of that complexity. It continues to champion the fiction of dual market access which would, to widespread disbelief, disappear almost overnight were a customs union ever fully realised. So why refer to it at all? The Ulster Unionist Party will always oppose the imposition of any border that divides our country, whether it originates in Brussels, Dublin or London, but we cannot support a motion that refuses to face reality. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Matthew Till.
Mr Deputy Speaker, what a decade it's been of talking about Brexit among its baleful consequences that it brought me into politics, and I'm sure there are lots of people in this chamber and indeed out with who will say that yes, that probably is quite somewhere on the list of negative consequences of Brexit, because I probably, in fact I definitely, had Brexit not happened I wouldn't be here. We support the motion. The motion is correct when it talks about the connectivity of the Northern Ireland economy, both north-south and east-west. It has been long proven, not by politicians or pundits, but by now backward-looking economic data from a range of sources, that the disruption to trade flows as a result of the UK's leaving the EU, and leaving the EU in a particular manner, which was to sever trade ties in the sharpest and most divergent way possible, which was a political choice, Mr Deputy Speaker, by the then UK government, egged on by the right-wing press in England. That choice, those choices, and it has to be said, it was a choice that was endorsed at the ballot box by voters who elected Boris Johnson's government, insanely, in my view. All of those choices were made, and they have led to the UK being a significantly poorer country. That is proven. It's not up for debate. Economists and the outturn growth figures for the whole UK have proven the negative consequences from Brexit. The Centre for European Reform had a monthly Brexit tracker, which it talked about, which isolated what is called the lower trade intensity, i.e. less trade in goods and services between the UK and EU. It is why there are tens of billions of pounds of lost economic output and therefore tens of billions of pounds of lost tax revenue to the UK economy every year. Owen Tennyson is correct to highlight those. That is part of the reason why, on top of the austerity, the public spending restraint of the years before that, there is less money to spend on public services here in Northern Ireland and indeed in other parts of the UK. So, I mean, these aren't like, we sit here and make rhetorical points, but this is now proven fact. We now are years on from these disruptions. Now, it's important to say we also have proven economic outturn data on the relative performance of Northern Ireland versus the rest of the UK. And really, for one of the, now this has happened over now a few years, for one of the first sustained periods really since, bluntly, since the creation of this jurisdiction and partition, Northern Ireland has outperformed consistently other parts of Britain. Quite a remarkable situation, actually, and it is in part, I'm happy to give way briefly.
Well, maybe if he has been following that particular point, he would note that there is considerable dispute over those figures, given that the NISRA data that he's referring to, I'd imagine, is somewhat 2 years old, citing 2 economists to suggest that there's deception in the very claim.
Well, I'm not sure there's that much debate that the headline economic, i.e. the GDP figures for Northern Ireland are outperforming, have consistently outperformed or generally outperformed the UK over recent years. But what that point does illustrate is that even if the data is disputed a bit, it is clearly true to say that the argument often made by politicians on that side of the Assembly chamber that the post-Brexit arrangements, i.e. the protocol then renamed the Windsor Framework, have been the most awful, kind of baleful set of manacles tying the northern economy down, is completely disproven. It's just completely disproven. I don't really have time. For the purpose of debate, I'll give way. Yes, I'm feeling generous.
I thank the member for giving way, because this is an important point. Would the member maybe square the circle for me that the largest area of growth, the 1% growth, actually comes from areas that pertain outside the grips of the Windsor Framework?
I mean, he's talking about services and demand and services. Well, of course, I mean, it's also true to say that trade in goods and indeed and services are interlinked, but I'm not here to give a kind of engage in a very low. He will accept Northern Ireland's outperformed the rest of the UK while we have had dual market access and the protocol, because that's indisputable. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I turn to the text of the motion. Our party believes in New Ireland back inside the European Union. We are strongly, passionately pro-European, the most pro-European party in this chamber. We make no apology for it. We think Northern Ireland should be back in Europe, and we think the only plausible route to that end is a New Ireland. But we also want, because we care about relationships across these islands, and actually we care about prosperity and living standards elsewhere. We think, yes, the UK should move to a closer relationship with the EU. I think, yes, they should rejoin. I think, based on my own experience, and I have some claim to know a little bit about the word, that it's vanishingly unlikely that will happen, possibly in our lifetimes, but certainly for the foreseeable future. I do think a UK-EU customs union is a logical and desirable outcome. Whether the politics of the UK, the very unstable politics of the UK, will allow it is another question. But I think some of the progress which has been made, some of the meetings that happened last week, Commissioners Valdis Dombrovskis and indeed Maros Šefčovič, who's been engaged in Northern Ireland, that's positive. We would encourage it. We also believe very strongly in the case for dual market access. We talked a lot about dual market access and the benefits of it, but I would say make one final point as we debate this subject again. No doubt we will debate it again, and I'll debate it again in this 10-year anniversary of the disaster of Brexit. I cannot believe that not a single unionist politician can stand up and say a UK-EU customs union is in our interest. And the fact, genuinely, guys, that at this stage, a decade on, you can't wise up. My God.
Thank you. I call Declan Kearney.
In the decades since the British government and the DUP's reckless decision to leave the EU, we've all had to grapple with economic uncertainty and political and social instability. Now, fortunately, the regional economy in the north has been able to rely upon the protections from the Windsor Framework. The regional economy continues to show growth due to the dual market access available through the Windsor Framework. Now, that's not to say that our economy has not faced challenges, because it has. Businesses have had difficulty navigating these new post-Brexit realities. Sinn Féin welcomes the attempts by the British Government to reset relations with the European Union, and we encourage the British Government and the EU to adopt every single pragmatic measure which will assist in reducing and ending existing trade frictions. So that's why we, as I've said in the past, welcome the Murphy Review report, which called for the one-stop shop option to help simplify administrative processes for local businesses. Pragmatic and practical proposals have been supported in this Assembly in recent months. For example, Sinn Féin has advocated for a European Commission office in Belfast. That would complement the Murphy recommendation, that is if the British Government is prepared to support its implementation, and there's a question over that. We've also called for observer status, representation at the European Parliament, and that's with a view to maximising our input to post-Brexit processes on the part of the EU that have an impact on our political, economic and social circumstances here. Now, the motion before us today calls on the British Government to commence negotiations with the European Union to establish a UK-EU customs union. But just a few days ago, the current Labour administration rejected such a measure, despite positive indications, as one of the earlier speakers pointed out, a willingness on the part of the European Commission to discuss working together on developing a customs union initiative. The apparent British Government unwillingness to engage positively with this option, I believe, once again highlights the ongoing chaos and contradiction caused by the Brexit disaster. And this will continue to be the case for as long as English politicians retain any influence over the affairs of all citizens in this part of Ireland. Brexit is a byproduct of partition. Brexit and British Government decision-making will continue to impact negatively upon society in the North. English politicians, whether Labour, Tory or Reform, will never act in the interests of citizens here, regardless of our different political allegiances. So we have a responsibility to open the most practical and pragmatic route to rejoin the EU bloc. That will be in the best interests of our businesses, workers and families. Unsurprisingly, this British Government is not open to that option, because the British Labour Party has allowed itself to become subordinate to the Brexit consequence of the Tory Civil War, which was the actual catalyst for bringing it about. Brexit was never about new economic options or nirvanas. Brexit was all about ideological divisions within the Tory party, and Cameron's strategy for seeing that off was to go with Brexit. In 2017, the European Commission announced that in the future event of a united Ireland, under the provisions of the Good Friday Agreement, the entire territory of Ireland will be given automatic membership of the EU. So we do have a definitive, automatic and legal route back into the European Union. And that can be achieved through full implementation of the Good Friday Agreement. We can do better. We must do better for workers and businesses in the North. That is denied us by the present status quo. Setting a date for a referendum on constitutional change and commencing the transition to a new Ireland under the terms of the Good Friday Agreement is the key. It's the key to remove the disaster of Brexit, the key to remove the toxic influence of English politics, and the regressive role of every and successive British governments in relation to our affairs.
Business. Looking on to this debate today, I would be in absolute despair at what has been said, and the gaslighting actually of what has been said in this chamber. Northern Ireland economy is growing. We should be celebrating that. We should be absolutely shouting from the rooftops that we're growing. People out there have got better opportunities and we're bringing jobs. We shouldn't be arguing where that growth's coming from. And if you want to talk about services come from services, that's not actually true, Jonathan. And if you read the pack last week and you were in committee, you would have heard very clearly from the department, from Intertrade, and can't remember the third one was there, clearly saying the fastest growing part of our economy was life and sciences and advanced manufacturing. It was around around units that were happening there and been built there and products been built there. Yes, services are wrapped around that, but that's where the growth is mainly coming from, and that's where we're seeing it. But Northern Ireland's economy is growing. This is a trading nation. We've always been a trading region that works by selling stuff. Right back to the early 1900s, when 90% of the economy was based actually around the Greater Belfast area. Now we're looking at single digits or close to single digits in that area. That's how far we've gone. But our prosperity completely depends on selling goods and services beyond our borders. You can't make money selling to each other. You've got to sell stuff out of there, and I cannot for the life of me understand why anybody would want only one way to sell stuff and not to be able to sell either in 2 markets or multiple markets. Why you would want to limit our business community, why you would want to create more barriers when you've created all the damage at Brexit in the first place, why you would choose to now to simply want the UK-EU trade deal is just mind-blowing. And I can tell you now, I can hear the FSB, the CBI, the Northern Ireland Chamber, Intertrade Ireland, the department, all looking at this, business owners here looking at this and going, are you really for real? Are you absolutely serious? I won't give way because I've heard enough of the nonsense that you've actually already spouted. You created friction in the first place. No, we didn't. You voted for Brexit. You wanted Brexit, and you own it. Own it, because you delivered it. Well done. 10 years ago, we'll give you a round of applause. You delivered, and you got what you wanted. The Windsor Framework didn't create the problems. It was there because of the problems that you've created. So own your own mistakes. Own what you've done, but do not pass it on to anybody else, because anybody with common sense knows, anybody with any common sense knows if you're selling something and somebody wants to buy it, you sell to them, and you make that relationship as easy as you possibly can. The evidence from business and decencies completely backs up everything that is in this motion tonight. I've said Invest, Intertrade, the department, all of them, the FSB, CBI, the Chamber, all just want to get on. They just want to get on and make money for business to grow, create jobs, create better opportunities. But you bring all of this to a culture war. You bring all of this to limiting opposition because it's not trading the right direction. Like, have you ever heard anything ridiculous? To stand and go, I'm not selling to you. Like, imagine having a shop in any street and going, I'm not selling to you because I don't like you, but I like you. No, I'm not giving way, because honestly, I've listened to minutes of it and interventions of it. You've brought this all down to that. You have a slogan of Make Northern Ireland Work. Everybody can understand. You have no intention of making Northern Ireland work. It means make Northern Ireland work for us. And you've gone on about unionist demands and unionist this and everything else. What about the greater good of everybody here and making the place better for everybody, making the place work in a geopolitical world that is absolutely fragile at the minute? You want less, not more. And that sums up everything that we need to know about the DUP and your little, I was going to say brother, but it's sister here tonight in the Ulster Unionists and the TUV. The world, we need to secure markets, not less of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Buckley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And quite often when we debate motions in this place, they're filled with contradictions. But this motion, I would argue, takes that to all new, staggering heights. I mean, Speaker, there's plenty of roundabouts in Craigavon, but this motion's roundabouts and U-turns are literally staggering. The Alliance Party, the fanboys and cheerleaders for the most robust Irish sea border and friction to trade, is it something that indeed Mr. Honeyford, who could win an Oscar for his performance today, has been checked and checked again. But I would say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the real reason for this motion is not because it's full of hypocrisy from the Alliance. We come to expect that. But it's actually because of the fact that their support among unionism has went off a cliff. They saddled up and cosied up to their useful lackeys across the chamber to impose upon Northern Ireland the most rigorous checks and friction on its largest trading partner, which is that within its own country. That is arrangements that Mr. Honeyford endorsed and pushed for, and I am feeling quite generous in today's debate, so at any time I will give way to Mr. Tennyson to talk me through these many contradictions. Let's start with the first one. So, north-west and east-west trade is essential to Northern Ireland. That is true. But you must also accept that they're not equal, because traditionally Northern Ireland's trade in and out within its own United Kingdom vastly outweighs that of its trade internationally to the Republic of Ireland or to Europe. So therefore choices must be made. A democratic choice by the people of the United Kingdom was Brexit. People may not have all agreed with that. Many members in this chamber didn't. It's notable that Mr. Tennyson's constituents and Mr. Honeyford's constituents did endorse that concept, but that's for another day. But let me finish on this point. When we then go to look at specific choices, what political decisions were made since that vote? At every single vote, the Alliance Party has been against the interests of businesses, of farmers, of hauliers, of manufacturers, of consumers. I give way to Mr. Tennyson on this point.
Member for giving way, and I'm very impressed by his pantomime performance, Deputy Speaker. But the crux of this issue, and the reason why Mr. Buckley is so uncomfortable today, is because if he had bothered to listen to the FSB, to the Federation of Small Businesses, to Logistics UK, or any of the other host of business organisations in 2016, we wouldn't be in this position.
It's not a speech, Mr. Tennyson. I'm listening very acutely to businesses. I always have. And what I would say is this, is that when you come to wax lyrical about east-west trade, it is absolutely a deception in the highest order. Because this party has taken no interest of their concern. They've scoffed and laughed continually at real-life concerns. I sat in this chamber, as is often quoted, for an hour and 10 minutes to quote them, which I was laughed and ridiculed about by members of his party. Secondly, they talk about the EU-UK exit was reckless and ultimately friction was predictable. Friction was not inevitable, but for the very argument put forward by the Alliance Party. They were the party that came and supported and normalised the protocol and later the Windsor Framework, fully aware of the barriers that it would place within the United Kingdom. It's hypocritical in the extreme to condemn the outcomes whilst endorsing the cause. And I would argue, Deputy Speaker, that's exactly what the Alliance Party have done repeatedly. We then have the importance of dual market access, something that Mr. Honeyford often likes to talk about, but it bears up to no scrutiny. And why is that? Because dual market access does not mean equal market access. You have placed barriers to our own indigenous market, therefore affecting consumers, businesses, hauliers. We then wanted to talk about the Economic Growth Index. Well, let's look at the Composite Economic Index, which showed that the 1% economic growth in activity across Northern Ireland in QV3 2025 versus 2024 was driven by the services sector, 0.6%. For those watching outside the Windsor Framework, we then have construction, 0.3% of that growth outside the Windsor Framework. 0.9% of that growth pertains to areas outside the grips of your grubby deeds to destroy trade in Northern Ireland. I've already given way. I will continue. Then we have the endorsement and the importance of the Windsor Framework. Now the motion then goes on to say that despite this, continuous disruption continues bureaucratically. Well done, Alliance. Thanks for finally getting on message. Those barriers were put in place by protocols that you actually called for the rigorous implementation of. You voted to willfully send over 300 areas of law from this place in one afternoon because you care nothing of scrutiny. You care nothing for the businesses affected. You would rather have a nice green tick beside your name when it comes to lining up in this Assembly for motions and policy positions that actually undermine Northern Ireland's position. You voted against a motion to condemn and reject outrightly additional Northern Ireland partial taxes on the people of Northern Ireland, but yet you come to the House today to say you don't.
Mr. Buckley, time is up.
The extreme.
Mr. Buckley, time's up. I think you heard me the first time. Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Oh my God, it's just Groundhog Day when it comes to debates in this place about Europe. Almost every month this Assembly returns to similar motions and familiar arguments. We could all go and vote before anybody says a word because we all know what way it's going. The people outside this chamber are absolutely sick, sore and tired at this tit-for-tat politics. It's pure nonsense. They want less repetition and they want more delivery. That said, this motion does reflect a number of important truths, and it is right that we acknowledge them. We're living through a period of significant global change. The rules-based order that once underpinned international trade and cooperation has indeed been badly weakened. Under the Trump administration in the United States, predictability gave way to volatility. Multilateralism was replaced by unilateral decision-making, and as a result, countries and investors are now reassessing risk. They are diversifying their investments and looking for stability, reliability and access to markets. And I believe that, done properly, this shift actually presents an opportunity, particularly for smaller regions that have too often been left behind. Northern Ireland should be firmly positioned in that context. As investors look again at where they place their money, we should be moving at speed to attract them here. Our dual market access to both the UK and the EU single market is genuinely a unique proposition. There are very few places anywhere in the world that can offer that. It should be one of our strongest selling points. But the reality is that we are failing to make the most of it, and that's the truth. Businesses have told us repeatedly that the Executive is not doing enough to clearly articulate the benefits of dual market access or to actively promote Northern Ireland as a place to invest. And that exposes a deeper problem. How can we expect investors to come here when our ability to deliver as a government is actually so poor? We still do not have a published investment strategy. We still do not have a genuinely plan-led approach to our electricity grid. Our wastewater infrastructure remains broken, preventing housing, regeneration and economic growth. We continue to tolerate deep economic imbalance, with regions like the North West consistently missing out. And too often, ministers appear more focused on blaming one another than just getting on with delivering for the rest of Northern Ireland. But it does not have to be that way. I'll come back to you. Across civic society, the business community and our wider stakeholders, there is no shortage of ambition and willingness to help build a stronger and fairer economy. Okay.
One of the sectors likely to grow fastest in the EU in the coming years is defence. Would she welcome some of that investment into the North West to ensure that the UK and Northern Ireland can play its part in defending Europe, whether within it or from without?
Extra minute.
You see, you've just made my point there. We need to get delivering for our economy here in regard to wastewater, in regard to housing, in regard to healthcare, but you just want to talk about wage issues. You're absolutely not at the races when it comes to growing and developing the economy of Northern Ireland. What we're missing is leadership. What we're really missing from your benches is leadership, coordination and follow-through from this Executive. There is also no denying the damage that Brexit has done, and to sit and continue to deny it 10 years on is lacking leadership. It's lacking a backbone, and you haven't got it, or you would display it here occasionally in this chamber. But I have said many times in this chamber, businesses in dairy are genuinely struggling. Small traders, exporters, family-run firms are being choked by bureaucracy, paperwork and delays. They're not abstract issues. They are the difference between keeping the doors open sometimes and closing them for good. If we fail to address this, our high streets will continue to decline and communities will pay the price. That is why we support efforts to reduce trade frictions, including closer alignment with the UK and the EU, and serious consideration for the customs union. But you can't contemplate it, because you're so dug into your own trenches you can't see over the top. Those measures would make a real difference to businesses here. It would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the elephant in the room. The simple truth is that if we were to build a new Ireland, we would be placed right back into the heart of the European Union. That is the only way in which the damage done by Brexit could ever be fully reversed. Yes, there are mitigations. The UK-EU Customs Union, the EU Commission Office in Belfast, observer status in Northern Ireland in the European Parliament, but they're all too much for you. You can't go there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Time's up.
You, Mr. Speaker.
And I call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, the focus part of this motion is about trade and the need for obviously seamless trade. Is something that would be broadly welcomed, and certainly me and my party wouldn't oppose. I think also we need to be realistic and recognise that free trade is essentially freedom of capital to crush the worker, as somebody once said. People should have the free flowing and access to goods they need, and much is obviously made about the restrictions and the other sort of issues coming out of the EU exit, and obviously not an unimportant event, but I don't think in a general sense enough is made in this debate about the actions of, in a general sense, large multinational companies and their decisions being motivated, which is exclusively about maximising profits, and greater profits for them doesn't mean higher wages for people here. It's also worth noting the use of tariffs. What are tariffs, Deputy Speaker? They're obviously a tool by corporations and the ruling class to outjostle, outfight each other, and to maximise profits again and punish working class people of other countries when they actually have the same interests at heart. And in some ways we are entering, if we're not in it already, a different epoch in trade and how states sort of interact, and how the global north is responding to economic difficulties. And it was mentioned sort of Mark Kearney from Canada mentioned this about the rules-based order is over. He had his own reasons for doing that, but I don't think it ever really existed in a real sense, because people guilty of war crimes walk free in America, Europe, Israel and elsewhere. And I hope, I sincerely hope, that there can be a new international system of cooperation, working together, and a commitment to peace. However, left to the people in charge, I think that's a fanciful dream. The people running the world economy, Deputy Speaker, operate in the interests of corporations, polluters and the arms industry. And if there is to be a break from this rotten, depraved economic and political system, it can only come from the people who are ground down by it. For the best part of 40 plus years, Deputy Speaker, we had governments in America, Britain, and probably most of Europe anyway, trying to break down barriers to trade, to increase trade and open up markets and exploit people, but to have trade free flowing, relatively speaking. And now we're in a different era where tariffs and war essentially can be the order of the day, and not just hyperbole. Just take out any newspaper from Britain, Ireland or across Europe and you see the drive to war, and tariffs are actually real and threatening. And this motion obviously mentions geopolitical uncertainty, and it's clear we are in a situation of climate change, financial instability, uncertain economic times, and like I said, the beating of war drums. And the academic Adam Tooze talks about a polycrisis, or a combination, a connection of three or multiple crises, They're not disconnected, but they're all intertwined. Supply chain disruptions, financial system failures, geopolitical instability are all one part of one fragile global network. And also in this House, going back to the motion, we often hear about the point raised about the European Union being a sort of key promoter and defender of human rights, and I think nobody could say this with a straight face when you've seen the role played by Ursula von der Leyen in supporting Israel's slaughter and genocide in Gaza. She articulated repeatedly, Deputy Speaker, her and the EU's unending support for Israel, and including going on a solidarity visit with Netanyahu and supporting the flow of weapons to that apartheid state. She also articulated that Ukrainians had a right to resist and oppose an invading Russian army, but Palestinians were told essentially to accept mass slaughter and starvation. But we don't hear anything in the House about that. We also don't hear anything in this House about what the EU's migration strategy is, Deputy Speaker. What is it? I don't know if people follow the debate closely at all, but essentially it's a policy reminiscent of Trump's ICE approach. Keir Starmer, who is obviously Prime Minister for now, hopefully for not much longer.
Carl, can we return to the customs union?
Absolutely will. Geopolitical issues are mentioned in this motion, and I'm talking about that and the EU's role in that, Mr. Speaker, and bringing my remarks to a close in a second. And this policy is, like I say, reminiscent of Trump, what Jim Callaghan is doing in the South, and also Keir Starmer. And essentially what the plan will do, and I think this is important to be on the record, Mr. Speaker, because nobody's raised it today, is to deport people in Europe to third countries, that is countries they've never lived in, countries they have no social ties to, and that is a real rotten, dangerous and for many a deadly plan. And I think that's really, really important. The European leaders often present themselves as members of the civilised garden, leave aside the racial undertones of that comment. Essentially what they're doing is looking to ramp up deportations, raids, and essentially not stand up to Trump, but be a smaller, poorer version of them. So I think we should resist all this.
Time's up.
Okay.
Thank you. That concludes the list of speakers. I now call on Kate Nicholl to conclude and wind up the debate. The motion, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What a joy to be able to wind this, this debate. And so many new arguments were made today. So the first thing I want to say is that so much of Northern Ireland, but especially our economy, is built on connections, on relationships, north, south, east, west, not borders and paperwork. And businesses here rely on both with the Republic of Ireland and Great Britain. And for years, we've benefited from frictionless trade, predictability around rules and regulations, seamless movement of goods and services. And that changed with Brexit. It did. And it created additional barriers. And yes, the Windsor Framework made really important progress. It has protected dual market access and given Northern Ireland a unique ability to trade into both the EU single market and the UK internal market. But we acknowledge for many firms, especially smaller ones, the paperwork and the bureaucracy is still an issue. It's not good for jobs, not good for ordinary families who are trying to make ends meet in the middle of cost of living crisis. Across the world, reliable and stable trade relationships are really important for resilient economies. And when you simplify customs arrangements, when you align the rules and reduce barriers, then businesses can thrive. And that's what this motion is ultimately about. And that's what a UK-EU customs union would deliver. It's about cutting red tape, it's about making supply chains simpler, reducing costs of businesses, and boosting growth right across these islands. Go ahead.
Recognise that having a trade deal is different to being in a customs union. The UK has been able to make many trade deals now around the world that the EU does not have, including with USA, India, Australia, New Zealand. So that is, yes, having trade deals is important, but actually being in a customs union, because the UK is not part of the EU customs union, it's been able to make these extra trade deals that the EU does not have and that we in Northern Ireland benefit from.
I understand your point. I'm not entirely sure how beneficial those trade deals have been when you compare to being part of the UK-EU customs union. And I thought Deputy Leader of my party made a very good point about how it's not just about Northern Ireland. This is actually what UK businesses want. They want us to be back in the UK-EU customs union because it would make their life simpler. So it's not just for Northern Ireland. And I think it's not just about ideology, it's about pragmatism. It's about recognising that in this really uncertain global economy, the closer we are aligned to our biggest trading partner, the better we are. There's one point that I really want to make, and this is, I'm going to say it very slowly, and I'm going to say it very clearly, and then if anyone repeats it ever again, I'm going to know you're being disingenuous, okay? Because frequently, rigorous implementers is used as an insult to alliance. So anyone who doesn't know, the phrase rigorous implementation refers to a joint party letter to leaders that leaders wrote in September 2020, which was in regards to the Internal Market Bill and the threat of the UK government breaking international law in a limited and specific way. It is about stressing the importance of upholding existing agreements and international law more generally. And without those commitments, the task of fixing the issues with the protocol wouldn't have been possible. So the phrase rigorous implementation was in relation to the UK government threatening to break international law. That was what it was about. If you use it again, I'm going to know that you're being disingenuous and you're just using it to play politics. Okay, so then the next point I wanted to talk about was some of the other things that were said. I agree. The only thing I agreed with David was about the barriers to trade being unacceptable. Kira talked, no, not you. Kira agreed with everything you said. Kira was solution focused. Talked about dual market access being maximised and the importance of that, like absolutely. Owen Tennyson talked about the cost of Brexit is a cost to our public services. Let's not forget that. Agriculture is such an important example of how we work, and that this motion is just about being practical and taking a practical step to make things better and to deal with some of the damage. I've addressed rigorous implementation very clearly. The issue of, Diana talked about the fiction of dual market access and Invest NI's inability to list businesses which have benefited. So much of this is also because we can't promote it and we can't sell it, and they actually said in the same committee that a lot of businesses are too afraid to come out and say that they're benefiting from dual market access because it's been so polarized and it's become so toxic. And there are several businesses, and David loves to talk about in Lagan Valley the ones who are benefiting from it. So let's do more to encourage more businesses to be able to talk about it and to be able to access the benefits of dual market access. Matthew talked about he's here because of Brexit, and we're all delighted he is here. Declan talked about the importance of the economy and that it continues to show growth, but it still has faced challenges, and that's true. And the resetting of relationships is really important. And I agree absolutely with his analysis of the Brexit genesis being a Tory party issue. David Honeyfish gave a very enjoyable speech, but also gave the business perspective. And our economy is growing, and we've always been a trading region. We trade beyond our borders. Very much enjoyed Jonathan Buckley referring to anyone else as giving an Oscar-winning performance, and went on to do similar. I did not agree with a single thing he said, but very much enjoyed the delivery. Yes, go ahead.
Member for giving way. She kindly always does. With the member exception, there's been a number of supporters of the Alliance motion, predictably, that have raised a new Ireland as part of this debate. So I'd be interested in the Alliance Party position in this. Would you rather a Northern Ireland in a new Ireland inside the EU, or would the Alliance Party rather see a strong, thriving Northern Ireland outside of the EU and firmly within the UK?
I am now going to answer that question in a way that will give headlines. Alliance Party is a cross-community party. It's so difficult for people who only see through a unionist and nationalist lens. We are a party of people who have multiple identities, multiple ideas, and our core focus is about creating a shared future where everyone can benefit. We want to be back in the EU. We want to. We see the benefit of that. And the fact that it always comes back to this question, this constitutional question, is so abstract to me, because that's their view. That's not our view. We are a cross-community party. No, we want our public services to work. We want life to be easier for people. We want our children to have opportunities to be able to respect and embrace cultures across the board. And when you bring every debate back to this question, it does a disservice to the actual issues. It distracts from the actual issues that people are facing. And right now, the issues that people are facing that we're trying to deal with today is business and business's inability to trade as well as it could, and how we need to make it easier for them. And it's not just about Northern Ireland, it's about the UK in general. And we need to move beyond these old arguments. We need to to move beyond just this division and look at what does work, and how in this, Sinead, I think, spoke so well on this. You know, we live in a really scary time when there is so much division and so much mistrust and so much fear. And building alliances and building connections and working with people and trusting people is not a weakness, it's a strength. And that's something that we need to do more of. I urge you to support this motion, to move beyond old arguments and to focus on what works, a genuine partnership with our neighbours in Europe that puts jobs, growth and people first. And by backing a UK-EU customs union, it's giving a strong message that cooperation and good trade agreements aren't weaknesses, they're very much strengths. Thank you.
Thank you. So, members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. No. Chair the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order, members. Thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Members. Order, members. Order. Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Andrew McMurray and David Honeyford. Tellers for the noes, David Brooks and Harry Harvey. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Yours. Members resume their seats. Thank you, members. Clerk, please read the result.
67 members voted, 44 members voted aye, 23 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Okay, the motion is carried. Unfasten the doors. Members, the next item on the order paper is the adjournment. Item 6. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound.